That's how a lot of whiskey works, man. But no, I mean, recently I haven't done anything crazy with whiskey because I kind of filled up my liquor cabinet, and I'm just kind of hoping people don't give me bottles of whiskey for Christmas right now. Because I need space for my pickled beets. What? Katamari Damacy there, Elfie. All right, anyway, I've ended up talking for another 15 minutes, so let's play some dwarfs. All right, so I've put the marker down in the chat. I'm just going to run a Twitch ad right now so that we have a good 40 minutes of no ads when we get in game. And I have to say, so just as a reminder to everybody, I am going on vacation from the 18th until the 28th. So there will be no streams within that window. The first stream back will be on the 29th. But we will be finishing out this stream week. So we will be streaming today, tomorrow, and the following day. On Twitch, we have a command for it. On YouTube, I guess I'll put it in the description for tomorrow. But that's it. Else thrown off that bone armor isn't considered wood armor. What? I barely even use leather armor, YouTube chat, so... Fighting in their own friends' bones. No, I'm good. More like their puppies' bones. Give you an unlucky soul. Okay. So, is anybody here, like, completely behind on what this fortress is? If it isn't steel or candy armor, who's using it? I generally use, like, copper and bronze and iron, but... I'm making a bunch of bronze armor in this fort right now, which has been fun. Okay, so this fortress has a gimmick. And the gimmick is, I'm trying to use minecarts as much as bloody possible. Also, whenever a dwarf dies, we simply throw the body in the river. There is no actual, how do I say it? Preservation of the dead or memorialization whatsoever. So we're not burying bodies in coffins, and we are not memorializing bodies with gravestones. And the reason for this is I am letting this fortress die to ghosts. So far, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 4 dwarves have died. It's either 4 or 5 dwarves have died. And they've died to ghosts. Ghosts start off generally pretty passive. You'll get ones that just scare dwarves. But as dwarves die, when they're already upset, they become sadistic ghosts or murderous haunts. And these more sadistic ghosts have the ability to scream or scare dwarves to death, and also just insta-gib random dwarf out of existence. And so, essentially, the fort is kind of, I guess, becoming a battle royale. Maybe that's how I should title this video. Dwarf Fortress, but it's a ghost battle right now. Essentially, it's going to start accelerating. Because as there are more and more and more ghosts on the map that are willing to just off dwarves for no reason, the dwarves will be more upset because there's more ghosts around. And I'm trying to make this fort intentionally kind of unsafe. We've got minecarts everywhere dumping materials onto linked minecart stops and stuff. And yeah, it's been fun. So if you name a dwarf in this fort, they will die to a ghost. That's about it. What makes minecarts spooky? Are you missing something? Okay, so the way these minecarts are working here is they're dropping the materials down a layer. If a dwarf happens to be standing here during a delivery of boulders, dwarf go thunk and their head get thunked and then they fall to pieces. But that would be the same for like a sock. A sock could do debilitating damage to a dwarf if it lands on them. I very intentionally made this fortress look horrible. There's one of our ghosts. That's the ghost of YouTube comments. It's terrifying. Has killed a zombie horse apparently, which is funny, actually. as far as ghosts go in the map currently, we have 4 ghosts. We've got Twitch chat, or YouTube comments, Faint Speaker, who is our most murderous of dwarves, and Jezza. Faint Speaker, I think, has a kill count of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so this dwarf has killed every single one of our dwarf kills so far. And lives here, and died in this room, died to a giant porcupine. Who he was trying to train, and now occasionally just teleports up into this room or like down into this room and just offs people. So yes, every single dwarf in this fort will die. If moods are getting bad, it's because of this. This is our Halloween special. We did the same thing last year, and it's been very entertaining. I'm trying to keep hauling to a minimum, so the vast majority of hauling that's happening in this fortress is being done by minecarts. So we do have, kind of, or we're out of wood again, it seems. We do kind of have just, minecart routes basically everywhere. There's also this Gorlak dancer hanging out here. So shout outs to this Gorlak dancer. But, Jasper, I don't think you've had a dwarf in this fort. Nope. What kind of dwarf would you like? You said, an unlucky soul, right? Just double checking to make sure there wasn't a second one. Is that the only one today? Yeah, just the one today. Hope the Gorlak is safe. Well, they're gonna die if they stay here like everybody else will. Isn't a Viking funeral where you put them in a boat and then set the boat on fire? Atlas? I mean, I'm kind of doing that. I mean, bodies currently are just getting emptied down into the river, right here. Also, 2 other things about this fortress. 1, it's terrifying. That's the first thing. 2, it's untamed wilds. So the terrifying area is the mountain area. So this kind of center area. It is resurrecting. We do occasionally get dark gnomes that are undead appearing, and that's been fun. We figured it out because I butchered a bunch of animals and then a bunch of skins attacked me. So, it's been okay. We've got giant wrens on the map right now. I also completely removed any, we've also, wait. Oh my God, they're the right color now. I've got Ghost Baby, and it's actually a ghost. It just looked like a baby the other day, but now it's actually a ghost. The fort's probably not going to last this long, but if it okay, no, it's 2 years old and it's still got the baby spray. I was going to say, if it reaches like 18, does it become an adult ghost? Because I know ghosts can die of old age. So, like, You're trying to build on an empty space from the side of a mountain. You're asking me the question that you asked me earlier, which is it possible to build above ground? Yes, of course it's possible. How did it die? I don't know. You ask me this like I would know. I'm pretty sure that one just probably zombie, but I genuinely don't know. Couldn't tell you. Aregula the pink cat. Sup? Thanks for the prime sub. Don't forget to check your primes, chat. But I'm going to look for something real quick. Because I would like a dwarf dies, basically. As a... Or finds a dwarf dead. I want that to be a move the camera. So, Jasper, have you said what kind of dwarf you would like? Nope. Jasper, do you have any preferences on dwarf? I'm waiting on your preferences. Also, chat, could I get a round of beers for the brand new Prime subscription? I like that. Hit by a ball of flames. The beer emoji works. Comics maker. Or just the word beer. All right, if I don't see any responses from Jasper by the time I find this thing that I'm looking for, I will simply give you a happy dwarf. You found my VODs on YouTube and they were super relaxing, so you figured you'd watch live? Well, hello! Welcome to the live side of things. Welcome back to Twitch. I didn't realize there was specific gremlin notifications. Let me actually turn those on just for funsies. Have I missed this? Guess I could just go straight to alerts, but... Citizen death, there we go. So citizen death, let's say pause and recenter. All right, I will just give Jasper a happy dwarf. English the peasant is now Jasper. Ice Blue, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Jasper is a 129-year-old peasant. And this 129-year-old peasant is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. He isn't particularly curious about the world and is often nervous. He doesn't focus on material goods and he likes to brawl. He is stubborn and a friendly individual, and he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Often to bonds with others, and is often cheerful. And he likes a little excitement now and then, and he tends to be a little wasteful when we work on projects. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Check, can I get another round of beers for that 5-pack? And he does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. He's conflicted by this. He values artwork and its creation. He tends to do things correctly each time, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and winks when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally disregards tradition and values peace over war. He's been here since the year 1002. Thanks for the $1, Darius. He saw YouTube comments, dead body, and became more of a thrill seeker because of this. He is married to Nil and has a baby. He's got a number of family members in the fort. You'll love to see it. You can see no issues. You can foresee no issues in the future. Yeah, no, it's totally fine. But yeah, this is the fort, basically. I don't know, did this one ever get sorted? No, I need to actually finish making this fancier. But, yeah, this is the fortress. Also, one side rule is no plump helmets are allowed. So, you know, because of the lack of plump helmets, we've run out of alcohol a couple of times because I'm not exactly worrying too much about it to begin with. But, wintertime, you know, harvesting stuff can be a little tight sometimes. Thanks for the penny, Ice Blue. The on-screen celebration thing was kind of annoying, says the one who used it. Although, currently, I think I should just make a couple cabinets. Just a couple. Like 3. Maybe just 5. Terry Flap TV, thanks for the prime. Appreciate you, mate. Also, I'm making bronze ballista arrows, or I made a bunch of them. The reason we made a bunch of bronze ballista arrows is so that, I don't know, we can do something with ballista arrows, because I feel like that would be fun. I've also heard through the grapevine that apparently ghosts can be killed with projectile weapons. By that, I mean, like, ballistas or minecarts if they're moving at speed. which is interesting. You're the guy from YouTube with the stores in Bickle Vape. Well, there you go. Hello. But yeah, we've got enough ghosts running around at this point that I think we're in a pretty good spot, to be honest. So, yeah. Ghostbusters. Well, we can't bust those ghosts. We just, all we can do is let them ghost. That's about it. But yeah, this is just a fortress that is full of kind of wacky stair setups. And because we are going to have to fight the surface at some point, what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to build a more elaborate defense, shall we say. But first, I'm going to grab the correct tool and chop down some trees. But not in too large of a number that we get horribly murdered to death. And what do you think, chat? Should we go left for a ballista defense? What do you think? Could go like across the river and over to this side, because we already have a drawbridge over here. Because I'm thinking like maybe directly through this. Because you kind of need a straight line for ballistas. Ooh, or I could go through here.
Finished the COG video last night. I personally like the long-form videos, though I can imagine it's a lot of work.
That video was a fuck ton of work. It wasn't a lot of work. It was a fuck ton of work. That video was an excruciatingly large undertaking. But I'm glad people seem to like it, though. Okay, that's the aquifer layer. So I could do this layer. Yeah, why don't we do it here? It's going to be a bit, not tricky, but it's going to be a bit of work to get to it. Huh. But yeah, Myra, thank you very much for the 13th month. We've been on the cusp of a hype train for a minute. It's practically an unofficial hype train at this point, though. There's also Kesserite right there. I could also go on this layer. That'd be a bit closer to everything. You know what? Yeah, let's do this layer. Let's just get rid of all this. Got yourself a hazy pale ale. There you go. Yeah, let's work on the entryway is what I'm going to work on. And I could just bring them from over here, but that's a little awkward. Because I wasn't really planning for an entry on this side. This is kind of throwing me for a loop here. But what I think I could do is I could put a floor piece right here. And then dig to like right about there. And then just start going up. I think that could work. So it only needs to go up 2. Which ain't too bad. I thought I had floor grates still. Guess not. Are we in a burrow? No, we are not. All right. What even is a hype train?
Connie of the Wolves cheered. X101.
That's how a streamer get paid.
First place. Also, how's my dwarf health? Last time I remember we were making a hospital.
You are still being a dwarf. Currently you are brewing drink from plant.
Just finished you 10-year single dwarf watch video. Awesome work.
And you finished up some work and you're very satisfied. You are married to iron. And you have a fancy hat on. And a lot of jewelry and bling. And you... Oh, I was going to say, and you just picked up another one. Nope, you just picked up a plant. You've got unmatching shoes, and you're wearing 4 crowns. So, you're doing well, I would say. And Dershland as well, thanks for 25 months. I'm glad you liked it, mate. Glad you did. That video's had some phenomenal feedback so far, so... People do definitely like it. You just gotten ambushed by elves? Well, that's not too bad. I'm sure you'll be fine. Any dwarf worth their salt can easily fend off that threat. If somebody has to ask what hype train is, they probably already know. Elfie. Generally, I just kind of, I roll. Right. Okay, let's also go over here and check this guild hall. There we go. I finally sorted out that guild hall. I may have had another one, but I don't know. If we get there, we'll get there eventually. If we don't, we don't. And it is what it is. It kind of seems like the Devil Dawn. Thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. But it's kind of nice to, be able to actually play a fort, indoor fort. There was somebody who commented on the 10 years of following COG video. And most of you will probably realize very quickly just how absurd this comment is. But the comment is essentially just, could we get a follow-up in a month on the next 10 years of this dwarf's life? It would be great if this could be a monthly series. To which I have to kind of say, yeah, that would be great, wouldn't it? I'm not going to edit. Fuck that shit. And I'm still kind of amused that somebody actually thought that that was a request that they could make. Like, kind of genuinely amused by this. It's like, could we get, like, monthly updates with COG? That would be awesome. It's like, yeah, you do think that would be awesome, don't you? Well, I'm in an aquifer, so this ain't really optimal here. So what I'm going to do is erase this. And we'll just keep digging. Because it'll just drain. It'll be fine. And Ice Blue, thanks for checking out a gift. Appreciate you. We are now in a hype train, so if you happen to have a resub or a prime sub, now's the time to use it if you want channel things like emotes that you can use that don't matter. Otherwise, feel free to ignore it. Has COG's world even moved forward in time? It's the same world as Seed Vault, so yeah. You can change the setting for how many they let you cut down. Havoc. So you can literally just go here, go to custom settings and scroll down. And it is Diplomacy Tree Fell Count for Untamed Wilds and Diplomacy Tree Fell Count. 5 for Untamed Wilds, 25 normally, but you could set those numbers to whatever you want. So if you want it to be harder to piss off the elves, you could absolutely do that. Why would I play as a race that doesn't have any unique mechanics, whereas only dwarves have unique mechanics? Playing as goblins is just the same as playing as dwarves, except goblins don't need to drink, so, like, your main friction for playing the faction is removed. Also, game's paused, and I didn't realize. I was wondering why it was taking them so long to mine. Where did I get the idea to follow COG for so long? Well, 10 years isn't that long, but where did I get the idea? I don't know. Chat, who came up with the idea? They do, yeah. Terry Flap. Some of the visitors that come to your fort are... Okay, so if a character shows up on your map and they have a name, then they are a known entity in the world, right? So if you get a goblin dancer that shows up, they might be a spy from the Goblin Civ looking at where the traps in your fortress are located, and if you have a bunch of weapon traps at the front door, the enemy army will then walk around the weapon traps, because in adventure mode, traps are invisible, right? And it's the same for the enemies attacking your fort. So they walk around it. So yeah, spies can show up and like scout your locations, and sometimes you'll just be sitting there and a siege will show up and then they'll immediately leave. Those are scouting parties that are just wandering around scouting the vicinity, and sometimes they will invade you by accident because they didn't know that you're there. But if they do that once, then they know you're there. So yeah, they do send out scouts. Basically, the NPCs that you get that visit your fortress in fortress mode are like the game's adventurers, right? Because adventurers are not just a player character. Adventurer is like a class of character in the world that just exist, right? So they go on missions that they are given by either their own internal goals or something else, right? Like sometimes you'll see a character and it'll be like, accomplished treasure hunter. It's like, okay, well, what is a treasure hunter? Well, it's somebody who goes around looking for artifacts, basically, is what an accomplished treasure hunter would be. What if there is Joe was about traps? Joe was about traps. What? What if there was no... What if there is no was about around traps? No way around traps? Well, then they'll step on them. I mean, like, if it's impossible to get around them, then yeah, they'll still step on them. If I retire, make an adventurer and then reclaim the fort, will the adventurer one day show up in your fort? No, because adventurers that the player controls are left in a specific location for a reason. It's so they don't go off and die. They're kind of put into hibernation, if you will, unless you retire the adventurer in that fort. Yeah, if there's no way around them, they'll just, like... They'll try, but... If there's only so much they can do, then there's only so much they can do. Trying to figure out... Yeah, I should build a minecart route out of this, shouldn't I? Transport all this sandstone. Because I don't currently have a sandstone collection location, I don't think. And then I could maybe swap it for a... From sandstone into, say... some other material. Could just go this way with the minecart. Or maybe swap it to transporting these back up along the same route. Also, somebody tantrumed and threw a bunch of shit everywhere. Or a ghost threw a bunch of shit everywhere. Because there is just shit everywhere. Could have been a ghost, actually. Could definitely have been a ghost. Because there is just bits and pieces of things just everywhere now. Alright, so you're just making charcoal. How am I doing for wood that needs hauling? Seems like it's all been hauled. I'm also just trying to not agitate the wilds because agitated creatures that are giant can sometimes be scary. Do you have a dwarf already? I'm not sure. No, you don't. Not to be mean, but I like to think that's up to the Twitch chat people to figure out if you have a dwarf already. You do not. Dwarf you? Hey chat, do we dwarf Raging Cave, who's nominating themselves to be dwarfed? Yes or no? It's up to you guys to vote. Got rock salt. Let's go here. And place sandstone. And this is not going to be a haul from other locations thing. Poor Raging Cave is now a cow. But, okay, so chat room, because Raging Cave nominated themselves, they don't have selection of what kind of dwarf they want. What kind of dwarf are we going to give Raging Cave? What kind of dwarf do you think Raging Cave should be? Angry Gelder. It's okay. According to the chat rooms, there's only one job that exists, and that's gelding, right? The fishermen? I'm not permitting fishing here, because they'd all be dead already. Sewage shoveler. If only that was a gerb. All right, let's see who angry. We've got Saigon. We've got Stukos. I have a Goblin Gelder. I mean, it does fit the description from... We got angry, they're angry, and we got Gelder. Who's currently praying. I would be too. If I was this goblin. He's legendary, even. How did I get a goblin citizen? They asked to join in the tavern. They're also not a citizen. This is a bard. So this is now Raging Cave. Is this the second non-dwarf character you've had in one of my forts, Cave? Because you definitely had Gelders geld animals. That's how you gain that skill. It's not possible to assign them to geld anything else. So, they are a goblin who is a gelder by trade. But, does he write songs about castration? So he's over here just, like, playing Accept covers all day? Just playing covers of Balls of Steel. Just sitting here singing Balls to the Wall. He is very friendly, and I know that's AC/DC, but and he tries to say nice things to others, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands, and is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He is very quick to anger and never would pass up a chance for a good fist fight. He is disturbed by this, as he values quiet, at least as an abstract concept. And he is sometimes cruel, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he has an active sense of humor. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he often feels discouraged. He tends to be a bit wasteful when working on projects, and he doesn't focus on material goods. When he's trying to remember something, he often starts chewing his lips. He dreams of attaining a rank in society and personally finds romance distasteful, values tranquility and a peaceful day. And he likes black bronze and yellow jasper, and giant rattlesnake tooth, and low boots, and earrings, and when possible prefers to consume beet plants, date wine, and naff seeds. You like beet plants, you like beet tops, and eggplants. And he absolutely hates snails. It's like my summer diet. He feels wonder after incompetently performing the rites of the religion that he's currently worshiping, and you worship a buttload of gods. You have several apprentices. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 apprentices. You used to have someone who you learned under, and you have several former apprentices as well. Aside from that, you're just passing acquaintances. Quite the crew, though. You used to be a member of the Ill Thief. And the Roasted Seduction. And you're a member of the performance troupe known as The Great Lies. Usually apprentices are given to people who study, like academics. So he was probably teaching them like stuff that he'd read, actually, like under knowledge, this tab. So I read that as the crowd strike. Is crowd a word? Chat, you could name a fort crowd strike. I don't know what you should do with that information, but missed opportunity there. Oh well. Why are drinks so low? Why not? Maybe your drinks are too high. Okay, we'll call this sandstone. And you are going to load from here. And you're going to go this way. And I'm going to go over to here. And it would be this one. Drinks are never too high? Bet. It depends on how many you have. If it's all one type, then it's too high. If it's any number above like 100. Because most dwarves want to drink more than one type of booze. So if you have a lot of booze and it's all one type, then the dwarves are never going to be able to find the variety, and that's bad. But as long as there is like at least 3 to 4 kinds of booze, yeah, no, you're not wrong. There's more or less never enough. But for me personally, I don't care. Especially in this fort. I do not care. It is not a concern. Lack of alcohol is the least of the problems of this fort, and that's by design. So that adventurers go to sleep when you aren't playing them? Not really. They just don't do anything. Or they try their best to not die, I guess.
Kappa Crypt Beer.
Do they keep existing when you're not playing them? Yes. Back when you played, I think the world hadn't been woken up yet, Terry Flap? Because you said... Were you one of the people who said that you played, like, 14 years ago? Or was that somebody else? But, they've turned the world on. So essentially the world keeps spinning, basically. Every time the game saves, everything that's happened in the world gets logged into Legends. And when you retire and start a new fort, it moves things forwards or backwards by a bit. Were you in a Golden Kappa hype train earlier today? Angry Snail? Damn. Thanks for the 11th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, mate. That was somebody else. Okay, you played when it was ASCII only last. That's like saying the last time you watched South Park, Kenny died. So that's not really that informative, but yeah, no, the world, basically, you're playing a fortress or an adventurer, and while you're playing your fortress or your adventurer, the overworld is playing a really, really, really slow game of Civ. So just a game of Civ. And yesterday, no, it's totally... No, I was just wondering what it was, because they only last for 24 hours, but I'm in an ad, so I will pause. Like 6 months before Steam? Okay. Is it possible to have a Fortress and Legends mode simultaneously then? No. You have to have 2 separate installs of the game to do that. Which is very easy to do because you can just literally right-click, copy, paste, like onto your desktop a second install of Dwarf Fort out of the Steam thing, and then just like click on the icon and boom, you have a second copy. Because there's no DRM on Steam DF. Although I've been told if you install a bunch of Steam Workshop mods and then try to launch it without turning on Steam, it takes a while to load. Like, the game takes a significantly longer period of time to load, but you have absolutely no idea what you're doing. Well, there you go. I maybe don't follow what I'm doing in this particular fort, because this is a Halloween gimmick fort that's designed to be kind of fucked. So, just know that, I guess. What would I say is the best defense against hell? I cannot tell you because I do not know. It depends on what kind of demons you have. You asked a very similar question to this earlier. I genuinely couldn't tell you. Not traps, because traps don't activate underneath them. This includes like raising and lowering drawbridges. Prepare for everything, you know? Have obsidian or have water and lava above it so you can make obsidian if need. Cave-ins, very efficient. Ballistas, not terrible. Long hallways and marks dwarves, not terrible. You probably don't want to fight them in melee. Hammers of Armok, very useful. If you have gotten to the point where you can get to hell, I recommend you just simply make a save and try it a couple times and see what works, because it depends on what is coming out of hell. If they're all made of fire, obsidian ain't going to work because all the water will evaporate before it touches them, right? Cave-ins might work if you can set it up well, but you have to set it up well. Dwarf Fortress is not on GOG. If you want it without Steam, then you get it itch.io. No, because Steam is DRM free. I literally just said that Steam is DRM. So in Steam, you can enable DRM if you want. Steam has its own built-in DRM. Basically, Steam needs to be running in order for a game to launch. You can turn that on when you are putting your game on Steam. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have that. So Dwarf Fortress is DRM free on Steam. And no, it's not on GOG, because GOG is not great. I don't understand why there's a petition for it to be on GOG, because itch is a better service than GOG. GOG is not brilliant. Brilliant. I'll say that for a multitude of reasons. Yeah, no, and like I said, it just takes a while for it to launch, but it still launches. And that's only if you have a bunch of mods installed. So, yeah, no, it is DRM free to just play it on Steam. I have no idea what that means, Patch. What does that mean? Well, we've got a dwarf that was found dead. I think this was the one that went nuts from the artifact that failed. And you're in the resurrecting area. Fortunately, there's soldiers close by. Let's see if you come back, or if they remove you first. They remove you first. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, really? So .ios are going to become an issue. Huh. Is this like Tuvalu sinking into the ocean? How do you forget about Dwarf Fortress? Well, I mean, clearly you remembered now. I think they look cool, Patch Arcana. And it stops dwarves from seeing scary thing that walking in hallway. You kind of want to break line of sight if that thing is expected to have scary thing in it. Saw me in your recommendations on YouTube? Well, there you go. Welcome back to the realm of the dwarf. Trying to figure out what material I want to make this out of. Kind of want to just say find pewter. Because I have it. I mean, why not? Fancy bridge. I live? Do you live? You live and I'm over here and I'm just live, so. Iron is still militia commander, yes. Of rock salt over water to inspire confidence? Rock salt doesn't really dissolve in water, though. I mean, it's still ASCII if you enable it. Or if you download the free version, it's also still ASCII. I mean, the only difference between the Steam Premium version and the, like, ASCII free version is the premium version comes with a built-in graphical tile set and music. That's an English sentence, yes. Killed with style. All right, so you down here are going to take from this. Same with this. You are going to also take from this. Because I've got dolomite down here, I've got rock salt up here, and now I've got sandstone. As well as a pile of logs. Hopefully this has more logs in it. It does, which is great. And we're now caught up on charcoal, which is good. This is your second attempt at getting into Dwarf Fortress, so you think it's working now because you have 15 hours in this week? To me, Dwarf Fortress, and I've had people be like, nah, I don't agree with this, which is fine. But to me, Dwarf Fortress has a, 20-hour learning curve. And I don't mean to, learn the whole game. I mean to understand enough of the basics that you can play it and enjoy it, but not be an expert by any stretch, right? Like, you still have lots to learn, but if you've made it to, roughly the 20-hour mark and your fort is mostly functional, there certainly will be things that'll confuse you, and certainly stuff that you still have to learn. But at that point, you've made it to the point where you can just play and, for the most part, have a good time. So, congratulations. You've more or less made it. By that logic. These things are sturdy. You know what's funny? Fall damage is not calculated based on the height that they fell. Fall damage is calculated based on the density of the thing that they landed on. So, if you fall 5 Z levels, right? And you land on, granite. Okay, that'll hurt a little bit. If you fall 5 Z levels and you land on platinum, you might just, become a pancake. So, I once had a dwarf fall through 8 layers of floor. And then bounce. And, very funny. That's not how falling works. Don't worry. Dwarf Fortress doesn't know how physics works. It's fine. Just don't ask too many questions, okay? Just don't. It's fine exactly the way it is. Yeah, and then you fall 50 Z levels onto a featherwood floor, and it's the equivalent of bouncing off of a trampoline. They can bounce. Oh yeah. Yeah, itch lets you do the same thing though. Also, Dwarf Fortress is DRM free on Steam. So if you have a lot of mods and you're worried about an update, right-click your Dwarf Fortress install and copy it and paste it somewhere. And then just play that. For me, I would like GOG if they were a more consistent platform. My problem with GOG is I kind of don't trust them. I don't trust them to continue existing, for one thing, and I also don't trust them to be consistent about their messaging, marketing, or the way they present their platform. And they've eaten their socks a couple of times with dumb shit that they've said on their platform, to the point where it's like, okay, like, I don't hate GOG. I think it's fine, but out of all of the current storefronts that you can buy video games from, GOG is the one I will be the least surprised if they don't exist in a couple of years. So, trying to decide if I should go from the surface and cover this. You appreciate the preservation efforts they do? Sure. But when it comes to just, like, you know, DRM-free game platforms, itch is a better platform. The DRM's free stuff stays your own? Sure, but not if you can't download it anymore, right? You just have the copies that you have installed, which is great. So I hope that you have copies of every single one of the games that you bought on that game installed and sitting on a hard drive, right? itch.io has no DRM. itch.io is basically like the Bandcamp of the video game world. So the developer gets to set what cut itch gets, and they can set it to 0. And it can go to charity. If you want all proceeds to go to charity, it can go directly to the developer. There's a lot of flexibility on the dev end. They don't even need to upload games. They could just be game assets. They don't need to be finished or functional. You probably should, Darius. You probably should. You just, no, not at all. Like, the whole point of itch is they are like the indie first storefront. So, but yeah, no, I would say that itch is easily the best storefront currently. And unlike GOG, they're a very low budget operation. And because they're a low budget operation, they can get away with doing things that even GOG can't do. Angerfoot? Was that oh, like the original demo for it? I was gonna say, didn't that come out like kind of recently? But like Vampire Survivors was on itch like 6 months before it was on Steam. So yeah, I don't know. I have had issues with GOG in the past. I like their no bullshit, fuck DRM stance, but yeah, I don't know. They've also just stuck their foot in their mouths marketing-wise enough times at this point that I'm like, yeah, it's not. If I have the option to get a Steam key, an itch key, or a good old games key, I will take the Steam key. If I'm offered a second one, I'll take the itch key. So. What the frick heck is a DRM? Downloadable rights management. Basically, it like prevents you from running software in certain situations if you don't have an internet connection. Like, games that require Steam to be running for the game to work is a form of DRM. Copy protection. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you can sell tabletop games on itch. Like, Reanimated Magpie mentioned that in the YouTube chat just now. So, yeah, I don't know. Anti-cheat in single-player games is the most stupid. Making games that didn't need to be multiplayer games multiplayer is just as stupid, but... You know, My favorite thing, Lyquist, is or not Lyquist, Patch Arcana is when is develop. Okay, I saw a quote relatively recently from a developer friend of mine who said most developers should just be happy that their game is popular enough to get pirated. Like, congratulations, you're successful. People want to steal your shit. Also, hey, Lyquist, how's the fort going? Pretty well. I'm trying to build a defense of sorts. I'm going to be attempting is maybe a bad word. I'm going to be doing my damnedest to use siege equipment as a form of defense for this fort, because I think it'd be fun. With such great waterfalls. This is almost purely default generation. The only thing I actually changed about the generation for this world is the length of time that it generates for, which is 1,000 years, and the, what's it called? Amount of minerals, which I set to about sparse. A little bit more than that. And how do I generate worlds with such good waterfalls? You look for them. You have to find them. Use the elevation monitor to show you areas that have sudden changes in elevation or cliffs that also have a river on them, and then settle there. You just have to find them. But default world generates stuff like this all the time. Ask me anything about my record collection, Local Bunny. Or my cassette tape collection. Or the piles of CDs I have. And you do still pay for music. You just don't own it, which is worse. Ballista, because catapults are fucking useless. Catapults are useful for one thing, and that's training siege operators, but I was just going to make a siege operators guild. I might make some catapults for training, but make ballista parts. Let's say, yeah, let's just do 3. And catapult parts. Let's do 6. For bored dwarves to learn skills, why don't you just make guild halls? Make public guild halls, because bored dwarves can learn skills there. That's what I would suggest. Okay, well, that's all done. I might put, like, cages around the edge of this just for flooring purposes. So it looks nice. You had plans to take a fort in Dwarf Fortress and then build it in Terraria? I don't know how you would do that, but best of luck. Like transforming a 3D space into a 2D space seems complicated. But I mean, hey. Do aquifers still leak during the winter? What do you mean by leak? You mean, like, do they freeze? If they have, like, surface connections, they'll freeze and they'll become bricks of ice. But yeah, they leak year-round. Because usually they're far enough underground that, you know, it's they're not going to freeze. 40 Dwarf Fortress win. I don't want smell-o-vision in my fortress. I don't want to know what this fort smells like. Guys, remember when that one startup put out smell-o-vision for video games? They're like, now it comes with these 4 new scents, such as, like, bile. It was like gunpowder and burning tarmac or something. It's like, great, you can use essential oils to make your house smell like mine does in the summer when we have forest fire season. That sounds awful. Pando over here is producing a masterwork. Talking about what? I'm pretty sure it was called Game Sense. Although I can't... Oh, I see. It's because fucking Google auto-corrected me. Douchebags. Yeah, this. It's this. Automatic scent release detected by sound effects. No programming needed. Of entertainment with GameSense, capable of all gaming consoles and streaming platforms, powered by AI. Our devices release real-time scents that enhance every scene. You sync it up with your console or thing, and they can immerse yourself in smells such as racing cars, explosions, gunfire, forests, storms, neutralize the scents from an app, and more scents to come. That's not... Is that literally all they have? Oh, I see. Gunfire, explosion, forest, racing cars, storm, clean air, blood, ocean, sports arena. So sweat and Axe body spray? That's yuck. And fresh cut grass. Okay, so all you need is like fresh cut grass, clean air, or no, but that's just to neutralize the scents. Storm and forest, and you got farming simulator, like check. What is this? This is GameSense. You can, if you buy and say, if you save $30, includes 6 full, yeah, if you buy it, you get 6 full bottles of scents. Why does this exist? I don't know. You tell me. Somebody buys it. They have a testimonials section. I know him. Welp. Okay. Sure. Because that guy buys it. I don't know. Anyway, we over here making catapult parts. And also assembling ballista arrows. Oh no, you come back from a meeting and you see a game sent. There was a joke made about 4D Dwarf Fort, and I said I don't want to smell Dwarf Fortress. Monia, thank you very much for the 17th month, by the way. Appreciate you. You'd also go for the smell of gasoline. Oh yeah, for farming sim. And horse poop. The smell of grass and dirt. I like the smell of grass and dirt. It smells like, you know, being outside. It's pretty nice. Let's see if I can make one of these. The smell of manure is the smell of spring. Yeah, I'd second that. Shoutouts to Irvad over here, playing make-believe. Just waiting for somebody to go over here and load up this minecart. I'm sure they're working on it. Moods are getting kind of bad. Because there's just, like, dead bodies kind of everywhere. It's not a good time. You want a pressure washer? Thanks for getting the song Pressure Washer by the Arrogant Worms stuck in my head. I am grateful, I guess. If you don't know the song Pressure Washer by the Arrogant Worms, that's fine. Are there any ghosts that don't have a name? I'm pretty sure all the ghosts have names. I'm kind of not naming ghosts because they are not very consistent about appearing. There is an unnamed ghost baby. Which, you know, is pretty funny. Pressure Washer by the Arrogant Worms would be the song to look up then. Also, can we officially refer to this room as the mug room? Also, this room looks like a Dyson vacuum cleaner. Like those rechargeable stick vacuums. Yeah, I think I'm just sticking with, like, if a ghost doesn't have a name, killed with style, and chat comes up with a funny nickname for it, then I'll give them that funny nickname, but I'm kind of, like, trying to avoid just trying to name ghosts. We thought about doing that initially, and it's like, then people only want ghosts. It kind of becomes like the military problem when I don't really have a military, if that makes any sense. Or a t-shirt cannon. Isn't that just a vacuum cleaner on reverse? Like, you just put it in reverse gear and fill it up with stuff. Oh no, somebody had a baby. Why would you do that? Bombwreck the Bone Carver is giving birth to a baby boy. Well. Also, I love this dwarf. This is our captain of the guard. He had big hair, so we gave him captain of the guard job because he had big hair. And what did you do? So we're up to 6 dwarves dead to ghosts, okay? Every single one of them was killed by this dwarf. Do you have a combat log? Oh man, I was really hoping you would. But Zas the cook has been found dead, completely contorted in fear. What's up with this fort, by the way? I am not memorializing any dead ghosts. Did I name a dwarf for replay? No, I didn't. They want something bald. Bald male dwarf? Or do you want a female dwarf? Because we've got Kavish, who's bald male dwarf, but we've also got plenty of bald female dwarfs. Also, I'm glad that not all of these dwarfs have hats yet. Otherwise, I would have a hard time finding a bald dwarf. So Kavish then. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I wasn't really looking for them because I named one not too long ago. Thanks for the yell, though, Connie. All right. He is vengeful and never forgives or forgets past grievances. Oh boy, if you die in a bad mood, man. You're going to be one hell of a ghost. He is very happy and optimistic, and he prefers to be alone. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and he occasionally overindulges. He often feels discouraged and can handle stress. Generally, tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is stubborn, and he has little interest in joking around. He isn't particularly interested in what others think of him, and is quick to form negative views about things. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally is somewhat disgusted by romance and sees introspection as important and finds friendship burdensome. Likes galena, platinum, fortification, agate, as well as tower cap wood and green glass, alligator snapping turtle bone, and the color sandy taupe. Gems and cats for their aloofness and axolotls for their gills. The words of the scribe of playing and the sight of the wonder of pantomiming, when possible prefers to consume anchovy, parch, and banana beer, and absolutely hates blood gnats. And is very muscular and has a long beard. We're about to get hit by an ad. You do have a wife who's a presser, and you have been in the fortress since the year 1003, and you've only had happy thoughts since getting here, so somehow. Yeah, he likes banana beer. Have you never had banana beer, Terry Flap? I've had banana beer. Banana beer is one of two things generally, I presume. It's either a Hefeweizen, which can often have like a banana-y kind of flavor to it, or it's like a banana bread beer or like a fruited beer. I've had all three. So ask me anything about banana beer. Well, I mean, he's a very practical kind of guy, right? Reanimated Magpie. It's like a marriage of practicality, right? I'll say the easiest to find banana beer that I know of is probably Wells Banana Bread Beer. But it's not really beer. I say that as somebody who likes beer. It's more like a beer beverage. It tastes like banana candy. It's pretty tasty, though. Great in ice cream, actually. You want to make, like, a really fucking baller, like milkshake? Get yourself, like, a bottle of Wells Banana Bread Beer and pour half of that into the blender. This shit's great. Did Twitch really say goodbye to Bible Thump? Apparently. Yeah, here's the thing. I don't pay attention to what Twitch does, and quite frankly, I don't care. I mean, like, I could bring it back. Like, I'm pretty sure Angel Thump is active in this chat anyway. Like, could easily bring that back with better Twitch in, like, under 90 minutes. But I'm pretty sure the licensing on it ran out. I recall hearing something about that. Well, first you have to have grandmas that are alive, and I don't have that. So I'll take my banana stuff. Thanks, local buddy. But that dwarf that died, who's now scarring all of these dwarves for, you know, just being there as the ghost disappears. And shoutouts to the little child for removing the body from the problem spot. Replay, thanks for the 11th month. Welcome back, mate.
Beer.
I am actually going to plop these down here so that my managers can put their clothing away instead of just making piles of clothes in their offices. Because nobody has anywhere to put clothes in this fort. What else do I have that I can make? Oopsies. Make Billin. Yeah. Well, I mean, then it's going to get put into this minecart up here. And then punted down the hill. Even though you always give them chests, they put rings and other items in there. Uh-oh. So, that dwarf came back to life as a zombie, I think. And Logum the peasant has been found dead. It appears that Raging Cave, the Goblin Gelder, is currently getting stabbed by Zas. Dip Charcoal, supposedly is their name. The Goblin Gelder is punching the zombie. And it does appear that there's a bunch of military right there, so it's not too bad. I can just station them right here. We do have Obok, one of my militia captains, as well as some other dwarves with maces and axes. So I'm just going to wait a few turns and watch bits and pieces of things fly away. It appears that the zombie went down very quickly. Did you get the kill? Nope. How about you? Did you get the... Nope, you didn't. Child is quite injured. How about you? Did you get it? Yeah, it seems like our militia captain here killed the zombie by bashing it in the head with a bronze mace. Now we've got a child that needs to be rescued and a bunch of body parts that need to be put away. Far away from here, hopefully. I think we're also still inside of the resurrecting biome, but all of the pieces are now gone. And now up and in here. So this should no longer be an issue. We just need all of the bits and pieces to get put into the minecart. You love the barrels and pots being filled with stuff? Yeah, it's a lovely little detail that they added. I'm not using any mods. This is vanilla. It tasted exactly like a peanut butter jelly sandwich. Okay. I've had some pretty strange flavor combinations of sushi before, so I've been there. So I don't actually know what killed Logan. I guess it was the zombie. But, you know, presuming I'm out of brewable stuff again. Yep. Lissai. Just got a whole bunch of fertile turkey eggs. This is a problem. That, or I'm just out of pots and barrels. Although, is this empty? Okay, so there is one empty one. Yeah, looks like we are just out of stuff for booze. Fortunately, we're into late winter. And I can also just go up to the surface and do this. But, like, tisk. If I was actually, like, taking farming seriously in this fort, this wouldn't be an issue. But I am not, so... I'm going to make a quantum stockpile up here for ammunition for this thing. And this is going to be for, I guess, siege ammo. Siege ammo. And then I will make a siege ammo one right here. And then you, I will go right here, add a route, and this will be called SIEGE ammo. And then you are going to be right there. You are going to load from here. And you are only going to load, and we'll just say all that stuff. And then remove all this. And then I will put a chestnut minecart on it. That's like asking, do you have water? I don't know what, like, the brand BJ's wine coolers is, but I don't drink wine coolers, so I'm probably not a good person to ask. I know we have wine coolers. Do I have that particular brand? Fuck if I know. I don't buy them. Don't look in those cupboards, so you'd have to ask somebody else. You love English ales. You get that one that tasted like a biscuit. It's like a mildly sweet cookie with no additions besides sugar. Yeah, I don't know what they use to sweeten Wells banana bread beer, but it's like not terrible. You've pretty much settled into drinking Guinness when you drink beer. I always joke about this, but I drink Guinness to sober up. Sometimes you just need a nice light drink to end a night of debauchery, and turns out Guinness is a nice light drink. No. No, it's not, Jay the Eternal. It's just a very unremarkable, like, Irish stout. Unless you live in Ireland, maybe then it's good. I don't know. Have I ever tried Trappist beers? Plenty. I like Delirium Tremens. Although I'm not entirely certain if that's exactly what you're talking about, but... Yeah, I don't know. Guinness to me is just a cultural thing if you're from a particular part of the world. The Guild of Skies has many members in Ghostcandy and requires a grand guild hall. The location must be built and furnished, with the hall designated as a farmer guild, which I think that's not this room. It's this one, isn't it? Ay, 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 ay. All right, well, I think probably the best way to do this is to just replace a bunch of these walls. I also need rock doors. Fuck Island Wi-Fi? Oh no. You think it tastes of alcohol? Surprise, alcohol is beer. I like the taste of alcohol. But yes, I have in fact had, oh, as in quads and triples? Because yes, I have had quads and triples. I don't mind them. I like a Belgian quad. I don't like a pint of a Belgian quad. I like a 6-ounce glass, or like maybe 200 mils tops. Anything more than that's kind of a bit much. They get heavy. I don't know. Like it's how to get a hangover. Drink a bunch of Belgian quads. But I like places that can give those to me in small portion sizes. So if you have a good quad and you also have it in a small portion size, that's good. How did... Oh, were you? The classic, the water thawed. Wallace, you know. Well done. You know, honestly, what I should do is I should just build flooring or just walls across this next winter. I think I might just do that. I think I might just do that. Also, we have an artifact that's been started? Was that the dwarf that just died? Nope. Okay. I didn't know that it would tell me what they were going for. Or maybe that's... Oh, I see. It was down there that they stopped doing stuff. I get it. Hope the fort is very ghosty. I would say it has been. Bones, yes. Stone rock, okay. You need me to butcher something. Some goats it is. Also here, just don't put eggs. And also, these dwarves should just go back to whatever they were doing and not standing here. Let's see, do you need anything else? Or is it literally just bones and stone? It's literally just bones and stone. Huh. What a simple little artifact. I will ban you from my chat if you ask me that again, Connie. Does that answer your question? With the grassy, rotten plant aftertaste? Got it. She carries 10 rocks to be the artifact? I mean, she might. All right. The Wi-Fi wins today. You've been locked at a crunchy 160p and it's still lagging. You're going to call it quits for the day. Have you tried the YouTube stream, Jasper? And then typing on Twitch chat? Because I know some people have said that they have better luck on one or the other if their internet's being bad. But regardless, we'll see you when we see you. I'll be on tomorrow. Normal time. Anyway, Connie, don't take this personally, but I'm going to delete that message just because I don't want to see it. Kind of did look better on YouTube. Twitch has a higher bitrate. Fun fact. YouTube is a horrible platform for streaming, though. I stream there because I can, but if I had to pick one, I would go back to just being on Twitch. But it is what it is. Could just be as placebo. Yeah. Sharks can slap with their tail? How did you find that out? Yeah, no, I mean, most of the stuff I do on YouTube is like essentially just external marketing for my streams, right? Are there fewer restrictions on Twitch? What do you mean by fewer restrictions? The site server location matters if you're dealing with low speeds. I mean, with Twitch, yeah, it certainly does. If like people complain about audio sync issues, it's like that's almost entirely due to your own location. As in the streaming platform as opposed to YouTube. I don't know what you mean by restrictions. Do you mean like what you can do? You need to be more specific when you say restrictions. Do you mean rules? Because they're about the same, generally. Although YouTube doesn't have moderation, really, in the same way Twitch does. Twitch actually has a decent moderation team, whereas YouTube, like, thinks about it for a while and then bans you for no reason because somebody issued a fake copyright strike at you. Yeah, I don't know. I'll put it this way. YouTube is YouTube first, like the platform first, right? Twitch is creator first, and I like that. And Twitch is designed to build a community and keep them watching a thing, whereas YouTube is designed to keep you on YouTube. They don't care what you're watching. And in fact, they reward you for watching different things from the viewer perspective. So, you know, the average watch time of my streams on Twitch are like an hour and a half. Like a person on average watches a stream on Twitch for an hour and a half. The highest watch time I've ever had on YouTube is 30 minutes for a stream. Because there's just, you know, distractions everywhere telling you to go watch this thing, watch this short, do this thing, click this button. But no, the reason YouTube is a bad streaming platform is because streaming on YouTube is YouTube's side hustle, right? Twitch is a better streaming platform because that's all Twitch does, right? Whereas YouTube does video, they do shorts, they do other formats, and YouTube doesn't care about your community or what you're trying to build. They just want you to make things that get lots of views. Usually watch my streams while you're at work. There you go. When Twitch starts using the new video encoding API, it will cost Twitch a lot less money and will be really good for the platform. I mean, they've already started using it for some people. But I'm not in that beta because I didn't feel like signing up. Anyway, a vile force of darkness has arrived. I'm kind of expecting them to just leave, which they did. That was a scouting party, by the way. The reason I said I was expecting them to just leave was because of how they looked. But a Snatcher did arrive. It was now in a cage. Excellent. A second one, also in a cage. Excellent. Why do they just leave sometimes? Because they're scouts. They're not actually there to siege you. How many ghosts do we have on the map right now? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ghosts on the map. All right, literally all you needed was 1 rock and some bones. And this one. Thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. You can disable the scouting parties by increasing the minimum number of soldiers they can send. Or increasing the frequency of sieges versus, what's it called? It's sieges instead of something else. I can't remember what the exact verbiage is in the settings, but you can make them a lot more or sieges versus raids, I think is what it is. So if you turn up the frequency of sieges and lower the frequency of raids, you'll get more actual armies attacking you instead of those scouting parties. Siltstone cabochons, menaces with spikes of siltstone. I still love the fact that all of the ghost deaths have been at the hands of 1 ghost so far. It's all been Faint Speaker. And all it did was follow its mother around. That's terrifying. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that Prime sub, by the way? Thank you much. Okay, so up here, I need a drawbridge. Although, I want to do it this way. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. And then I'll go across to this side. And then once this is done being built, we'll chuck a roof on top of it, which I'll need to do. And also, let's actually go up to this upper layer and remove these because I don't really need these. And then once all that is constructed, then we'll put a little drawbridge there and have the ability to open and close it. Once we can seal off that side, our options are significantly higher. Bone Carver has created a goat bone hatch cover named Stasishtling and offers it to the ghost trap. I think I will chuck that right here because that is a cool thing. And as soon as the ghost baby popped up, the mother still got Seeking Infant, and it really shocked you. I wonder if we're seeing that. Eh? I keep on ending up with my own dwarves in cages. It's actually kind of confusing. I'm not entirely sure what's causing it, but I keep ending up with my own dwarves in cages. And a bone carver hall. Great. Don't I already have a bone carver hall? I thought I did. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Trying to increase the value of this slightly. What's the flooded room? This is my temple. And it's not flooded. It's just misted. Very efficiently. From the natural misting that comes from the aquifers. Same with this. This is our dormitory. This is where the dwarves sleep. Where they're also getting natural misting from the aquifers. Even the goats appreciate it. I'm sure it makes the viscous scent of goat piss significantly better. And then this is just, well, I had to dig through an aquifer to get up to here. No, I think what happens is dwarves keep getting knocked over while they are walking into the fortress. So, you know. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. What are the two big animals with the turkeys? This is a giant cougar I bought from the elves, and this is a giant hyena I also bought from the elves. And this was my first time seeing a hyena in this version of Dwarf Fortress, let alone a giant one. And this right here, the Malignant Hog's Board of... Faint Speaker's got quite the title. Jeez. Well, I said goat piss, but you know. I don't recall that episode of South Park, regardless, but... And the value of this has a lot of upgoing it needs to do. Which is not going to be a quick process, but we'll do as much as we can. That's Fort's devil? That's Fort's devil. What? Faint Speaker is the devil? I mean, pretty much. There's Havoc. You know, who's been mulling over his reoccurring tendencies probably since dying. Was disillusioned after having to decure... Hold on. Was uneasy dwelling upon being hunted by the dead is the last memory this ghost has. Welp. It's a shame we couldn't do better for you, bud. Sometimes you just end up that way. So these are all just smooth rock walls. I could just knock those down. I could just knock them down. Which may be what I'll need to do or something. You have one legendary engraver. Whatever he touches instantly gets a guild hall below the 10,000 threshold. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I have the economy set to hard, so we're on the 30,000 threshold. I mean, I could limit engraving to just dwarves that are heavily skilled in it, but I don't have any dwarves that are heavily skilled in it. But maybe. Why not? Let's just assign a couple peasants to it and make specialized engravers. What? Oh, elves have arrived to trade. Lovely. But yeah, Bone Carver's Hall is something that we're going to need to do next. Although I thought I had one somewhere, don't I? Yeah, I do. So, that'll be easy enough to sort. You'll be sad when he finally goes. You should make an Engraver's Guild Hall and get him to train up some prodigies, you know? Because he'll just teach other dwarves engraving if you set it as open. So I'm going to get hit by an ad in about 30 seconds, supposedly. So in about 30 seconds, I'm just going to pause the game and go take a leak. Because I need to. So. We're also out of wood again. Here's hoping those elves brought me wood. That would have been very kind of them if they did. And we'll just bring sand, or not, rock salt, not sandstone. All right, value went up a little bit. Just a little bit. All right. That was a change that was made in version 50 when it came out on Steam, Star Schultz. I'm going to go use the washroom. I will be right back.
Lobberdobberdoggadoggies.
That's why you figured you couldn't? Yeah, no, I mean, that was one of the big mechanical changes in Premium. Which is also a change I very much appreciate. Still just 8,000 value. Also, it turns out engraved built things are higher value than engraved not built things, so also happens to be very, 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 very good for overall fort value. You kind of like the cave walls more for that reason? Wait, what do you mean? I just have a singular pink jade. Just trying to see what I can sell these elves. Because I'm kind of limited, shall we say, on what I can sell them. Could probably sell them a bunch of pewter goblets, but eh. Sell them these socks. I don't actually have many things that I can even sell them, so... I guess I will go with the large gem. I like the cave walls more because they show the engravings visually. Sorry, am I crazy? But don't constructed walls do too? Don't they get the little speckled lines? Maybe my brain's just making that up. I thought that like the texture of like the constructed walls change ever so slightly. I don't know. Nope, sadly they don't. Oh, there you go. Fascinating. I thought they did. I don't really have a ton that I can sell them, so. Do they have any cool animals, I wonder? We won't know until I trade. Make a bunch of rock amulets? Maybe. Only if they have something that I really feel like I need to buy. Oh, are they? Yeah, they're one of these groups that show up covered in feather tree egg yolks. I don't know why elves do that sometimes. I'll just show up covered in egg yolk. They didn't bring any animals, but they did bring a shit ton of logs. Which is also weird, because then you can also immediately sell them their own egg yolks. So I'm pretty sure this ain't gonna get me in trouble. Pretty sure. And it didn't. They say, oh, wonderful, thank you for your business. Excellent. So now I just have a pile of logs that are all just gonna get hauled up to there. I'm sure it's a bug that causes it to happen, but it's funny because you can sell it back to them. Is the funny bit to me. Maybe it's part of their wood growing magic? Maybe. I just want to know why I can sell it to them. Have crutches available in the hospital when they get put in the hospital, and if they want to take one, they'll take one. You can't equip them. Like, you can't force a dwarf to take a crutch. There just has to be a crutch available. And if they want to take one, they'll take one. And some dwarves just never will. But you can't force equip those. It's sort of like, you know, how your granddad might refuse to get dental treatment because it's expensive or whatever. Same kind of thing. Instead of your own goods? I don't know. I mean, trading in Dwarfort is pretty trivial anyway. You'll love to see it. All these lovely wooden logs. About not getting an item, they need to stand on top of the item in a stockpile. So put like a nice big stockpile filled with those nice items in your tavern, right? Make a gift shop, basically. Make sure that you have an area where dwarves can get those items. You have to make those items readily available, right? Like for here, I have tons of dwarves claiming items because I've got this, right? So there's this little stockpile here in the corner. And the minecart comes up here and it parks. And then it's unloaded into this. And then another dwarf comes over here and pushes it. And whenever dwarves kind of walk over here into this corner, they almost inevitably stand on that. And then they claim items. Also, if you've got dwarves that desperately need to claim items, I would highly recommend just making clothing, and lots of it. Because clothing is generally enough to satisfy most dwarves' needs for acquire an item. And clothing is something you need to make anyway. So just start building a big-ass clothing industry. Make higher quality clothing. That'd be my, like, biggest advice. Is it beauty to watch? It's actually, like, surprisingly not terribly inefficient. I feel like even I should use minecarts more than I do. And also, dwarves have a chance to claim items like crafts if they're hauling them. That's the other wrinkle. So if you want them to claim like rings or something, make sure that there's an excuse or a reason for dwarves to haul stuff. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll make a minecart that loads, goes a few tiles over, and then unloads, and then goes a few tiles back, and then loads, and then goes a few tiles over, and then unloads, even into the same stockpile, because it just put it on like a 10-day cycle or something, because then dwarves are constantly loading and unloading these crafts, which then slowly, with time, causes them to begin, you know, over time causes them to begin doing the whole, you know, claiming of items thing. It's almost always the case that if you're having troubles with dwarves not doing insert thing here, they're almost always overworked. That is almost always the answer. It's not always the answer, just almost always the answer. So, like, if you have issues with dwarves not claiming items, or issues with dwarves not, you know, going to the right area and praying or whatever, it's usually a fortress layout problem. But the frustrating part of that is there also usually isn't like I can just point at a thing and be like, this is how you fix it. It's like, no, you have to rebuild half your fort. Can your dwarves write books? You're confused on that mechanic? Dwarves can write books if they discover a subject. Dwarves can copy books if you have quires available. Paper is one of the most convoluted industries. I recommend you look up a tutorial that I made, or just go on the wiki and look at it. But once you have scrolls or quires available, dwarves can copy books in a library, but they can only write books if they make a discovery. And in order to make a discovery, they need to be the first dwarf to make that discovery. So the older the world, the harder it is to make discoveries. I wouldn't worry too much about trying to make your dwarves write books because, one, it is one of the most complicated mechanics in the game. And two, you need a dwarf who makes a discovery to write the book. There is no way to just get knowledge en masse. And the only way they can make a discovery is if they ponder it. The only way they can ponder it is by being a scholar in a library. So if you make a library, make a scholar or two. But if you don't get any discoveries, don't be surprised. But if you want to acquire knowledge en masse, just steal books. But just remember that every book and every subject that's been covered in a book up until that point can't be discovered because it's already been discovered. I've elaborated as much as possible that I can elaborate on the subject. What else do you want me to elaborate on? I've explained how the mechanic works and where discoveries come from. So, am I pondering what you're pondering? Probably not. It's mostly how many more times am I going to have to insert this question again today. What is a discovery you get? An arbitrary term that a dwarf discovers that goes into their knowledge bank that they can then spread by teaching other people. What does it do? Absolutely nothing, except for give dwarf good thought that they learned the thing. Like, literally, that's it. It doesn't change anything. Not really, no. It doesn't have any impact, aside from dwarfs get happy. You stream one game, then get mad when people ask you questions about the game. Do you think I'm mad? You watch somebody for 90 seconds and then assume that you know literally everything about them, their personality, and the way they talk to people? You also get surprised when, like, I'm human? Lamau? What? I was, like, going to look up to see if a job was getting done, but I can't even remember what it was now, so fucking whatever. It's not really bait. It's just somebody doing their thing on the internet. I'm not a dwarf? I don't think so. I'm taller than most dwarves. I'd be suspiciously tall if I were a dwarf. Because there's a lot of questions that can just be answered with a Google search. Right? And yes, I'm the tutorial guy for this game. But I'm a tutorial guy so that you don't, you know. Soon he will only have sober dwarves. That is further from the truth than you realize. Why get upset when people ask? No hate, just weird. You should look in a mirror, and then you'll see the weird one. Why do you care? No hate, just weird. I have a resting bitch voice. This is a well-known fact around these parts. People assume that I'm angry a lot of the time when I'm not. Cat FPS death incoming? Factually incorrect. I mean, here, if y'all are so worried about the stupid cats. Dead, 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 dead. Dead, 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 dead. Dead, 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 dead. Dead, dead, dead. Dead, 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 dead. Dead, dead, dead. Dead. That's fine. We'll leave those kittens alive. Trust me, cat burgers never left the menu. All right, this is the next one we got to work on. 2 queen dwarves lay eggs. Sorry, that one caught me off guard. Incoming miasma. Nah, we got plenty of stockpile space. Also, not that many butcher shops, so they'll get distributed. Although I could make more stockpile space. Probably not a terrible idea, actually. It depends on what you're fighting. If you're fighting living targets, you want sharp weapons. If you're fighting heavily armored targets, you want... supposedly you want blunt weapons. I still find that sharp weapons work better, though. But if you're fighting heavily armored targets, you want something with some reach. You want like a polearm or a spear. And if you're fighting undead threats, you want bonk weapons. You want like a thwacky stick. Well, it's a giant cougar, for one thing, and I don't think they can do that. I've never seen a ghost kill livestock. So I'd be willing to bet that they can't. Otherwise, we would have had a cat get murdered at some point. Picks can be weapons? Not really. I wouldn't recommend using picks as weapons either because it can cause job conflicts because your miners try to equip them. So if your soldiers are equipping all of them, then it can cause some problems. I mean, they can be used as weapons, but I wouldn't use them as weapons, even though they can be pretty decent as weapons. But yeah, the reason I wouldn't recommend it is purely because it'll land you with some annoying job conflicts. Herbalist Guild, hey? Neat. I think picks are pretty damn good as weapons in adventure mode, though. Or he just goes around with it strapped, whereas I can't get most of your soldiers to grab or stick or train... Grab a stick to train or fight with. Are they all trying to equip the same spear? Because if you set a uniform to equip a specific spear, are they all trying to equip the same specific spear? That's the only thing I can really think of. Aside from that, it's just like access to the weapons. And like hit refresh gear every so often. Oh shit, we actually have a tantrum. I may actually have to throw a dwarf into prison. That's kind of crazy. Started a fist fight. He's now listening to a story. Don't ask me for tips, local Bonnie. That's my first tip. When you have problems, ask specific questions, because then they can be answered easily and quickly. And no, this game is not as actually complicated as people say it is. Do dwarves like ocean waves? Nope. So we got into a fist fight here. Attacked one of my doctors. I would love to see a ghost attack, or a dwarf attack a ghost. during a tantrum. I think that would be hysterical. We also appear to have found a dwarf dead. It seems that they got beaten enough by the surgeon that they died. Problem solves itself over here. Meanwhile, over here, we've just got some dwarves fighting. Completely unrelated. I don't actually think that there was any, like, tantruming or anything happening over there, but it kind of seemed like it for a minute that there might be, but it seems to have ended rather quick. That being said, we may have ghosts come out of nowhere in a second. Highly depends on if we can get this body hauled, which they seem to be. We'll follow it. Is there a favorite machine, chat, like setting up in their forts? You like spamming mist generators after watching my videos? It's funny. I don't use mist generators that much. In fact, I would say I use them pretty infrequently. Is there a favorite machine I like spamming? Chat, is there a favorite machine I like spamming? I'm trying to think of ones, and nothing's really coming to mind off the top of my head. I guess, yeah, minecart shotguns. But I don't really spam them. It's like every other fort or so I'll make minecart shotguns. The problem is once you get into playing it, it's hard to play other games. Local, that's the actual issue, is, you know. And see why they're really here. Well, most of the goblins in my fort are already members of the fort. So I can't track how many total ghosts I have, but I can go here into the other screen and type in ghosts, and we can see how many are currently on the map. The thing is, ghosts appear and disappear periodically, so it's kind of hard. Unless I write down the names. Because, like, the baby ghost ain't on the map currently. Am I playing Deep Rock Galactic? I wish that game didn't make me motion sick, because the idea of it is really cool. But it makes me violently motion sick. Some migrants are dumb enough to actually come to this fortress. Kind of curious as to what the population goes up to, though. Still going. Still climbing. I mean, I'll gladly take the extra bodies. Do you mean Krug Smash? It's either Krug Smash or Hoodie Hair, probably. You know, I'm always just like amazed at how, well, admittedly I'm doing this in this fort, right? But I'm always just amazed at how bad people are at managing dwarven children. Like, maybe I'm being gatekeepy, but like, it genuinely impresses me how bad people are at it. Yeah, not a bad size, like, migrant wave. The last time we did this gimmick, the fortress didn't last long enough to get this many, so. They should do some chores because you want them to path around the fort a little bit, but yeah, I mean, if you, I've got all chores enabled on this fort, but then again, I also don't have bedrooms for dwarves, so you know, we're just kind of throwing caution to the wind and just allowing this fortress to fall to reckless abandon. But yeah, I'm always amazed at how many people just let their kids in Dwarf Fort just become absolute monsters, because it's like, if you just like took a little bit of care of them, you wouldn't have any of these problems. But oh well. You get graphics and music. The free version of the game doesn't have graphics or music and looks like this. Whereas the paid for version, which is this, you know, comes with that. And also, how much does the game cost? It depends on what region you're in. It's 38 Canadian doll hairs, if I'm not mistaken, but I can't speak to what region you're in, so you'd have to go look it up. See, it can have the intro, Kaz, if you just have a MPEG file with the intro in it and just launch it and watch the video before you launch the game. Problem solved. These days, the intro is still a regular feature in some of my videos, though. I'm watching your dwarf get vaporized. Yeah, well. You bought it for a price of a burger where you live? Well, clearly you don't live in Canada. Which is okay. Just realize that value of currency is different. Yeah, I mean, I could find, I know for a fact, I know where a restaurant is where I guarantee you I could spend that much money on a burger. It would be a very, very large burger, though, and I don't know if I want that. I don't need that much burger in my life. If anybody is actually arguing between graphics and ASCII, just shut up and get out of my chat, please, because it's not worth it. Like, we just be an adult and don't argue over dumb shit. Use what you prefer. Period. I mean, any, like, decent steakhouse could make you a burger for $38. Any plans of doing a Fortress video in ASCII? Absolutely not. Think about it this way. About 30% less people tune in when I'm playing in ASCII, and people tune out when I play in ASCII. So I have to make a living. Sorry. Nobody's arguing? Mm-hmm. Except you, right? With yourself right now. You saying that it's a dying art style and saying that it's a hard argument between graphics and ASCII. I'm asking you to change the subject, is what I'm doing. All right. Have a lovely afternoon, Kata. You prefer to play in VR? Best of luck with that. Well, I mean, I guess you could play in virtual desktop or in an ad break, so I'm waiting. You know, here's the thing. I have a question. Twitch chat, in general. If you don't like me, find someone you like and watch them. And I say that genuinely for one very specific reason. I am the way I am. I can't change me. Okay? And if it's the tone of my voice, if it's the way I talk, if it's how I communicate, please save me some mental trauma and you some time and find somebody you enjoy watching. Maybe I'll run into you in a Twitch chat later down the line. But just sitting here and trying to make me upset by going on about how I don't feel welcoming or I don't treat you the way that you and your perfect little universe feels like it needs to be treated, then please go find somewhere that you feel welcome. It's better for everybody involved. It helps raise up other streams. They get more viewers. That's fantastic. And I don't have to be annoyed with you. Nobody's perfect. Least of all me. But nobody's in trouble, and I'm not mad at anybody. Right? I'm just talking. I'm sorry that my voice sounds like this, but I can't fucking change it. It is what it is. Like, I love being here, and I love talking with people, and I love talking about this game. But if you're just here to be a heckling cunt, okay. Kindly do that somewhere else. For all of us. Of course, I would like to have the maximum number of people watching every single stream. Every single day I stream. Absolutely, I would love that. But I can't please everybody. And I'm not going to milquetoast demolish my personality and the way I communicate and talk because I might make someone a little bit annoyed with the way I talk. It is what it is. If you were actually an adult with some sense of sanity, I wouldn't need to explain this to you. Is Twitch chat being wild? Nah, it's just one person. A human fort? I don't really... I've played goblin forts, and I played an elf fort for Christmas years ago because we had a Santa. I like playing dwarves because they need to drink alcohol, and they have unique mechanics. The other factions don't, really. So it's essentially the same game, except you don't need to make alcohol. So I find other factions in the game significantly less interesting to play. Yeah, I don't know. I just not for me. If they actually had unique mechanics, maybe, but they don't. So I gave you an opportunity, you child. Dusk, the founder of the fortress, was found dead, contorted in fear. Have I made a beach fortress? Yes, many. Yeah, sometimes it's Twitch chat, sometimes it's YouTube chat. They could be scared to death by ghosts. That's how this fort's gonna end, yep. Let's see who got this one. Was it Faint Speaker again? It was Faint Speaker again. This dwarf is a serial killer. Or this ghost is. Killed two? Well, killed the giant porcupine before he died. Then killed Havoc. Then Saigon. Over the next year, killed the Devilish Potato, Thykut, and Zas, and now Dusk. But yeah, no, I'll absolutely play more factions if there's like an actual interesting difference between them and dwarves. But right now there really isn't, and the modding isn't that capable of adding new mechanics to factions currently. So once we get to the point where there's actual reasons, like in lore in Dwarf Fortress, humans can't dig very deep, which is why they don't have access to as good materials a lot of the time. They also have a lot more fishing capabilities than humans do, or than dwarves do, which is why they have like whale leather and like weird like aquatic things. Goblins are immortal and don't need alcohol. I think playing goblins would be interesting if like goblin ethics were enabled, or if you actually had a demon overlord to run the fort. But like just playing as goblins is like playing as boring dwarves to me. So I don't know. That the flavor change doesn't do enough for me, I guess. Patrickana, you want Stone to have a dwarf. All right, Stone. What kind of dwarf do we want? Would you like an engraver who's currently reading a book? Yeah, like Bigsy, another thing is elves don't make furniture. They don't craft. They convince the trees to grow it for them. So like playing as elves is like the least representative of what that faction would actually be like, because they grow these things called factory trees, and the factory trees grow their furniture for them as they need it. So it's like, that's how you get like grown furniture, right? They trade with trees. They're just sitting there like convincing the tree. No, tree, stop growing weapon racks. Okay, tree, we need tables. I put in an order 6 months ago for tables. Where are these tables? These trees, like, they don't grow overnight, guys. Yeah, until the demon lord dies, and then a goblin just takes over. Yeah, so here's the thing. Hold on. I see that dwarf request patch for Stone. Stone, does this work? Chaos Whip. Stone, if you're okay with this dwarf, then I'll just presume that, and then I'll name them when I'm back here. But this is the ethics for each faction. So unless these are properly represented in game, I don't want to play the other factions. Whereas like goblins are just like psychotic libertarians. Nothing is illegal, basically, except for treason. So commit treason, capital punishment, and everything else is just like personal matter or acceptable. Which is funny because like all of the like verbal ones, so like whatever a trespassing is, lying, oath breaking is just like not relevant to kobolds because they don't know what it is. Whereas assault is a personal matter for a kobold, which is kind of funny. Whereas slavery for dwarves is capital punishment, and same with eating sapients is unthinkable. Making a trophy from the corpse of another race is appalling. You know. Whereas, like, elves are interesting in a lot of ways when it comes to their feelings on things. They're stricter, but also less strict in some ways. Humans are just evil, as far as I'm concerned. Because, like, where is it? I think it's, yeah. Killing a member of the same entity, justified with good reason. Killing a neutral sapient, justified with no repercussions. Which is like, if they find a neutral, intelligent creature, it's justified if you don't get in trouble for humans. Yeah, the fact that people go on about how like elves are what's the word? Cannibalistic, but only if they killed you. Whereas with goblins, it's just a personal matter. So it's like, if you feel like it. It's like, it's whatever. Whereas like eating sapients that have been killed in battle is acceptable for elves. Meanwhile, goblins, eating sapients that have been killed in battle is unthinkable, but like, you know, you can just make trophies out of their corpse or whatever and walk around with it on your back. Just like, dude just strapped to his spear on his back. Yeah, it's like actually going through this page, the ethics page on the wiki is wild. I'll just chuck this into the YouTube chat in case you guys want to look through it too. But yeah, this is a really good example of like just how deep a lot of this nonsense gets. It's also super easy to mod. if you want to just change it, but... Anyways, we had a dwarf die to a ghost. I'll also like to remind you, if you're watching on YouTube, could you leave a like on the stream? Greatly appreciated. But here's the thing, right? This is the incorrect word here, which I may have actually screwed up, so I'm just going to correct myself here. Those aren't the ethics of the races. Those are the ethics of the factions. Not every character in a faction follows the rules of their faction, right? So you could have a goblin in an elven faction following elven ethics. So like the eating sentience after battle kind of thing, if it's a goblin aligned or an elf aligned goblin, they would do that ritual after killing an enemy. So it's not racial ethics, it's faction ethics. Same reason you can have like an elf that joins a dwarven faction isn't going to be disturbed by the destruction of nature because they are a dwarf by the game. Evil dwarf towers are not the same as does chat know that scaling the scaling of enemy forces? Is it wealth, population? How far have you dug? It's in the difficulty settings and you can tweak them. So. Stone Chaos Whip has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, tends to not reveal personal information, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. Rarely feels discouraged and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She can handle stress, and she has a sense of duty, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. And she is, of course, assertive. She tends to interrupt others during conversations when she's trying to remember something. And she dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees introspection as important and values a harmonious existence and doesn't really see the point of working hard and dreams of creating a great work of art. It's not entirely wealth, it's wealth and population. Goblins don't know you're there until you hit 80 dwarves and you're in proximity of them. But they might know you're there if you settle close enough to them. So there are pretty strict triggers, but they don't apply to every location. They only apply based on your surroundings. So if there's nothing close by, it doesn't matter what you set the triggers to. Like if you're on an island in the middle of nowhere with no other factions on it, you'll probably never actually get attacked by anything. Unless there happens to be mega beasts like giants or whatever on the map. Or on the island, yeah. Personally sees introspection as important and values our harmonious existence and doesn't really see the point of working hard. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Likes Lemonite and Bismuth and Banded Agate, as well as Spider Monkey Leather and traction benches and rings and dogs for their loyalty. The words of the North Bridge and the sound of the Gem of Silver and the sight of the Scarlet Emerald, and when possible prefers to consume giant black mamba and papaya wine. And pendant amaranth seeds. And hates leeches. I can tell there's a bit of a ghost problem here. Yeah, it's fine. We had a ghost baby for a bit. It was a good time. Cultural ethics. Yeah, faction ethics, cultural ethics. Yes. That's probably actually the correct term to use. You are married and you have 2 children. That's interesting. I was going to say, like, it doesn't say that you're a member of my local... Oh, wait, never mind, you are. Duh. For a second there, I thought it was like, it's not saying that you're a member of my local government, but that is Ghost Trap, so... Oh, also, I've got Twitch chats carrying some bolts. Are you about to unexist some bolts for me? Or are you going to throw them at somebody? Interesting. Or did somebody shoot a bolt at you and now it's stuck in your leg or something? But you're hauling them. No, 16 by 16 is the biggest you can get, but you have to go into your game settings and turn them up. I think by default 6x6. It might be 8x8, but I thought it was 6x6 for the default size. Do ghosts leave permanently after a while? Not technically, but like you can memorialize them and get rid of them, but the point of this playthrough is to die to ghosts because it's Halloween, so I am intentionally not like getting rid of them and just allowing them to run hog wild for, you know, the fun of it, if you will. All right, we need to actually get some booze on this map. Kind of want to just do it this way. Should work. Would it be too gaudy to make my front door out of gold? Thanks for giving Stony a dwarf. Patch, we'll see you when we see you, dude. Asking for FPS tips? Large maps, in my experience, on my computer, don't affect the frame rate that badly. What it does do on my computer is when large groups of animals enter the map, the game hitches. Like, it'll freeze randomly. But the actual, like, FPS impacts, at least in my experience, weren't that bad. But, yeah, I probably wouldn't recommend that. Gold is the way. You made your door out of platinum. Got it. Oh, shit, big monkey. Well, because birds have bizarre pathing, right? And also FPS drops generally highly depend on the power of your computer. I feel like I should chuck some cage traps over here. Also, I'm gonna just fly down to... Didn't I make a... Yes, I did. Let's deconstruct this, because I've got goblins that need to get goblined down here. Also, apparently a dwarf. Multiple dwarves, even. I wonder if these are dwarves that are being put in prison. That might be what it is. Because I know there's a bug with, like, visitors that get thrown into prison. Oh shit, I caught a giant wren. There's a bug with prisoners when they end up in prison that when they're released from prison, they're then put into a cage if there's one available. I'm just gonna butcher that. How's the fort going? Pretty okay. How's your day going? Would the other civilizations know to use the bridge? What, like when they're walking into your fort? Yeah, of course. Although I don't know what you mean exactly. Maybe if you made forts along the bridge as you go. Made forts along the bridge as you go. What? Rivers are crossable, but like if an ocean is splitting up a chunk of the world, yeah, you have to build a bridge fort across it. And yeah, that would spread it, and other factions would use it. Because believe it or not, dwarven forts are considered land. Literally, you don't even need to build a bridge. You just need to settle in an area where you can see both shores, and then you're good. So you can just settle there and retire, and then boom, suddenly you have access. But it has one embark has to span all the way across. Can ghosts track kills? Yeah, only one ghost has killed dwarves so far. Which is this one. And yes, it's been tracking its kills. It's been scaring them to death. I've never managed to pull that off, so I can't tell you one way or another. Maybe is the only actual answer I have to that question, Droven. Because I've never been in a situation where I've had to do that, and I haven't tried it. But someone can maybe answer that question for you. My response would be maybe asterisk. More research is needed. Okay, I'm just kind of convinced that the problem right now... Okay, no, it's not lack of containers. Because, I got tons of, Oh, I see. Also, somebody just murdered a monkey. Good job, dwarves. But, these aggravated? Nope, they're just giant gray langurs. The reason I have so much plant but can't actually brew anything is because they're all in the dwarves' hands and not actually in the fortress stockpiles. So we're just waiting for them to arrive in the fortress stockpiles, and then we can brew. There we go. This job will automatically get queued up in a moment, but I'm just going to do it manually, and that's a... I thought that was a baby getting chased by a giant wren, but nope, it's just mom slaughtering a giant wren while holding baby. Got it. You can't settle mainly on the ocean? Yeah, and also a lot of beach, air quotes, areas are considered ocean. But that's by design. I mean, you're not allowed to settle entirely on the ocean because that wouldn't be playable in a lot of cases. Cave crocodile corpse. Uh-huh. That seems not optimal. Fortunately, that's in an area that I probably don't need to deal with, but... Anyway, we're back into the realm of the alcoholism. And I'm going to go up to... over here. Yeah, I think we'll do it back here. I'm going to plop a lever right there. Let's just make some rock mechanisms real quick. Just so that I have plenty. Also, I can probably just get rid of this minecart. Because look at how many boulders are still around here. Actually, if I'm going to go along either edge of this and put in walls, I should probably do that first. Which I am planning to do, so should probably do that first. Pros of a heavy aquifer. Aquifer, but they're more water. Also more interesting to get through. Different gameplay. I will just say this. If you're asking pros and cons of different thing in Dwarf Fort, Dwarf Fortress is it's a sandbox, right? So it's a game that has difficulty contortable based on what you choose to do as the player. The difficulty is highly dependent on where you settle and how you build your fortress and the kind of fortress you try to make. So if you settle somewhere with harsher possible conditions, that is a different difficulty, if you will, than just playing in what is kind of known to be the easier areas to settle in. So the pros of heavy aquifers are they're not light aquifers. It's something different. It's a different gameplay option. Really. I mean, yeah, they are certainly easier to power water wheels with, They certainly have a lot more flow than a normal aquifer, meaning it's easier to like, you know, make drowning traps and stuff with them. But like, just remember that when it comes to games like Dwarf Fortress, often it different is actually enough for a lot of people, myself included. And back in the day, I don't know how long you've been playing, but back in the day, heavy aquifers were the only aquifers. There was no light aquifers. So they're kind of the original aquifer, which were ridiculous compared to real life aquifers in the amount of flow that they have. And they always were kind of silly. But when you see the advice of like turn off aquifers or like don't settle in an aquifer, you're fertile, like you'll die to the aquifers, blah blah blah. A lot of that is because it's information from the era of when the only aquifers were heavy aquifers. So could the ghosts be used like a gatekeeper and the blockade were used during the godly tombs? No, because like, you have no way of controlling ghosts. And ghosts intentionally go after your own fort, not the enemy. So no. Also, they don't have any real physical way of fighting things. There's a few weird bugs with Intelligent Undead where you can make ghosts think that they're part of your faction, but they disappear pretty quickly, and then just start acting like normal ghosts. They're something in the game is designed to make you want to avoid. They're not like zombies where you can cage trap them and then put them somewhere useful, right? Isn't there 3 Vakrak? I'm pretty sure, are varied aquifers still a thing? I feel like I don't see them very often. Which are like an aquifer that is somewhere between a medium or a heavy aquifer and a light aquifer. I might maybe just be making that up, but I'd swear that varied aquifers were a thing at one point. I just haven't seen them in forever. I don't know if I'll ever get to that herbalist guild, I'll be honest. What's the value of this guild hall over here? Not even close. I'm going to do something a little silly. Now, what's the name of this Bone Carver's Guild? Satiny Grave. Which should be this one. Because that increased the value of it, but not by a lot, because this thing doesn't actually have that much value in it. Let's see, what statues do I have? None, okay. Actually, how much charcoal do I have? Plenty. I got a good stack of wood. A little bit short. On metal. How do you add webs to cages? You don't. You have to have a web spitter spit them onto the cage traps. That's one of those mechanics where you're using... Okay, so if somebody lies down on a cage trap, they're put into the cage trap, right? Webs force things to lie down. You don't place webs somewhere. You're basically taking 2 separate mechanics and tying them together to cause an effect to happen. If you have to ask, how do you put webs on a trap? You're reading a strat that is complicated enough that you can't just look at it and know. So you're reading a strat that's probably quite a bit above your skill level. But basically what you need to do is you need a web spitter to spit webs onto it. And also you might be in an ad now. If you're not in an ad, less star, the star Dropnik, I think is how you say that. Could you just like respond? Otherwise I will wait until the ad's done. You haven't had any ghosts in your own forts? You won't have ghosts unless you don't memorialize things, which I'm intentionally not doing. Bonnie Prince. I'm presuming you're in an ad. An easier way is making a flooding pump, and when the creature swims over the trap, it will trigger. True, but I guess it depends on what you're trying to cage trap at that point, right? But glad to hear that you heard me. I was worried when the ads popped up. I was like, oh no! I babbled for too long. Crud. All right, well, let's do the walls. Is something I will do. And then I will go down to you and say smelt something. Let's make some more bronze. And let's smelt tetrahedrite after we're done making bronze, because I run out of kesserite pretty quick. And then I'm going to see if I can make some statues. Tetrahedrite's copper and silver, right? Probably do some silver statues. And also there's the question of, do I have any tables or chairs? Yes, I do. I should also have selected do this, but whoops. Peasant has given birth to a boy. Do I have chairs? No, I don't. That's what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 thrones. Let's do copper throne. 7 of them. Let's also throw some displays. So 1, it's not a specific update that's coming. 2, the best place to find information on any update for Dwarf Fortress is the Bay 12 Games website on their dev section. And 3, there is no like real hard confirmed evidence. All it is Tarn talking about things. All we really know that is confirmed about Myths Magic, which Tarn started talking about in 2016, is that 1, it's a thing that'll exist at some point. 2, it'll include some sort of procedural magic systems, which Tarn has talked very lofty things about. There's no real point in recounting them here because they don't exist. And 3, it's an arc. So it's a series of updates that'll come in the future. The one major thing that we know for fact will happen is the myths side of thing, which is essentially right now World Gen starts at year 0, but there's actually like hundreds of years before that are just kind of left blank, which is how sometimes you'll have creatures that are already like 400 years old in year 50. And this is going to generate that, which is going to give you your starting myths, which will dictate how much magic is in a given world. This fort is intentionally dangerous, Neprox, because we're also not like, it's not a fort that's planned to last.
Sandwich!
No, I mean, the next planned big thing is fucking finish adventure mode and get it into the main branch of the game. No, Myths and Magic is just something that, because like you need to realize, like Dwarf Fortress was a crowdfunded game, right? How you doing, Napalm? And when you're a crowdfunded game, how do you make money? You release updates. And how do you make money? You tell people about updates before they're released, right? So when you're in a position as a crowdfunded game living off of donations, you have to say, hey, this is a thing I'm going to work on in 4 years. And we've done some early work on it. We've done some planning. It's very far away. But you should give us money now so we can afford to get that far, right? And so when it comes to Dwarf Fortress historically, that's why we have a lot of features that are like well-known things that are X number of years in the future. A really good example of this is guild halls. Tarn talked about guild halls in 2009 on the DF Talk podcast, like a trillion years ago, right? Those got implemented in like 2020. It was like 11 years after I first know of them being mentioned. Yeah, I'd also, I try to not, people ask me to speculate. I have a lot of ideas of what it will actually end up looking like, but I try to not speculate because people hear what I say and take it as fact and then presume that that's what it's going to look like because I'm guy on internet with people watching, which apparently gives me some sort of legitimacy, which it shouldn't, but it does. So just like, you know, I'm the guy though, sure. Speaking of being the guy, Tarn has confirmed he'll come on stream again once Adventure Mode is out of beta. All right, well, let's see what I can do here. Let's go find me some higher value crowns. Not that they're particularly high value at all, but hey. We're just looking for ones that have gems, ideally. And then but then they never come back. They'll come back eventually. They just need the relations with your fort to get back to more positive levels, basically. Because believe it or not, a bunch of dwarves a bunch of characters getting their stuff stolen can kind of hurt your relations. Which, yeah, it sucks. But the most we had on the map was 6. So Sword Talk, but I don't have a hard number for you because they're not always there at all times. But only one of them has really killed dwarves. So it's been kind of a slow start thus far. All right, well, I need to get these gems out of this corner. And I need a herbalist's workshop. And a dwarven child has been taken by a strange mood. They've claimed a craftsdwarf shop. Of course they have. If you find a slab and bind a demon to be a follower, then play fort mode, there's a chance the adventurer will wander in with the demon. No, but if you wander into one of your fortresses with that demon and retire it, I think you'd have to ask Russ Ames or somebody who does the science for this stuff to confirm, but I'm pretty sure then you'd have a neutral demon on your map who would join your fort. I'm pretty sure. I say that I'm pretty sure because I'm pretty sure that's the way the game would work. But I've also never done it. So I'm pretty sure that's either that or you just have a horrible mass murder giant demon on your map. The thing that I'm kind of amazed by is just how few actual tantrums I've had in this fort. I feel like I should have way more tantrumies in this fort. Anyway, we've got some goblins to throw into the caverns. Also, moods are getting pretty terrible. I mean, look at the moods up here. Hey. It's time to pit pond this goblin thief. Who is right here. Whee, splat. Have fun bleeding. Oh no! It's a zombie troll! Several zombie trolls. And other zombie things. Where'd that goblin go? Completely lost him. There you are. Curious about how far this goblin makes it. Somebody left a negative review for Steam DF a while ago saying this isn't a management game, it's fantasy Mad Libs with the UI. And honestly, it's exactly why I like this game. Run, Gubby! From the giant zombie toad. Oh, you ran past another one. Oh, it's just like all of the creatures following. Oh my god, so many trolls. So many zombie trolls. And also the zombie Gorlaks are terrifying, by the way. Like, look at that dude. Look at him. Also, I think he died in I think this goblin lady died in a place where she's not going to get resurrected, maybe? Yeah, no, she's not going to get resurrected there. Let's keep following this child in their strange mood. Irritated being caught on... wait, hold on. This child got caught in a snowstorm once and became more angry and learned to value decorum because of it. You've had a long few years there, kiddo. I don't think you can have a zombie king or queen because they would die once they are, how do I word this? Because they would, what's the word? They would immediately be considered not the noble anymore when they die. So if they get killed at any point, then they'd lose their powers, essentially. Which would be pretty bad. Yeah, this is suboptimal, shall we say. Is there any way to get Slade and make into Warhammers? So Slade isn't mineable, so you can't mine it. The only way you can get Slade, especially in fort mode, or specifically in fort mode, is by collecting it. So you have to find a structure made of Slade, and then you have to make an artifact Slade weapon. So is there a way to do it? Not really. Can you? Sure. You have to settle on the right location. I'm trying to be a bit coy, Star, because like you're asking very specific questions about extraordinarily endgame things. And while I'm not sensitive to spoilers in the slightest, some people are. So I'm trying to be a bit respectful of that for people who do care. But Your best bet when it comes to a lot of these super endgame things is looking at the wiki. Because I'm not going to tutorialize endgame scenarios because it's not why I make tutorials. I've made tutorials for this game to help new players learn the game. Once you know the game well enough to know what Slade is, you don't need my help anymore, is the way I see it. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, we can talk about hell and hell existing, but I'm not going to tell you exact strats on how to get through it because, you know, some things you should find out on your own, right? I'll tell you that hell exists, and if I'm actively doing it on stream, then sure, we can discuss that, but it's not really what's happening in the stream today, and, you know, as far as Slade goes, if you know what Slade is, I'm sure you can figure out how to acquire Slade. I have faith in you, even if you don't have faith in you. There's also that, Connie, yeah. Can you select an intelligent undead as Baron? Yes. But they have to be like a turquoise intelligent undead, not an unintelligent undead. Unintelligent undead you can't, because they're unintelligent. Okay, so this needs to be connected to this. And then this will open up, and we will have access to this layer. And I'm going to get rid of this, and I'm going to get rid of my sandstone minecart route, I think. Actually, hold on. I will leave that a little bit longer because I think I'm going to dig through this. As well as this. And up to there. And across through this. Maybe not this, but because there's about to be a bunch more sandstone, might as well finish her up. You don't. When it comes to how do you get the hospital to treat animals, you don't. You can't. Animals that are injured, and sucks to be them, I suppose. You learn your wife is pregnant, immediately followed by a blind stream. Hopefully these two things aren't related, but congratulations, dude. How many ghosts are there now? I don't have exact numbers for you because they appear and disappear periodically, but the most dwarves we had on the map at any time was 6 that I've seen. Only one of them is really killing things, though. But there's a good number of dwarves. Any dwarf that's died is capable of showing up as a ghost. So it's definitely more than 6. Or just full heal if you're using DFHack at that point. Getting them started early, Butch. You're running on 5 hours of sleep, so you're going to go lie down? Have a good night, Ultimate Corgi. Yeah, well, you are correct, Jay. We'll bring rock salt in, and rock salt in, and go all the way over to here. rock salt. I'm kind of tempted to just make this into a barracks. Thab, the dwarven child, has created Ondin Kugun, an olive wood scepter, and offers it to the ghost trap. This is an olive wood scepter. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with avocado wood and encircled with bands of silver and cushion siltstone cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of sandstone and siltstone and menaces with spikes of willow and copper and cat leather. On the item is an image of the Thrower of Allies, the clear tourmaline cabinet. You know, is the Thrower of Allies Legolas? Asking for a friend. On the item is an image of the Thrower of Allies, a clear tourmaline cabinet, and olive wood. Give me that. That is a sentence I just read without context. So let me plop that down in here. What was the name of that kiddo? It was Thab. This one? The legendary woodcrafter? Was it Aragorn he threw Gimli? Doesn't Legolas throw Gimli? I don't know, I haven't read those books in a minute. Oh, right, no, I'm just remembering the don't tell the elf line. So yeah, it would be Aragorn then. Aragorn throws the hobbits? Legolas throws Gimli, Aragorn... Okay, now I'm even more confused. So Napalm, you want this dwarf, yeah? Thumbs up? Well, there you go. Shiitake Space Warrior. Your fort corrupted by something a few nights ago. You haven't gotten it restored, and how it was posted, but older saves will load? Weird. Napalm is never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything, is very quick to anger after being caught in a snowstorm, and finds humor in most situations. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly and is brave in the face of imminent danger. Doesn't handle stress well and is quite ambitious and rarely feels discouraged. Can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Also, Stone Diamonds, what a good last name. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity, and is somewhat put off by trade and commerce. And finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Likes lay pewter and crystal barrel, as well as Sangaro wood and turtle shell and crescents and gauntlets, and millstones and scepters and blue peafowls for their coloration, and the word of the scribe of playing, and the sound of the fragrances of scintillating, and whenever she eats, she prefers to consume 2-grain wheat beer and hates leeches. She's got a mom and a dad and an older half-sister in the fort, and doesn't worship any isn't a member of any religions, and only worships one deity. Welcome to the fort. Consider yourself fortified. Okay, well, Bone Carver Guild should just be done. Craftsdwarf's Guild should be done, which it's not. It should be, but it's not. I need a bunch of statues to throw in there. Let's just do smelt magnetite. Let's just say 20. And just make iron statue. And just say make 20. 15. Let's see, how much wood am I sitting on right now? Not much. Got tons of magnetite, though. Cool, that's open. You know, I could extend this and make it into a wood transport. Well, better isn't a linear thing, right? Or does making picks out of steel make you dig faster? Yes. But not all material is better for all weapons. Like, it's not a linear scale, I guess, is the way to put it. The issue here is, though, I'm going to need to build minecart tracks, which means I'd have to rebuild this entire route. But what I could do is this. Actually, nah. Not actually that good of a route. I kind of don't like the way I'm currently doing wood, but... This is making you miss Dwarf Fortress? Everything should make you miss Dwarf Fortress. Return to me! No, let's focus on your school. Like, please. It's not worth returning to Urist all the times. I've never once managed to make them connect properly. If you can make them connect properly, I haven't managed to do it. In regards to constructed tracks versus carved. So if you can do it, I've never done it. So if there's any time to boot up a fort, it's right now. Something collapsed on the surface. Trees! And Shem's in midair. You good there, Shem? Yep. You'll be fine. I have faith in you, sort of. And some migrants have arrived. Man, we've got quite the little population here. This place is quite the village. Ghostcandy. Turns out, popular location. Regardless of the time of year. I think I just need more, like, dwarves brewing. Do I not have, like, automated brew orders? I thought I did. Okay, so I do, in fact, have an automated brew, but it was, like, location-specific. So, brew drink from fruit. Brew drink from plant. And I don't care if it cancels. We'll just say restarts if completed. Just restart when completed. Any fell moods yet? Nope. None so far. I very rarely get fell moods, even when I put the dwarves under extreme duress. Like, they used to be quite common, but they are exceptionally rare these days. Like, dwarves need to be haggard, and they need to be haggard for a while. Literally, if you need to deal with your animals, just make sure that you, like, geld the majority of your males and remember to slaughter them seasonally. Or as YouTube chat mentions, if you're using DFHack, you can automate it with DFHack. I don't think it's necessary, though. Yes, that is what a fell mood is, Taylor. Which, like, is pretty likely we'll get one in this fort just because of the fact that I'm not exactly being nice to these dwarves. If anything, I would say I'm being the opposite of nice to these poor dwarves. Also, thanks for the likes, YouTube chat. Also, in a 48-hour period, Godly Tombs is back to getting more views than the COG video. Views-wise, the COG video is kind of the slowest one we've had so far. Although I kind of expected that. Because of how it kind of intentionally obtuse that is. And all pets get gelded. Yep. One animal to ranch and slaughter the rest. Tags that come with dwarves. The rag tags that come with dwarves get carved or turned into pets. Yeah, and pets all get gelded. Yeah, that's the best way to do it. It's just something you need to remember to manage. Do I have any sort of buy DF through my link? Buy DF. Don't worry about me. If you want to give me money, give me money. I don't really support third-party stores for keys, and I don't need to make a profit off of sales. I don't like that side of the, like, influencer industry. I think it's shitty. I think developers should make the full cut. Me existing is not enough of a reason for me to accept a portion of the revenue. From the profits of this game. I make money already. I don't need to also make money, if that makes sense. I already get paid to play this game for a living. I don't need to get paid to play this game for a living so that I can find ways to get paid when you buy it too. Cheering milk and meat. I like alpacas for that. Mostly just because I like alpacas. My advice when buying Dwarf Fortress is wait until it's off sale to buy it. Yeah. Or just buy copies for your friends. Yeah, no, that's fair. Pseudo Souls. And thanks for asking. It's nice to know that you're thinking about me. But yeah, no, so there's a lot of people that are in adjacent portions of the industry as me that are not as fortunate as me. I'm fortunate enough to be crowdfunded by my audience, and it's not that I want for nothing. It's certainly not that, but I do okay financially doing this, and the benefit that I have is the ability to say, no, just give the developer all of the money, you know? If you want to buy a game, buy the game. Don't worry about me. I'll be here regardless. And the, 8 cents I would make per sale isn't worth the annoyance. It would be more than 8 cents, but, you know, the pennies on the dollar I would make is whatever. If you become a YouTube member for 1 month, that's more than I would make from dozens of sales on a lot of these platforms. So this needs to get up to grand levels of satisfaction, which is very, very, very rich. That is also a thing you can do, yeah? You can donate to bay12games.com/dwarves. How to break out of making forts that look nice instead of rectangles everywhere? Try building cavern forts and restrict yourself to the cavern cliffs. So basically go down to, say, a cavern layer like this, and then say, okay, I'm going to build on this layer and everything has to fit in these. That's what I did. Although maybe not one that's full of zombies. I mean, obviously cats need copies of video games. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if I have, like, enough high-value items to be able to get things up high enough to be able to satisfactorily, like, complete these. But throw a goblet into this, I guess. Rest in peace, Scamps. Terry Flap, rest in peace, Scamps. Y'all didn't add cats to Steam family? You know, I'm so happy I don't have to, like, worry about, like, parental controls on Steam. I'm so happy I don't have to worry about making sure that, like, that stuff doesn't change in a way that makes my life difficult. Zero out of 10 game is terrible. The fact that you can't get meat from rabbits bothers me on many levels. Like, I feel like Dwarf should be out here making rabbit stew and whatnot, but instead, no. Instead, no. Turns out. Can you get meat from a cat? Yep, but rabbits and cavies only give skulls. As far as why they only give skulls, good question. But they only give skulls, so you can't really do much with them. Oh, I mean, you can make them into totems, but that's it. Probably an oversight. That or cavies are just terrible. And if you like cavies, you are bad and you should feel bad. I mean, maybe not, but it's a bit extreme. But, you know, within reason, you should feel bad. What is a cavie? A guinea pig. They just get ripped apart by your dogs? Well then. There is a donkey on my map. Donkey need die. We've got one adequate engraver, and the rest are all learning slowly. Well, we'll let them do that for a little bit. I will go over to here. Fly down here and check this. Okay, we do have a decent amount of wood. That is good. You're over here smelting the magnetite. You're over here making those iron statues. Can make black bronze. Holy shit. Can also make sterling silver. Nice, nice. I'm gonna make some sterling silver. What's a crundle? A crundle is a demonic force of darkness, and they're basically Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of the minions. They make jabbering sounds, and they march deliberately in a direction to annoy you as much as possible by tripping you and canceling jobs. And they also lay eggs. A bipedal gremlin that lays eggs. It's a bipedal chihuahua. That's a crundle. Celesty, thanks for the 19 months. Appreciate you. How you been? You hate them even more. I like a well-behaved Chihuahua. I've got nothing against a well-behaved Chihuahua. Well-behaved Chihuahuas are lovely, and they've got fun little personalities. They're neat little dogs, but annoying Chihuahuas are pretty bad. That bad, eh? Kaz? That bad. Hey. Lanix! The gem cutter has been found dead. Contorted in fear. Is it another Faint Speaker? It is another one. So Faint Speaker has killed Dusk, the expedition leader, Lanix, the broker, as well now. And I'm also starting to think that this might be the most dangerous workshop in the fort. Because this is where dwarves tend to get, like, murked by this ghost. He pops up through the floor and just murks a fool. So once again, our ghost skill count goes up to 7 for dwarves because the first one's a giant porcupine. And it's still at large. When she's not yapping. I mean, if I was that size, I would yap too, don't worry. You would probably yap. There's a dead goat in my well. Fortunately, my well is currently shallow enough that they can get it out, but, like, that's kind of funny. So now I no longer have a broker. Awesome. Fob, you are now my broker. Which means now all the value of things are going to get reset, yeah? Yep. So completing these is going to be almost impossible now. Great. Fortunately, we're all the way up into late summer, so trading with dwarves will be pretty easy in a moment. It's not a bad omen or anything. It's not the worst. It's fine. I choose to not be too worried. Also, I'm going to try something because I'm curious. I'm going to go through this and I'm going to deconstruct these. And I'm just going to fill these up with chains. Because I'm getting really tired of manually constructing cages everywhere and then removing my dwarves from the cages. And my suspicion is that they're ending up in cages because there isn't enough ropes to chain them to. And then they get put into cages in that stockpile, and I really don't like that. So if this is the problem here, I want to fix it. Let's make new pants for a bunch of dwarves. Because, like, yeah, well, there's a dark gnome in there. That's definitely from the surface, but, like, there's another dwarf right here, right? In fact, there's two. So yeah, I'm tired of this. You know, I learned gnomes were a thing after playing this game for dozens of hours and then seeing a gnome. Or a dwarf that liked gnomes for their ability to consume alcohol. And that was very amusing to me. And it's remained amusing. Okay, so they'll just all get released. There we go. Although now I wonder, is it safer in the cages than it is in the rest of the fort? Because it's very well possible that it is. Ah, these are all zombies. I'm just gonna do this. Tell them to put them in there. They won't make it. Pause the game. Tell my squads to go stand right here. And then when they get removed from these cages, no. If they're a problem, the dwarves will beat them to death. But it seems like they're just getting chucked into the caves. Which is way more convenient than I thought it would be. Okay, so there's something about just like Maffel, the 17-year-old, I guess, not like teenager, right? Just leading this undead gnome to be chucked into the cage, into the caves. You've not seen a gnome? You have to settle on either a good aligned or an evil aligned mountain. Which is why most people never see them. Because they're one of those creatures that only exists in very peculiar, specific locations of the overworld. Shoutouts to Kiddo here for just hanging out. Okay, well, we're into late summer. Here's hoping I can just buy a much larger amount of brews. Because currently I'm brewing something. Sweet pods. Nice. Let me just go here. Go kitchen. Don't cook my drinks, you twats. And let me just make sure I'm not cooking the seeds I need. Sweet pod seeds, pigtail seeds, okay. It would be a very empty world, but history is not, the year one isn't the first year of like the world existing, it's the first year of them writing history. So the game has creatures that are older than the world usually. So, like, you'll have forgotten beasts that are 400 years old and it's only 10 years in. Basically, the main difference between an old world and a young world is an old world is usually very full of zombies and a lot of cursed creatures, so like were creatures and such. Younger worlds have a lot more big titans. So it's more Clash of the Titans, more mega beasts, more giants, more knowledge to discover and stuff like that. And more like fantasy threat, whereas old worlds are a bit more horror film. I lost the minecart from there. Oh, I see the problem. Whoops. I screwed up. Gotta put those back. Classic Beal, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that? Is one of the first of its kind more often? Yep. This is true. Holy shit, baby turkey. I think Some turkey eggs hatched. Some turkey eggs hatched. Yes, we planted the turkey legs and they grew into baby turkeys. Naturally. Get back in here, y'all, Turks. Any intelligent creature who is older than time itself. Any creature with an age that is older than the world. Actually, that's probably just gonna be a bunch of metal bars. Nope, would have been siltstone. All right, let's go back up to here. And then those can go away once this is built. You off to bed? We'll see you when we see you. So many turkeys? Yep. We're going to have lots of turkey leather. Also, speaking of that, how much leather do I have? 116? Let's find a random dwarf. How long have you been here? Since not that long. Okay, you're fine. How about you, dwarf? Just looking at your clothing, everything seems fine. How about you? Let's make leather shirts and leather gloves, and we'll make 50 of each. Leather shirt and leather glove. 50 and 50. But yeah, and any creature who is older than time itself gets that tag. If I had to pick one, I would honestly say I think I generally like older worlds more. They tend to have more interesting stuff going on in them. But I tend to flop back and forth anyway. So Dwarf's Giving is going to be great this year with turkeys. Thanksgiving was great the other day. I've got so much stuffing in my fridge. It's like absurd. Because it was Canada Thanksgiving the other day. And you know it was a proper Thanksgiving because I even got into a verbal argument with my older sister. You know, as life goes. In artificial tantrums, wait for moss to grow, build a workshop, and demolish the workshop. Good clean moss. Really? Huh. Interesting. It's interesting that workshops get rid of it. Because you'd think that that would also get rid of, like, the rest of it, but I suppose not. I think I should actually just get rid of the rest of this over here. Or some more of it. Make that a bit of a wider entryway. I've heard that younger worlds also tend to have more beasts, which can be more fun than Untamed Wilds. No, more of the beasts are alive. If you want more beasts, use Advanced World Gen to make more of them appear, but you're more likely to have more of them alive, basically. Remember how I said earlier I'm not going to explain very detailed endgame mechanics? That's all I have to say. A vile force of darkness has arrived. Also, am I crazy? Did I make a Hammer of Armok video? I know, like, I used them and I referenced them in other videos. But I don't recall ever actually making one. In a video, specifically. All right, so we are actually getting attacked. So I'm going to turn my burrow on. And I'm going to add this into the burrow. And I'm going to tell this to prepare to fire. I'm also going to go over to here and I'm going to erase all of this. And I should have set that to temporary, but whatever. And then I'm going to send the military squaddies right there. And I'm going to go up and atoms right here's. And forbid this. I thought I saw a were creature in that, but nope. Wish me luck, chat. Yeah, no, but I don't believe I've ever made a video specifically covering Hammers of Armok, but... Snatchers. Protect the children. 2 elf thieves. And a goblin thief. Elves with goblin culture, hey? They split pretty quick. There also seems to be elves mixed in with these goblins, using silver weaponry. And they're fighting with a very fierce, violent, terrifying undead chinchilla. I think they killed it. But I'll tell you this, Star. If you watched the Godly Tombs video where I used that, you saw exactly what I did to cause things to happen. If you don't know where it came from, you should try digging around those regions more, because you'll have that happen too. Basically, you're trying, like, I kind of critiqued your obsession with going after these mechanics a little earlier, and I'll try and do that again, but I'm trying to be, like, as neutral about this as possible. Basically, learn mechanics one at a time, right? And the deeper you get into this game, you'll gain a better overall knowledge of the game with time. What you're currently trying to do, from what it seems, is you're trying to go directly to endgame mechanics without any of the knowledge of what's in between, because you're asking questions that make it very clear that you don't know what's in between. I recommend just playing more of the video game before you try to do these extremely lofty endgame goals, because you'll have a much better time with it, and you'll also get to discover some exciting things along the way. Otherwise, if you're just trying to spoilerifize yourself, I recommend just looking at the wiki, because asking me questions, unless I'm currently doing those things on screen, is just going to lead me to being a spoiler house for people who don't necessarily want it. I don't personally care about spoilers, but many people do. So, please, mate, you can do this. I have faith in you. Also, we're about to get hit by an ad in 30 seconds, so I'm going to leave the game paused until the ads are done. Yeah, because it's something that I mentioned in the Godly Tombs video, but people reference, like, it a lot. It's funny to me because, one, Hammer of Armok is not a strat a new player should use to go do deep anyway, period. And number two, like, if you have to watch a video repeatedly to figure out how I did it, you do not have the game knowledge to do it without it being extraordinarily frustrating. So my advice is start simpler. Do things that are at your skill level. The stuff that I'm doing is stuff that I'm doing because I've done everything else, right? I wasn't making minecart shotguns on day 4, right? I wasn't dropping whole layers onto things early on. The stuff that I do, especially in the end game of Dwarf Fort, is stuff that I do because I've been playing this game for thousands of hours. Because over time, I've figured out how these systems work. And yeah, you can skip a lot of that learning curve, most likely. But if you just try and step over the learning curve and jump straight to the end game, you're missing the part of, yo, just playing the game and not using weird player strats is also very entertaining. And a perfectly viable way of doing things. Just because I do things in dumb, over-the-top, weird, not straightforward ways is because it's more interesting to me and more interesting to watch. It doesn't necessarily make it a better strategy than just, you know, throwing your face at a problem. I think people see complicated strat and go, better strat. No, I mean, it's significantly more viable to just use Marks Dwarf soldiers and, you know, weapon traps and a drawbridge than it is to build minecart shotguns. But I build minecart shotguns because they're cool to look at, right? Build a tower in the ocean. Yeah, exactly. You know, what the fuck is a Hammer of Armok? It's a player-referred term to when you drop a thing on a thing. That's a Hammer of Armok. If you drop a thing on a thing, that is a Hammer of Armok. So, like, using supports to drop portions of layers or flooring on things is a Hammer of Armok. Like, what I would recommend doing is don't go through that video. Go to my VOD channel and go to the fort series called Starfield, which is a very unique name that nobody else has used for anything ever, I swear. And once you find Starfield, look at the defense I used for that and try and replicate that. Because that'll make learning to use Hammers of Armok underground significantly easier. Because what I do is I build a layer of flooring and then drop that on the enemy. And we're back from the ad break. Yeah. All right, so we got Don't Fear Phil back confirming that the ad break now dunsies. And I got a bunch of goblins incoming. So let's fire a ballista bolt at them, shall we? Welcome back, IHQ. How was the show? Although there's a child in the way, so hopefully you get out of the way. Fire the missiles! Uh-oh. Well, and it hits a wall. Not surprised. Why? Run, kiddo. And then, of course, Dwarf runs away in fear. And now they're destroying my minecart routes. Great. And then you run away in fear, because that's what they do. All right, fine. Well, we will shut this thing off, because I do actually need to train up my
12 months.
my dwarves at some point in this task, but not until after this problem is over. And these are going to get resurrected, which is by design. Just a heads up. Also, I just have to say a real quick thank you to Aethernel for the 12 months. Welcome back for the whole year. Appreciate you greatly. Bone Dolphin, slashing her way through goblins with her iron battle axe. Tearing apart the purring maggot leather leggings. The force pulls the right knee, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. We've got Stozu, the goblin bowman, who screams, "Death, this is truly horrifying," especially when they come back after the death. The axe dwarf strikes the goblin crossbowman in the lower back teeth with the pommel of her iron battle axe. Like strong, creative, or have an impact on what they do. Okay, so nothing in Dwarf Fortress is cosmetic? Except for, like, clothing color. Everything affects everything. But a lot of things can be very minor from the player's perspective. I would say watch the hour-and-a-half long video I uploaded last week, if you want to see how much moods can actually affect dwarves. Different thoughts and different traits change how they interact with other dwarves, the speed that they can work at, whether or not they'll get mad at a thing, whether or not they'll get scared of something, which changes their psyche, which can impact whether or not they're happy or sad, which can impact whether or not they're tantruming or happy. So, very much. The Axdorf hacks the Goblin Bowman in the upper arm with an iron battle axe, bruising the muscle. Through the Jabberer leather armor. Gotta love the Jabberer armor. We've also got Urvad the Axe Dwarf, who's one of my dwarves, who's nauseous and almost naked. Huh. That seems bad. Although you are losing your gear, though. We may pull off getting a additional dwarf in a second. We've also got Gold Gilt Kubok, whose mum is Zassit in the military and just dropped the baby. And then there's Jezza here causing chaos. We've got 404 Dwarf Not Found, who is currently hacking a Goblin Bowman in the lower arm with the steel battle axe, shattering the bone. Artery opened by the attack, and a ligament was torn. We can move forward by just a couple turns. We can see the blood spray and blood splatters soaring out and flying everywhere. I'm sure this will be excellent for our overall moods. And now, there's a zombie cat over here. Because I guess these goblins killed a cat. Yep, there's a pool of cat blood, and now there's a zombie cat over there. Well, ain't that brilliant? I guess they can just deal with this cat now. While that goblin just leaves. You spy. Anyway, it also appears that some of these goblins have started coming back, so we're re-killing them. We're playing a Whack-A-Gob currently. It's a very fun game that dwarves love to play. And then that goblin-lined elf lady just walks around the corner, and this elf is like, you know what? Fuck this shit, I'm out. And you know what? I don't blame him. I don't blame him one bit. Go, tell them of our powers, you pathetic things that exist. It's a terrifying resurrecting mountain biome, and that doesn't have any weird weather or anything. It just resurrects the dead. And untamed wilds. And then this dwarf just comes booking it inside. What? Why were you up there then? Seems like a you problem there, dwarf. Oh well, I gotta get rid of this minecart road anyway. We're still playing Whack-A-Gob. My Yowzers. To just sit here and wait until all of the goblins are finally dead. We're called troglodytes. They're not invading your fort. They're just wild animals wandering through. Dwarves just fight with them easily because troglodytes are semi-intelligent. But they're not actually invading your fort, per se. See, these dwarves are just putting stuff away. And the dwarves are just, like, repeatedly re-killing them. Which is kind of funny. Sure, it's probably decent training, though. Can I somehow improve the creativity or strength of other perks of the dwarves? What I'll say is this. Not really. It's very difficult to satisfy a dwarf entirely. Often it's borderline impossible to satisfy a dwarf entirely. And the thing that you got to remember is that the dwarves don't care about you nor your feelings, and don't care if they do things that are completely different than what you want them to do. Essentially meaning, while it's important to be aware of how those mechanics work and how they can affect your dwarves positively or negatively, it's more of a thing that you should be aware of and less of a thing to focus on, because if you try to start focusing on min-maxing different personality traits, you're going to drive yourself insane. Dwarves have arrived to trade. While my military is still repeatedly re-killing this arm, basically. And then we'll need to trade with the dwarves. Needs to be disarmed. Mm-hmm. Sure, definitely. Got some legs, some arms, mutilated corpses. You know, it's a good time. Also can go over here and unlock this. And the liaison says, I'm the liaison from the mountain gnomes. Let's discuss your situation. Bring me wood! So I don't need to agitate the wild lice. Wild lice? Wildlife. They want blocks and large gems. Couldn't tell you what they needed last time, so. It's probably wise for me to just leave my military here. But I kind of don't want to. Jobs don't train attributes. What changes attributes is their thoughts, right? So a dwarf gets a thought. This dwarf has a thought, right? Which is satisfied after receiving water, but also felt pleasure remembering a sparring session. Thoughts that they remember go into their reoccurring memories, right? They remember this memory repeatedly, and it gives them the reoccurring mood, either positive or negative, right? If they have that same memory enough times, they can think through that memory, and that changes their traits. But the player has no control over it, over what their traits change to. I don't know what determines what their traits change to, but it essentially slowly with time changes their personality. So like, let's see if I can find one. This isn't that old of a fort, but... so this dwarf was accepting after remembering experiencing trauma and learned to value perseverance. So if I go into their personality and go here, they now personally believe that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have, and that's due to experiencing trauma. So you get these little like things in brackets in purple. Those are traits that have changed because of a reoccurring memory. And the player has no control over that. They think about what they want to think about, and they remember what they want to remember. It's important to know how the system works, but you can't really contort it. And if you try to min-max it, I guarantee you will drive yourself insane. Echidna isn't a vermin. A vermin is a specific size of animal. They are the ones that just kind of appear and then disappear. They're itty bitty bitty bitty. Those ones, those are vermin. You can't kill vermin. They're actually immortal. Unless you catch them in like a vermin trap. But echidnas are not vermin. Big hammer, whack it with stick would be my advice. Or, you know, unexisted. But because it's an echidna specifically, catch it in a cage trap. If your soldiers can't kill it, catch it in a cage trap. And then throw it in the lava. Or just like unexist it with DFAC. I don't know. That's one of those like, you kind of just need to... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Bone dolphin. Throwing a tantrum. That's not going to be good for your health there, Bone Dolphin. How's the helmet? Hopefully it's effective. You might be needing that in a moment. Also, Bone Dolphin's getting booted from the military. It's okay. There's more dwarves to fill those spots. I'm just going to kind of hope that no more zombies appear. Here's hoping. Is it your first one? That I noticed, yeah.
X500.
Thanks for the $5, Darren. Appreciate you. All in all, your biggest problem in any game, because min-maxing and controlling to make everything is perfect with your plan for something. Your plan for something that makes... All in all, this is my biggest problem in any game, because min-maxing and controlling to make sure that everything is perfect with your plan is something that makes you so comfortable. Okay, I got it. Yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress is like the anti-min-maxer, because Dwarf Fortress's whole like reason to exist as a video game is, oh, you want to min-max things? Yeah, how about no? Like Dwarf Fortress will systematically and with like laser precision fuck up your plans. And it's kind of designed to do that. So I'm not going to say like kiss your min-maxing goodbye, but like expect to have it ripped from your cold dead hands. And this is just me personally talking here, but I find this game's more enjoyable if you don't min-max. Exactly, Bigsy, right? It's therapy for min-maxers. I suppose. I mean, you can min-max things in Dwarf. You certainly can. But if you just try to obsess over that with this game, just remember it's not Factorio, and this is a game that is designed to have unexpected outcomes of things. And min-maxing is all about making the outcomes expected, right? And the unexpected outcomes are a large portion of the fun. But, you know, we also all get value and interest out of completely different things, right? I personally think that the narratives that are generated by the characters in Dwarf Fortress is the best part of Dwarf Fortress. Somebody else might think that making, I don't know, optimal soldiers is the best part of Dwarf Fortress. I don't feel that way, but that's also the beauty of a game like this, is we can all enjoy it for different reasons. Who has mining skill on mining? Yeah, there you go. But, like, the thing is, there's actually this disconnect in the Dwarf Fortress community, since we're talking about min-maxing, where older versions of this game were much more min-maxable than newer versions, because stress worked very differently back in the day in older versions. And there is just gonna forever be some people who played the game back in those days and prefer that style of play. Those people will always exist. Neither style of play is wrong or incorrect or bad. But there will forever be some people in the Dwarf Fortress community that will give advice based on that older style of game, because they're either still playing those games or they're modding their games so that it's the equivalent of that. Well, I mean, that's a skill issue if your dwarves are jumping into the garbage chute. But, like, you know, we can't all be perfect, right? And I certainly have my fair share of oopsies. But I agree with you. You search for rare things? There are so much of them? What do you mean? You search for rare things? Like, try to find rare things in Dwarf Fortress specifically? The futility of herding cats. I mean, Dwarf Fortress is kind of like a digital anthill, right? They're never going to do exactly what you want them to do. They might get close, though. But it's never going to be perfect. Okay. I need to trade small portions of items. And the reason I need to do that is trader skill is based on number of trades. And I need a broker with a really good appraisal skill. And my last broker died because Lanix got scared to death by a ghost. I'm just trading a couple shoes for a couple logs. Rinse, repeat. I'll also buy all this cloth. See if I can just do it this way. There we go. That's a good trade. Then the last of the items. They brought cheese, and not a small amount either. Let's just buy the meats. Buy all that. Sweet, done. What's my least favorite industry to set up? Bees, probably. Mostly bees. Bees are just kind of a pain. Not a big fan of bees. I'm also not super fond of taming animals, but chat loves it, so I do it pretty consistently. True. Clear glass and crystal glass are another one that's kind of annoying. Soap I don't mind, though. Soap is kind of fine. Ay vey, that didn't help much, did it? You love the goofy little guys? I also love bees. Bees are one of those industries that I just wish were better in Dwarf. Like, it would be great if bees were just a better mechanic, but, I mean, what can you really do? If they're that way, they're that way, and there ain't much you can do about it. And it's honestly not the highest priority for the developers, and I kind of don't blame them for not, but it would be nice if they were better. Let's make silver. Actually, I think it's sterling silver. Silver statue. Nickel silver, sterling silver. So I think I have sterling silver, don't I? I guess no, I don't. So just normal silver then. Fortunately, we got lots of pigtails, though. I suppose that's one major advantage. I'm gonna have to wall this off. You wish a ton of animals were tameable? Trainable is more or less enough. Assuming your dwarves are skilled. Trainable is usually enough. Because a skillfully trained dwarf is generally good. No, I don't use different tile sets. No, I don't know. Do no same. In fact, I think I can maybe count on one hand the number of tile sets I've seen, and most of the tile sets for this version are just converted old tile sets. So I don't think there are many of them right now. One day they'll let you train war crundles. All crundles are already war crundles. They're clearly already war crundles. Wanting werewolves? See, like, you know how sometimes I'll say Dwarf Fortress isn't really that moddable in that way? If you want random, or not random, I guess that's the wrong word to use. If you want more variety in creatures that can be trained for war, that is very easy to mod. Like, extremely easy. I'm kind of surprised there isn't just like a war everything mod or something. Like, just a mod that, like, just lets you war train everything. War trained, he's not, you know. Gorlak Army of Mass Destruction. I had a Gorlak Queen. That was a neat fort. What wolves? Sergeant Donut. Q and Green Tea, thank you very much for the 21st month. Welcome back. It's good to have you around. Thank you very much for continuing to support the channel. You want Weatherer Dwarf Cavalry? I don't want Dwarf Cavalry because I see how bad the AI is for enemy army cavalry and know that it's the vast majority of goblins surrenders are caused by the fact that they have like cavalry. Because everything in a siege has a bravery stat, including the mounts. And it turns out dwarves can like be trained to be brave, right? Like they can become hardened, whereas mounts can't. So like the vast majority of like human sieges, I get these ever since they've had mounts. Like they'll show up and they'll be like 200 humans and 200 horses or whatever. And they'll all be mounted on their horses and I'll have one dwarf charge, cause one of the horses to panic. And then the siege end just ends because the animals get terrified. And because the animals get terrified, they leave the map. And because half of the army just left the map, then shrug. So yeah, no, in order to get like actual proper cavalry, like it would take some pretty major reworks, I think. Which, you know, that's fine. There is no ghost defense gambit. We're just gonna die to ghosts. Man, I've said this many times, Magix, but man, I hate mod naming schemes. Man, I wish I didn't, but I do. Because of course that's what it would be called. It's like mod name generator. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's easy enough to mod that I could like do it in like 90 seconds if I wanted to have more specific war trainable types. Because it's just a raw edit. Like you just have to edit a notepad file basically. I don't know if it's that wild. Because, like, in real life, right, you can tell a dog to go attack a thing. Can you tell a horse to go attack a thing? I don't think horses really do that. You have to ride them into battle, so they're like a cavalry unit, not a war training unit. But I can see where the that's wild thought comes from. I don't know. I find horses terrifying in real life and in video games, so I'm happy I don't have to think about horses too much. Can you train to be mine? No, because it's Elven Grizzly Bear Cavalry. If you invade them and steal them, then you can keep them. But ones that you capture are not friendly to you, do not like you, and will never be friendly to you. There is no converting of enemy units to your side, is the simple version. Mostly for show. I was gonna say they better do that for show. You've been attacked by a horse? Was it trained to attack? Because if it was trained to attack, you need to not visit that horse person again. You had that effect happen to a merchant caravan. One horse at the very end got spooked and something couldn't be unloaded. Oh, yeah, yeah. I think you have to train horses to not attack. I think we're just talking about wild animals now, but yeah, I don't know. I'm terrified of horses. Horses are beautiful at a safe distance on the other side of a fence, very far away from me. And then when they're too close to me, then my wallet gets scared because horses are expensive. I mean, we still have Mounties here, but they don't really ride horses outside of very specific situations. Unless something was done to them. Oh yeah, well, I mean, horses can be lovely creatures, but I still, nope, will not go anywhere near a horse unless it's on the other side of a fence. I maintain my statement. Horses are terrifying. All right. 15 seconds left in the ad. You weren't expecting a horse to bite you? I've seen videos of horses just, like, eating a rat. So, do you look like a rat, Connie? Personally, I wouldn't expect any wild animal to bite me, but... Or any animal to bite me, rather. You plead the fifth. Sorry, I don't have that in Canada. What? I'm joking. You don't need to elaborate. Where the hell was I storing the bunnies? Tony, what kind of dwarf do you want? Did you have a dwarf in this one? I know you had one in the last one. No. Okay, what kind of dwarf do you want, Tith? I've seen documentaries about that island, Groven. But no, I'm good. Here's the thing, right? Like, why would I travel somewhere very far away to go camping around wild horses where I could go way less distance and go camping around not wild horses? You know, I'm good. Thanks. I don't need to do that. Instead, I will wake up to go pee and go, oh, fuck, a bear. Or a raccoon. Or a ground squirrel. Old and brown-haired. This dwarf ain't old. I guess I'll say define old. Okay, I'm gonna, for the sake of this and me being lazy, I'm gonna consider this dwarf old. 58's old. Tony! Welcome to the fort. Weak Door is your name. He likes to present himself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, and he finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. He is conflicted by this concept, as he has a very calm demeanor. He tends to think He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this. He's conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Variety is the spice of life. I already have lots of variety. I can get attacked by bears, cougars, coyotes. I don't add horses into that. That's fine. See on the outskirts of where a city in the countryside. Yeah. But why not bears, man? The historical documentary known as Red Alert from the Command and Conquer franchise of historical documentaries informed me that the Russians have flying drop bears, so clearly you just need to get better. Or parachuting grizzlies, I think is what they were. Actually, what did they have in that game? Was it parachuting grizzlies? I vaguely remember that. Anyway, he is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things. He has a greedy streak and often feels discouraged. And he is somewhat quarrelsome, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and tends to hang on to grievances, and generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. Often greets others with a hug and begins speaking in monotone whenever he is angered, and he rolls his eyes when he's exasperated. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal, and tries his best to never associate with such secretive fools. He would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and he sees sacrifice to be the height of folly, and has a deep dislike of the natural world, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. He likes electrum and pinfire opal, short swords and leggings and backpacks and traction benches and figurines and water buffaloes for their water wallowing. And the sound of the fragrances of scintillating, and when possible prefers consume platypus and passion fruit wine and longland flour, and absolutely hates mussels. Also, I'll just say this. It's not quite taming bears, but there's a pretty famous story from my region. This is back before weed was legal. And so illegally grown weed was a much bigger industry than it is these days. And there was a gang that found a chunk of provincial property that was kind of off in the middle of nowhere and started growing weed out there. But they wanted to defend their weed. So you know how they did it? They would go to the butcher shop and buy pounds of chickens, like feathered, full bone, whole chickens. And they would go leave them around the place. So what happened was bears were like, oh fuck, free food. Wow. And they would just go hang out there. And it got to the point where these guys were delivering chicken and steaks and meats, whatever was cheap, and any kind of organs or whatever you can get from the butcher for cheap, dropping them there. The bears apparently stopped feeling threatened by these dudes. And supposedly this went on for several years before park rangers and the police found them. And when they did, there was a group of about 30 bears hanging around this several acre patch of land that was full of weed. And they had to kill all of the bears because the bears were actively defending the area. So, oh, Canada, I guess. But yeah, no, that's probably why they didn't tame bears, because bears are not as agreeable as horses, shall we say. It kind of is badass, but it's also horrifying on many levels. It's one of those, it's a fun story to tell, but it's not a fun story. Bear gang members, pretty much. I would say they were barely even a gang. Yeah, they succeeded in getting bears to defend the place. But also, don't get bears to defend your place, because the bears will die. And that's sad. And nobody wants that. Poor bears did nothing wrong. They just wanted foods. All right, who hates pigs, and why is there just statues of pigs everywhere? Thanks for the $1, Tony. Dwarf Province, British Columbia. This was mid-2000s. Streamer didn't save the game. Oh. It happened right at the same time as the dwarf got redeemed, so. Sorry, I just read a comment in YouTube chat. It's so sad they had to put down Bear Grylls. A lot of people live in BC, Butch Cats. God. So Bone Dolphin is tantruming once again. But now getting released, apparently. I'm wondering, the dwarf's gonna go pick up equipment now. Is there actually enough clothing around? Because you getting beaten, you lost most of your clothes. I love the fact that, they go and they all just pick up these rotting clothes, because that's, I guess, all that we really have. So there are no vids on this castle yet. So, for a little bit of clarity here. You know that last video took me about 50 hours to edit and used about 60 hours of footage, right? This fort is still ongoing, and I'm still catching up on sleep and laundry after making the last one. So, Do you have a team of editors that are willing to work for free and be uncredited that could edit my videos for me? And then maybe. Otherwise, you gotta wait for your boy here to, you know, catch up on sleep and then start working on the next one. There's a reason those videos are released roughly once every 5 weeks. Why do they have to be uncredited? So that I don't have to say that I'm paying editors, which I'm not paying. I'm also not going to hire editors. I was just rambling about nonsense. I have literally zero plans nor desire to hire an editor. The only other province that would happen in would be Ontario. I mean, BC was like the mecca for growing weed here for a very long time, so. Well, I stream almost 40 hours a week most weeks, right? I stream 3 to 4 days a week, and I usually go 8 to 10 hours when I stream. And then I spend 1 day a week just doing behind-the-scenes stuff that you have to do around the edges of streaming. And then every couple of weeks, I work myself into the dirt and wish I was dead making a video for you. So, how about go watch the 3 videos I've made about passports again, 5 or 6 more times, so that I can work up the energy to go do another one. That's the best advice I can give you. She's making a rock decorated with rock. It's gonna rock, whatever it is. And if you kick it down a hill, it might roll. I wonder if I'm out of containers. Let's just do this. Rock pot. 150. Making 150 rock pots. Also, this dwarf is a champ. Uh-oh. Imush has been found dead. Am I out of, Is my well dry? Ah, my well's dry. Well, that's the problem. Crud. I feel like I should make a less shitty well. So I'm gonna make a less shitty well. Because I will be honest, all I've had up until this point are very shitty wells. So let's just go, no, not here. Let's go to here and just do this. And Adil has been found dead, completely contorted by fear. And once again, it was Kib, faint speaker, who did the deed. So this is Kib, faint speaker's next kill. He's doing like 3 or 4 a year. Why not just pipe it from the river? Because I only need to dig 1 tile down into an aquifer, and then like 1 to the side and then 1 down again, to just have an infinitely refilling one without having to let stuff in from the river. Also, the river freezes. Because this is literally less effort, more efficient, and cleaner. They're not gaining skills, but they've gained a nickname since dying. But they don't gain skills from it. Okay, so no, I actually need... Oh, nope, never mind. I'm actually 1 beneath the river. I was like, is there water below me? Nope. There's water above me. I mean, I'm not using water pressure, really. I'm using aquifers, but... You've been catching up on the VODs. There you go. Yeah, no, this fort, the VODs haven't started going out yet. We're a little bit of a ways off still. I don't know what that dwarf's doing over there, but I kind of want these gems. So, just gonna mine through these, get these gems out of here. And then right here in the middle, I can go down one further. Aiden, the engraver, has created Bill Slodex, a siltstone crown, and offers it to Ghost Trap, and I will pause the game for a second and place those. Ah, well, that's not great. I have a hole in my in my well, dear Liza. It's okay though. I can make this look kind of cool. I can also just toss that. If the ghosts are getting dense, shouldn't the library be extended so they can improve their intelligence? I can't tell if that's a joke statement, so I will take it literally. Ghosts can't read books. A dwarf was found dead, contorted in fear. And then moments later, Kumil was found dead because Bone Dolphin tantrumed. So Bone Dolphin, who is where exactly? Around here somewhere. Bone Dolphin tantrumed and is now in need of going back to prison. Same with Rigoth, who is also in my military. And now there's zombies appearing, it looks like. This is a good time. The dwarves are fighting with the zombies, and that's a hand that just went flying from said zombies. I'm just going to station my military here. Just wait for all the bodies to disappear. And another dwarf dies in the hospital. Once again, it's due to lacking water, which is fine. There's also a lot of teeth in the hallway. I'm not entirely sure why. My presumption is there was a fight somewhere. Seems like these are all injured dwarves going to the hospital.
Thanks to it Elfie Bean for my sub-gift. Cooler one yay, how's dwarfing and fortressing? Are we getting our adventure mode features soon? How much blood does a vampire drink relative to its size? Crypt Derplin also, banana.
Good question. I don't actually have an answer for any of those questions. But thank you very much for keeping that subscription around and pushing the button that Elfie made you push. That was quite the fight. This isn't even a brawl. This is literally just like dwarves trying to kill each other. And then becoming like zombies. Another dwarf, Dodok, has been found dead. And another dwarf was found dead. Okay, let me just check my hospital real quick here. Okay, so I don't have any surgeons. Just going to assign 2 and just kind of hope that, you know, somebody isn't injured. I also need 2 bone doctors. We likely have a zombie somewhere in here, or just somebody who is tantruming pretty bad. Punches the mayor in the head. Oh, you're just punching the mayor in the head. Well, that's good. It's okay. We needed a new mayor. It's fine. Why'd you have to do that, though? Been doing your own researching for OS the last couple months because Windows upgrades are getting ridiculous and the dependencies on AI programs is getting scary. I don't know if I'd say scary. Annoying, yes, but for me it was more just an like slowly building annoyance. Well, there ain't too much I can do right now. I am genuinely worried about these dwarves all coming back as zombies, though. Because all of these dwarves are injured. So what I need to do now is I need to go down to the hospital jobs here. Okay, I need a new bone. I need an additional bone doctor. Bone saw's good. I already have one surgeon, so we should be good. I don't even know what started all of this. I'm pretty sure it was just a tantrum going through. Okay, so I'm just going to open this up and set this as a water zone. Because I need water like stat. I also need buckets available. Let's throw like a few more buckets in here. Let's put some more soap in here. Let's put more of everything if I can. Ay, ay, ay. Let's look for orderly jobs. Rest, give food. Actually, no, don't train. Just stand. Or just like, you know, many Linux distros can just boot off of a USB drive without you having to actually install it. And so you can just putz around and mess with it without actually installing Linux. Just saying. You don't need to virtualize things. Like, at the very least, with Debian installs, you can just run it off of the drive that, you know, like your install drive, basically. Certain, like, wagons cannot go up and down stairs. They're a different use case thing, basically. I think Arch doesn't it? Sergeant Donut? All I'm saying is you don't need to use virtualization. That's a bit of a misnomer. Dwarves are getting surgery done, so blood's appearing. I like using ramps because I think they look nice, to be completely honest with you, but they do have a practical use. I think just using stairs and just using ramps are both kind of cruddy. I wouldn't recommend Arch. But, you know, it's something that doesn't need to be recommended to you. If you want it, you know that, and you've already found it. Why is Arch so popular? It's a meme. And also because power users, you know, it is the distro for power users. If you are a power user, you probably use Arch. And the people who use it are very loud about it. And honestly, I think do Linux as a whole kind of a disservice. That's all it really is. I've got very little experience with Ubuntu. I have a little bit of headless experience with Raspberry Pis, but actually using Ubuntu proper, I've never really used it as a desktop OS. I use Debian. Technically, the OS I use is Debian, so I am not on Ubuntu. Okay, so Connie of the Wolves is no longer mayor yet. But my manager is, so where did I put my mayor's office? My mayor's office is over here, right? Yes, okay. So, Bob. I love how a child claimed the one available bedroom in the fort. Well, I'm using Linux Mint, which is Debian, so yes. See? That ain't Windows. Well, I mean, technically you can run Cinnamon on Windows, but here, we'll just do this. New window, close that. There you go. See? I did the thing. And Tholtek was given birth to a boy. The hard Linux distro? Time changes. Yeah. Yeah. No, I know what you mean. In regards to the semester-long computer-intensive courses comment. Walk away for 10 minutes and everything is covered in blood? Yeah! Normal Dwarf Fort experience. Do not look away. The dwarves may vanish. Okay, so that's 1 deep. That's 7 of 7, meaning this is an operational well. This is just going to become my water source, and I'm just going to get rid of the other one. Or the other 2, actually. All the way down to here. You, go away. I'm also going to go all the way over to here and say, hey guys, can we just, like, you know, build a fence here? There we go. And I'm also going to go up and into here. Right here, and I'm just going to get rid of this well. This is just silly because it just doesn't work all that well. And I'm in an ad. Still alive, yes. Emperor Iron. Not really. Arch is min-maxing of PCs. Windows caused me more problems month to month with breaking shit than Linux has since I've installed it. By updating unexpectedly? Yeah, you know, it's actually kind of funny, right? Like, I really like the manual updating of Linux, because if I'm working on a big project, I can just not update my computer for a bit. And then update it after the project is done. But, you know. Yeah, anyway, the only actual Linux distro for min-maxing is, like, Arch, because it doesn't come with anything packed in. And then at that point, it's as min-max as you want it to be or not at all. So, I don't know. If you don't want to swap, don't swap. I'm not here to convince you to. Having used Linux desktop now for, what, 4 months? Without a Windows install? Well, that's not true. I have a Windows 98 install. But it kind of... It's a bit bewildering to me how afraid of it some people are. But I don't know. It's just an OS. It's not that crazy. This is just going to be a food stockpile extension. Did I not have an artifact? Thought I made an artifact recently that I was going to put up here and then just, like, didn't. I think we switched around the same time. Yeah. I mean, you can go watch the YouTube video from when I moved. I think I'm just not going to satisfy these guild halls because the fact that I lost my my broker and then lost the known value of all these rooms is kind of killing my desire to do it again. Does it hurt to not have stockpiles for some stuff? It seems like workshops having infinite storage space. Workshops get, quote, cluttered. And while, yeah, they have infinite storage space, cluttered workshops are significantly slower. But does it? Not really. Like, is it, like, gonna be a debilitating thing? No. It's purely up to you. I mean, I don't have, like, a bars or blocks stockpiles right now. As an example. Yeah, whenever I see people talking about, is cluttering in game right now? Do you mean workshop cluttering, the thing I just mentioned? Would I have mentioned it if it wasn't in the game? Yeah, it pretty drastically slows down production speed if workshops are cluttered. But they need to be full. Like, full. They get little brackets that says cluttered next to them. But you need, like, hundreds and hundreds of items to be in the tile with it. Like, it's not a trivial amount that fill that up, basically. You just never seen it in the new version? Oh, it's there. I've seen it. But yeah, if it wasn't in the game currently, I would have, like, added a caveat, basically. But yeah, fair question, though. Yeah, I don't know. I personally am, I guess, not as interested in Linux as a whole as many people who watch this stream are. Because personally, like, it was a bit of a trip kind of moving over, and there was, like, 48 hours of learning curve, and now it's like, okay, it's just an OS. Like, it's... I don't quite get the levels of, like, need to talk about all the time. I suppose it's because, like, you know, it's people who haven't tried it who are curious, which is makes sense to a degree, but, like, I do not really understand the borderline religious fervor around Linux, and also the absolute and total, like, disregard for its value and existence from people who've never tried it. Like, it's a weird spot that it sits in. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, installing it was a little strange, Laz Oshak, and then, like, beyond that point, it's like, there was a bit of a learning curve of, like, learning some basic terminal commands and learning my way around how to update it and manage it like any OS, but I would have to do the same thing if I started, like, using a Mac, right? Because I've got, like, next to no experience with using a Mac, as an example. So because of, like, that, to me, it's literally just, oh, now it's just an OS. And I almost, and, like, this is my own fault for making videos of it, right? But, like, pretty consistently, I will have people popping in going like, how's your Linux journey been? It's like, well, I learned how to use it and it's fine. It works. I don't know. Working as intended, I think. Somebody just committed a crime. Oh, no, never mind. They're all just going to go gather plants. Should have presumed that. People have a cult around iPhones and Macs, and that's not that strange, all things considered. No, totally, I get it. I think that the way you make something mainstream is you make it seem approachable and friendly. I think that evangelizing something makes you seem crazy, which scares people away. That, and I will forever be amused by people referring to Linux as Linus, but... And also, here's the thing. In regards to Linux has good features, but I will always take the simplicity of Windows compatibility. Windows compatibility exists for one reason. It's the monopoly. And also, large corporations make software for the OS that exists, that the majority of people use. Compatibility ain't actually that bad. But there will always be one or two pieces of software that you're like, well, I have to find an alternative to this. But then you find the alternative, and the alternative works just fine. And you're like, well, cool. Not an issue. Chrome OS isn't really Linux, though. Also, no, actually, if anything, I would say, okay. Genuine statement here. What do you think has sold better in the past few years? Chromebooks or Steam Decks? Because what I think is going to happen is productivity and, like, business people are going to continue moving towards AI nonsense and Linux and non-Linux options, like, you know, your Macs and your Windows. I have a weird feeling because of Steam and Valve pushing Linux compatibility so much, your hobbyists and gamers are going to end up moving to Linux. That is my presumption here. Chromebooks, huge fucking mile. Okay. I've never seen a Chromebook in the wild. I've seen 2 Steam Decks on the bus in the last 6 weeks. So, and if you look at, like, user data that's publicly available, the number of Chromebooks reportedly out there is not that high, but Steam Deck is obviously more popular as a consumer device. Sure. Yeah, see, I am a single adult in his 30s. Why would I go to a high school? I feel like that might get me in trouble if I went and hung around a high school to be like, hey, kid, what computer are you packing? So, sorry if that's a blind spot in my knowledge base, but it is. Very much so. So I will respectfully deny your request that I go to a high school. Chromebooks are a tablet with a, like, what's it called? Chromebooks are a tablet with a keyboard attached. That's the word I'm looking for here. Tablets have that niche. Sergeant Donut. You just described an iPad. Also, like a phone. I don't think Linux needs adoption. That's the thing. And that's, I think, the problem, Lazy Man, is Linux already runs the internet. So Linux will continue to exist and get better with time. Period. Right? Because there are people working on improving it. There are people working full-time on improving it. So it exists, and the internet's already powered by it. Every major tech company has portions of their staff just working on Linux and Linux features. So it doesn't need to be made mainstream. What it needs is it needs compatibility to slowly get better. And people who are even remotely tech savvy, when they realize that there's an alternative to what they're using, they'll go to the alternative. People aren't stupid. Well, some people are. Most people aren't stupid. And it's something that you will do with time. And also, this is a statement that I think Hobo is kind of mentioning out here. Guys, I'm in a room with 2 desktop computers and 3 monitors in front of me. We're a dying breed. If you have a desktop computer. Kind of in the same way that, like, train hobbyists don't exist anymore. Like, the core home-built PC is probably going to go away in the next 50 years. That's just going to become a more and more niche market. That writing's been on the wall for over a decade now. So, you know, Microsoft's becoming a cloud company, right? A services company. They want your games to be sent to you through xCloud. So you can wait in line for some PC in a server rack somewhere to serve you your video game to your smart television, which is owned by Amazon. So for me personally, use the OS that makes you happy. Because this hobby's going to go away. All we need is like NVIDIA and or one other major like home hardware PC manufacturer to go under, and we fall into irrelevancy. Oh, games consoles are rapidly dying. Rapidly, not slowly, with the exception of maybe Nintendo. So I don't know. I mean, I agree with you. But, you know, many hobbies have died over the years because the products that are used to make that hobby work cease being produced. Or because the audience that existed for that product ceased existing. That happens. Kind of a lot. And will continue to happen. Okay, well, I think what I'm going to do here is just make me lavish meals. Don't cook any of my drinks. I mean, that's a very large generalization, Shaq, but there's truth to that. It means the ones that want to know how to use a computer know how to use a computer, but you could also say the same thing about me, right? I don't know the first thing about maintaining or repairing a car. Because I've never owned one and I've never needed to know. Tarn Adams will be using it to work on DF? Oh yeah, totally. I mean, people fucking still have functional and working, like, Commodore Amigas. Right? And people still develop games for that platform. So if people are still making music on those things, producing games for those platforms, and also, you know, largely keeping a obsolete, out-of-date product usable in some sense, we'll still have gaming PCs, and there will still be people out there making games for them. But as far as mass appeal goes for PC gaming, we've peaked. You know, like, there's elements of truth to that statement, right, Jesse? There is elements of truth to that statement. But it's not a one and done thing, right? And also, you need to realize that who's watching those videos? Is it kids? Like, here, let me tell you this. I will read a stat for you. I'm clicking on, I followed a dwarf for 10 years, right? This is a video that I uploaded not too long ago. It's of Dwarf Fortress, made by me for my audience. If I scroll down from this video, I will get to average audience age. 0.2% of it is 13 to 17 years. 18 to 24 is 19.1%. 25 to 34 is 57.1%. 35 to 44 is 18.5%. 45 to 54 is 3.9%. 55 to 64 is 0.7%. And 65 plus is 0.6%. I love the fact that there's more 65 plus people watching my videos than people who can't drink. Hi, Grandma. But, like, seriously. I think that the number, anybody below 25 doesn't know PC is a bit of an exaggeration there. Can you be dwarf? Sure. What kind of dwarf do you want? They will die to a ghost probably, though. Do you want somebody happy, somebody upset, somebody with a beard, somebody without a beard, Sergeant Donut? Somebody with a sword, somebody with somebody with an axe, somebody with a mace? What do you want? I mean, find me the total number of people that are 30 who know how to repair a tape deck. Because I can say that there's probably not even dozens of us. Hobby's dying doesn't necessarily mean that it's gone. Why is this fortress going to fall to ghosts? Because I am not memorializing any dwarves, because it's Halloween. We're letting ghosts take over. Or where they're stored? Yeah, I mean, phones manage that for you. Beard, military weapon, don't matter. Okay. I cannot guarantee that they will stay in the military. Donut. Would flee even the most necessary battle to avoid any physical form of confrontation. Good. Is inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. And enshrews the practical concerns for philosophical discussion, puzzles and riddles, and the world of ideas. This dwarf seems awful. He is bashful and enjoys being in crowds. He's made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. I think this dwarf is like the local tavern conspiracy theorist. It's like, yo, so did you hear that thing that the queen said? About alcohol not being necessary for dwarves, and doesn't often feel envious of others, and has an active imagination and often feels nervous, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects. He can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. He has a greedy streak and he tends to be swayed by emotions of others, and he is quick to anger. He occasionally overindulges. It's because they bought all the competition, Hobo. And there is no alternatives for a lot of people. That's why. And also because companies license software, right? So if everybody licenses one software, everybody knows how to use that one software, then swapping off of that software is difficult. They absolutely should have IT courses. There are animation students, for example, at your school who don't know how to transfer files, and that's a serious issue for the industry that we're interested in. You know, I'm more concerned about people not knowing how to, like, format a basic document because they use ChatGPT to do it, but, like, if we're talking, like, if this is just a bigger conversation about brain rot and us, like, forgetting how our own shit works, there's a million science fiction films about societies collapsing because they forgot how, like, a screwdriver works. So on one hand, yeah, no, I agree. People should be tech literate. On the other hand, I think we got bigger concerns right now in society, guys. Anyway, where was I? Occasionally overindulges and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally treasures leisure time and thinks that it is very important in life, values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and does not really value skills related to fighting. These kids are insanely smart. Okay, how about this? Knowledge rot? Knowledge rot? Like, lack of knowledge. Like, one can be extremely smart, but also... how do I put this? One could be extremely smart, but not have the skill set to do the tasks that are needed. And I would say this is much more that. Where it's not a matter of these kids being dumb, but they don't have the needed skills to complete the task because society isn't teaching them those skills. It's sort of like the same situation of, like, lots of people not knowing how to cook because for decades, the only food that we were given was pre-canned manufactured food thanks to World War II, right? So you have generations of people not knowing how to cook. And also generations of people being really picky because you're used to having food in a certain format. And monkey brain, or lizard brain, or whatever term you want to use, is scared of food that look different, or feel different, or taste different. So if you're used to eating Campbell's soup, and somebody gives you homemade tomato soup, it's going to have a different texture, smell different, and have way less sodium in it. So you might not like it, because you're used to something else, even though the other thing is arguably better in almost every aspect, health, like taste, texture, benefits to you as a existing entity on this earth, but you still might not like it. And this is like everything right now is tech has gotten to a point where we are forgetting the steps that got us here. And I think that the majority of the people in this chat room are in the same age category or like decade category, I guess, to remember what life was like before. So we're all sitting here going, oh, wow, this is fucked because like none of you know what life was like before. It's sort of like my dad. He works with a bunch of guys in their early 20s. Like, you know, electrical engineers and like manufacturing specialists and whatnot. And they're all like recent graduates, right? My dad does all of his notes and all of his instructions on paper with a pen because my dad's special. And he uses very, very, very fancy pens that Hobo would drool over probably. And his fancy inks and whatnot. And he writes everything in script. And he said that he hired this kid recently and handed him his instructions for the day. And he goes, I can't read this. I can't read script. And he goes, well, you'll learn. And I think that there just needs to be more of that. Because, like, you know, people are capable of learning a thing, but you have to be put in the position where you have to learn it. Otherwise, you just won't learn it, right? As far as, like, Cinnabar and Goshenite and the color peach, Warhammers and Greaves and Quivers, and Floodgates and Dragonflies for their faceted eyes. I like dragonflies, they're cool. Sound of the Gem of Silver when possible prefers to consume cod. He likes to eat the Call of Duty. And llama cheese and quinoa beer, as well as donkey's milk and plums. I like plums. Plums are delicious. You've killed nothing, and you have some friends who don't live here who have goblin names, which is interesting. Welcome to the fort. Shark Jumping Walrus, thanks for the 21st month. Sorry, I was in a ramble. But welcome back. And thanks for continuing to keep that subscription live. Chat, can I get a couple beers? Kids are cooked right now because of all of them are sooner or later going to develop something similar to ADHD or ADD. That's a true brain rot. Can you develop ADHD? That's news to me. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't have kids, right? But what I'll say is tech is addictive and designed to be addictive, right? And I think there's a lot of... I've seen parents out there who seem to not care that it's addictive, or do but don't do anything about it, or alternatively realize that it's addictive but are also equally addicted and thus can't do anything about it. It's this weird problem where we need more like ethics in the tech industry, but that's not going to happen naturally. That's something that has to be enforced. And I don't know. That's not my field. So kids these days are designed to be so overstimulating that they're widely addicting. Yeah, but okay, but like what who's designing these children? Because I would like to see the blueprints. Like what is causing these kids to have low attention span? Is I guess the question then. Because like something is causing that. So what is causing it? Is it tech? Because from my perspective, it's tech. What do you think is causing it? If kids are designed, air quotes, to be overstimulated. I'll see you when we see you, Darmond. Like, if anything, and I think that, like, a lot of people attribute mental health problems to things that are in our world right now because it's easy to point at a boogeyman. I'm not an expert, so if I'm wrong, please tell me I'm wrong and we'll move on. But I think the reason that we're discovering all these mental health problems and things is because we actually do, fortunately, have enough technology to be able to actually study things that we knew shit all about 100 years ago. That's kind of the take I've always had with it, where it's like, is it like that we are creating these because of our tech, or are we just becoming aware of these because of our tech? I think it's more the latter. But, you know. Well, then stop putting things in your food, Jelly. Sheesh. Also, we're about to get hit by an ad break, so I will just pause game. No, never mind. Don't have to. The giantess Parallelbly Fabula has come. A gigantic creature resembling a human, almost unparalleled in size. Hopefully it brought a cool book. If you're going to joke about misinformation, make it clear that you're joking. This is basically what needs to be said here. If someone had diabetes 100 years ago, they called it wasting disease. Emperor Iron. My great-grandfather apparently died of wasting disease, where he just got really skinny and died. So, you know. We also had like a lot of younger siblings in my extended family who died as kids, mysteriously. So, you know. Although many things were attributed to a, quote, wasting disease, so. I mean, heck, like a fucking tapeworm probably would have the same effect. We'll see you when we see you, Jade Rocks. Yeah, no, good conversations today. Asking for ethical oversight in an industry might be removing the onus from the parents where it should be. See, I don't necessarily agree with that, though, right? Because the tech is marketed to families, right? And who should be responsible for making a device safe to use for a human? The person making the device or the human using the device? Should it be up to the human using the device to decide that it's safe for their children? Or should they simply be designing devices that aren't going to fuck up the brains of your children? I'm going to say Google has a lot more money than mom and pop. Google has the ability to do that. So does Apple. Whereas mom and pop, not necessarily. I think saying the consumer should protect themselves from this dangerous device we made is kind of the equivalent of saying you shouldn't stab yourself with a knife. Well, knives aren't marketed to children. Generally. I think putting the entirety of the blame on the parents is also discounting the fact that, you know, there was a lot of absentee parents around kids my age when I was growing up, and all they did was watch television. Round the clock, watch television. Now there's a lot of parents my age that do exactly the same thing with their kids, but swap TV out for phone or tablet. I think that society has proven time and time again that we are not responsible enough to know if something is dangerous. So I don't think I'm putting the entire onus on the parents. But, like, if the devices that we have are bad for kids, kids shouldn't be allowed to use them. And it currently right now is a situation where if you don't have them as a kid, you're bullied in school. You have no social life because you don't have your Instagram account. So the onus is on the parents, right?
Subprize.
Dr. Phineas, thanks for the 52nd month. Thanks for continuing to support this channel. You're awesome, dude. Means a lot, man. Why we are letting AI do blank is just gonna be a red flag in my brain for all eternity, I think. Constructed walls are considerably higher in value than smoothed walls. I'm curious as to why Fortnite's included on that. I don't play Fortnite, so I don't know what's in Fortnite, really. Aside from that, like, you can make Goku fight Darth Vader while Batman is shooting at them with a machine gun, which is kind of cool. But, like, outside of it being the ultimate showdown of Ultimate Destiny, how did Fortnite rot the kid's brain? Because, like, I played Counter-Strike for years, and I turned out okay, I think. Kids live and breathe it?
This is madness! Madness. This is stoned hobo. This is hobo.
What? Yeet. Whoa. Bruh. Thanks for the 20 pack of gift subs, Phineas, and also Hobo. You have a good night. If anything, it's going to make kids smarter, not dumber. I don't think the problem is necessarily video games, so I'm always very hesitant when people say that video games are the problem. But what I think is a problem is that, like, it's a correlation, not causation thing. However, everything around video games is the problem. Like, if a kid's playing Fortnite 12 hours a day, they're probably also on their phone looking at TikTok and Instagram, right?
Oh hey, I gave you free Bezos bucks.
Thanks for the free Bezos bucks. Free the Bezos bucks into my wallet. Appreciate you, Sergeant Donut. But then again, like, where are those WoW parents now, right? Like, what are they doing these days? Video games aren't the problem. Yeah, I mean, like, moderation, right? But I would say that Fortnite, the video game, probably more addictive than Counter-Strike Source or whatever I was playing back in the day. I would say that it's probably more addictive than Tribes. You know? It was probably more addictive than Halo Combat Evolved. You know, this whole, like, employing psychologists to design video games thing. Right. There was a giant on the map that I clicked and then pressed play and then forgot about. Okay, so this thing's gonna have a problem. And where's that giant? Oh, it's in a cage. Well done. Look at you, cranky old pride of yelling. Head you, priest goblins. You've killed a lot of goblins. Damn, son. Anyway, do you think this Forgotten Beast wins? Oh, wow, it got one. It's got two, it's got three. Oh, nice. It is bleeding, though. Forgotten Beast is, you know, killing these crocodiles well enough. Working its way through the Gorlak corpse. Or the Galorps. Bits and pieces of Gorlak go flying. Forgotten Beast is bleeding once again, continuing to fight through the walls of enemies. I'm pretty sure if it dies here, it can come back to life. Alive for 1,200 years, charge some puny dwarves to kill and pillage, get caught in a small cage trap, yep, and then thrown down into caves to go become a zombie. I don't think video games in and of themselves are harmful. At all. I am very much on the side of video games are an entertainment medium no different than comics or movies. I do think that certain portions of things such as live service, FOMO mechanics around free-to-play games, I think that can be addicting, and I think that that can cause what generally is a pretty mundane non-issue can be an issue. Game look awful. Is it fun? You mean like visually? Well, it's unfortunate you feel that way about one of the greatest video games of all time. I mean, Minecraft wouldn't exist without if this game didn't, so. I have tens of thousands of hours in it, so I like it. Yeah, no, I massively dislike Magic the Gathering's business model and always have. And pretty much will always feel that way. And this thing has done some work. It's killed humans, dwarves, goblins. It killed a dwarf in year 4. How did you live this long? Well, I mean, I guess the way it's just like exterminating these zombies is one way. Forgotten Beast scratches the troll corpse in the upper leg, denting the bone. Once was friends with a mobile game developer who would cynically say, my job is to manufacture digital crack for 13-year-olds. Yeah. All right, well, let's just go up to here and chuck a giant down in here. It's going to take a little bit for that to get placed, but... Yeah, okay, so dwarves are still just ending up in cages. That's funny. That is funny. We'll also throw a goblin down into here. Also, Suitor of Souls, we'll see you later, dude. Thanks for hanging out in the YouTube chat. Dwarf. 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 Yeah, it's fine. But essentially, like, if something isn't illegal, then it's more or less fair game, right? There's a lot of stuff around the edges of tech and also video games that are like, well, is it illegal? No. But should it be? Well, maybe. I would say so. But, like, what can you really do aside from try and change legislation so that stuff happens less? You know, if I was this ghost, I'd be getting very annoyed that the area that I'm hunting is just turning into a turkey coop. Like, I wonder if that Forgotten Beastie's still up down there. Yep. Legality does not equal morality. No, totally. Well, rip giant toad. But yeah, no, I've heard similar things also. Thanks, crit guy. They always go ham in your fort. They're usually like just the four-legged critters, right? Which go real fast. Like quadrupeds, I think they're referred to a lot of the times. How did I get zombies in the cave? It's a terrifying biome that has a resurrection properties. YouTube chat. That's how this giant is probably going to also become a zombie. Sooner than later. And that's a goblin. What? I wonder. Are you not there, Cuts Mob? Oh. I think that this goblin may have died in this cage. We're also going to throw this giant out of this and down into here. So the giant is now in the caves. So, Madame Giantess goes kersplat and then gets mobbed to death. And I guess won't get resurrected because I don't think this is a resurrecting area. Oh, nope, it is. So maybe we'll have a giant zombie in a few moments. Wait, nope. Never mind. Is this one resurrecting area? Nope. Okay. Will not have a undead giant. But maybe that's for the best, you know? Perhaps that is for the best. Oh. Oh, I see. It's because you were one of mine. That's why you were... Here I was trying to throw that goblin into the caverns, but turns out that goblin was just friendly all along. Which is why I couldn't find you in the list. Oh, shit. I missed that one, but we had another death. The dwarven child Mistum was found contorted in fear. How can I tell? Because on the surface, there's two separate biomes. There's mountain, which is very empty and devoid of anything growing. And then there's this foresty area, which is untamed wilds. This devoid mountain area is terrifying and haunted. So anything in this area that dies will come back as a zombie. This area is untamed wilds, but means big creatures can wander onto the map, but we're not going to get zombies wandering in from there. Essentially meaning anything that dies in an area of the map that is untamed wilds just, dies. Whereas anything that dies in the mountain portion of the map becomes a zombie. Kib really is the only, angered dwarf in the fort currently, yeah. Or the only angered haunt in the fort currently. Let's follow that beast. Holy shit. All right, you guys follow this beast as it lays waste to everything down here, and I will be back in a moment. Hubbity bubbity. Also, I've been welcomed to my chat room, so apparently my internet disconnected from my Twitch chat. Briefly. This thing's clearing distances. I mean, goddamn, dude. I do kind of hope that when this beast dies, which it may die pretty soon, it does die somewhere where it can come back, but I think it's currently in an area where it can. Oh, yeah, no, it definitely can, because these things that it's killing are coming back. There's another one. Also, hey, chat, can I get a round of beers? Curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now. Fighting with a undead Gorlak, yet another one. Gorlak mutilated corpse. You're just repeatedly kicking it against a wall. What a creature. This thing is just going at it. Well, absolutely. Anything can be resurrected in a zombified biome. So absolutely. Also, in case nobody knows, I have a lever connected to a door, which I can pull to just release the caverns and everything in the caves into the fortress. So I'm kind of planning on ending this fort by, releasing these hordes of undead into the fort. How many kills are you up to? 159. Apparently has killed 37 zombie elkbirds that are female. Good lord, man. This thing's doing some work. Undead take. Yeah, I might actually adventure into this fort after I'm done with it, But we've still got a ways to go. We've got more spooky haunts that need to cause us some grief first. Beast is very injured, but, like, not quite dead yet. And trying plus failing not to procrastinate. Yeah, I gotta say my babbling probably pretty distracting on that front, so. Best of luck, mate. Not bad. This thing is very broken and dented and bruised. It's also got a lot of scars. Wait, what? It just like vanished for a second there. The game just stopped following him. It just like moved too quickly. I've got a herbalist who's now possessed. Let's see what we have here. Smelt some tetrahedrite. Just work on that. Let's pause these two. Let them do their thing. What's up, sea serpents? It's one of the spookier Forgotten Beast appearances you've seen. Have you seen the giant, like, worm ones? They kind of look like the, uh-oh. Statue was toppled by Twitch chat. Twitch chat, why'd you do that? I've got some ghosts that are actually doing things. Like, you know, toppling stuff. I should just start scattering coffins and whatnot around. You know, as very topical entertainment. At least there's no crimes actively being committed. Craftsdorf shop has been claimed because of course it fucking has. Also, there's the statue that got toppled. You'll topple some coffins next time? Got it. Well, fortunately there's no dwarves in those coffins, so. With a ghost in adventure mode, runaway in fear is what you can do with a ghost in adventure mode. I had a ghost follow me. When I was playing as an adventurer, because I had an adventurer in a fortress, and then that fortress had some ghosts in it for a bit, and one of those ghosts was following the adventurer when the fortress fell. And I, you know, reclaimed that adventurer to continue playing as that adventurer. And for the first whole day that I was hiking through the forest, that adventurer was being followed by a ghost. And I could talk to the ghost, but when I slept, the ghost vanished. But still kind of neat if you think about it. Meanwhile, there's like dwarves like this. 15 zombie dark gnomes. Imagine having that kill score. Like, what do you do with your spare time? Oh, you know, killed 15 zombie dark gnomes. Speaking of zombie dark gnomes, this isn't a zombie dark gnome, but that is a goblin. So we are getting attacked by a goblin. Plural, I presume. So it is time for us to go here, turn on this burrow, add everybody to the burrow, and get somebody to prep to fire. Turn around there, Dwarf. There you go. Because it is time for us to fire. Although, I kind of doubt we'll hit anything, but hey. You have to head home. Alrighty, Ice Blue, take care. We'll see you tomorrow. Looks like they just shot down the Tricell Peregrine. Now, I don't think that this dwarf's going to hit anything, but, you know, we can try. Hey, chat, you may want to look up The Fighting is Beginning. Well, at least that went straight and true. But the goblins all turn around, so... Goblins? Snatchers? Yeah, snatchers. Yeah, these thieves ain't gonna make it very far. Dwarf is still reloading. At least I presumed you were reloading. I guess you saw a goblin and ran away in fear, and the fighting now begins down here. Dwarves turning those thieves into tiny little piles of no longer alive thieves. There is a stray cat zombie that is ambushing the goblins from behind. It's very ineffective. And we'll just send the squads up. Except you, go station right here. Oopsies. So Jason is up at the front, who is chasing directly through the walls of goblin viscera. Bits and pieces of goblins falling everywhere, zombie goblins coming back to life. And our straggler crew back here, hacking the goblin head in the head with her iron battle axe, tearing apart the muscle from the skull. Hey, chat, can I get a vile force of darkness in my chat? We greatly appreciate it. We've also got Lucas, who's running up at the front. Wearing that mask. Novice Mace Dwarf charging through the fray towards the goblin onslaught and got hit by something, which clearly hurt because now he's nauseous and was bleeding for a second. Definitely got hit by a bolt. However, bleeding aside and problems with that aside, I think that's a baby getting chopped into pieces. Is it? Nope, definitely a goblin getting chopped into pieces. However, Lucas's blood is all over the floor, which is not really where you want your blood to be. You kind of want it to be inside of your body, but hey. We've also got, up here on the front, we got a bad game. And 404 not found. And probably somebody else. We got Dave Danger, the Warlock, down at the back. Also charging through the goblin lines. The final line of goblin defense. And as the dwarves hack away at the last few bits, our axe dwarf here hacks the goblin in the upper body with his iron battle axe, bruising the muscle and shattering the left true ribs. The goblins get chased. The dwarves make sure that they ain't going anywhere. And just like that, well, aside from having the stragglers to pick back up, and that's going to continue for a while, I would say it was a pretty successful fight. What do you think, chat? And Bone Dolphin is stumbling around obliviously. What weapons would you recommend? The weapons that you like looking at is what I would recommend. I think people think way too much about what weapons. Dwarves are already the strongest, character type in the game. Goblin Bard, you say, hey? Chat, I'm not generally the best judge of character, but do you think this guy's a bard? I don't think that's a bard. Like, I really don't think that's a bard. It's an exceptional copper shield. It is encircled with bands of rectangular koboldite cabochons. A masterful bismuth bronze spear. A level 20 D&D bard? Sure. Oh man, I don't even have any, cold cases. You thief, you're here to steal my stuff. Has come to perform. Uh-huh. There's also an undead Wolverine on the surface. He's about to be the main antagonist? Sure, definitely. Mm-hmm. I mean, he would be if somebody would commit a crime. So we could easily unexist him, but it's kind of surprisingly difficult there. He came to perform the stealing of my stuff. Yes. Oh, I see. Didn't actually turn this off yet. I was like, why is nobody coming up to put this stuff away? It's like, God damn it, dwarves. An elven caravan has come to trade. Well, don't mind the piles of bodies, yeah? It's just an active performance of art performance. Yes, sure. Stellar. Definitely. Definitely a performance art. Armok willing. Well, here come them elves. We'll have to sell them something. I'm also out of drinks again, which, you know, is great.
Hi chat, I has all beef hot dogs yummy.
Renbird, thank you very much for the 6th month with Prime. Enjoy your hot dogs. Means a lot, mate. Thanks for continuing to support the channel. Sell the pigtail stuff because they'll buy it. And the spider silk stuff because they'll also buy it. Pigtail dress. Hemp dresses. And half dresses. This is always a little bit of playing with fire, but polar bear leather high boots? Damn. But it turns out, as long as you're just a little bit careful with clothing, it could be a very easy way to just trade with the elves. I wonder if it's intended that spider silk doesn't annoy them. You'll have to give the elves your garbage. Yeah, there you go. Can I order my militia to kill him? Yeah, but then we'll never have a chance of figuring out who he is or why he's here or what he's actually trying to steal, and I'd rather figure out what he's trying to steal if possible. But yeah, I could order the military to just kill that dude. The goblin bard. The most certainly a goblin bard. No spiders were harmed? Oh no, it's just webs were collected. Many spider homes were destroyed, though. Why? No animal is damaged in the making of pigtail. Pigtail's the name of a plant. Another forgotten beast has come. This is a hairy slug. It has thin wings of stretched skin and it has webs. Its maroon 5 hair is very curly. Beware its webs. There is 2 beasts alive now, yes? Yes. Yes, there is. So there's this one here. Oopsies. And this guy. I kind of want to just follow this thing. And see what's about to happen. Well, currently you're still just padding your kill count there. 216 other kills. Just wow. Okay, so now Webby, the Death of Caves, is in here. And is now no longer with us. Killed it by kicking the Forgotten Beast in the body with his right front foot, bruising the brain. Sorry, Mark Webber. Not this time, man. My mayor is off drinking. Too busy to trade right now. This beast is Twitter canceling their entire cavern with its feet alone. Yeah, no, I mean, it's doing a hell of a job. We are just trying to get rid of all this stuff here. Sweet, we've got a thing now. Goblin Bard, there you are. A crime was committed, so I now have an excuse to interrogate my bard. The captain of the guard right here, who's not thrilled with his life, but at least has the ability now to interrogate this weirdo. Should probably put doors here to actually make interrogating significantly easier, but we'll see. And then I'll have to immediately pause, probably. Ah. Okay, so... Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen this before. Okay, so first off, Goblin. Let's just look at this interrogation. The subject plotted to infiltrate the Ghost Trap in order to steal treasures and prepare coup under the influence of Ngozo Malign Squeezed. The Goblin Bard Aslot of the Disloyalty of Confidence corrupted a bad game, Domain Theaters, in order to have an agent in Ghostcandy, met with a bad game, and made a threat. The plan worked. That was one of my soldiers on the way in. So, this is an entire criminal organization. And this guy is the leader. As far as I can tell, yeah. Because that's his real name is Gozru. What was the name of that, Okay, no, he was... I see. So it's Ngozo Malign Squeezed, not this goblin. Real name is Free Hell. Oh, what a good name. Okay, so I'm going to convict this goblin of everything that they've done. No, why are you storing item in location? I need you to arrest this goblin. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna close the door. Close the gates! How to deliver? Oh, now you're gonna go beat a criminal. Excellent. But we need to have those gates closed first. There we go. The gates have been closed. So now you can beat the crap out of the criminal and chain him up. Excellent. We did it. We caught him. Now I can pull the lever again and open the door. The next thing I need to do is a bad game needs to be interrogated. And then this guy, who's the person in charge, also needs to go to prison. Also, I've got a bunch of unrelated dwarves that need to get arrested right now. So you're gonna get interviewed first and then arrested. Law and Order sound. Yeah. You know, I've never seen any Law and Order, period. I have seen Columbo, though. Columbo's fun. Uh-oh. A spinner was found dead. I don't know what the cause of death was. Probably Bone Dolphin being a nutcase. If I had to bet. Got more crimes that need to be dealt with soon. I'm sorry, what was that just ran by? Just saw like a masked goblin run by, and now I can't find it. Wild. Columbo is neat, yeah. Uh-oh, now there's a zombie up there. Well, that's not good. Okay, so you're gonna go beat criminal and then go beat another criminal. Bone Dolphin also really needs a criminal's conviction. And that's why it's lasted for like 2 decades. I don't know. I don't have cable TV, so none of those shows are really accessible to... Oh, that's what I saw run by was Lucas, probably. None of those shows are really accessible to me. Okay, you're gonna go chain up Zas. You committed a crime of some sort. Who's been seeing... I saw a Dwarf site. It must have been genius. It must have been. One should not complain or betray any feeling. Sure, Tekid. Now they get to hang out chained up in the haunted crazy person place. Got them from the High Seas? Ah, well, I'm glad you acquired them from the Swedish Public Library. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't have any interest, to be completely honest. Okay, so a bad game. Can you give me any more information about this person in charge? And also what you were trying to steal. So I think a bad game just, like, admitted himself. He confessed to theft. No new information was revealed. Had you actually stolen a thing? Nope. All right, well. Then in that case, I will simply convict you. And now we need to wait until their goblin arrives. And I'm just going to let my squads go do squad things and hope that, you know, these bodies just kind of get cleaned up sooner than later. And there we go. All those shows kind of blend together for you after a few episodes. Yeah, sounds about right. I really need to sort out this food problem. Like, this is bad. Because we just don't have enough booze. I either need to do some serious above ground farming close to the surface, or I need to just start growing plump helmets. Also, suddenly I'm seeing some lag. Kind of curious as to where that's coming. It's probably all just the dwarves running out here, right? And we've got another ghost who's risen and haunting the fortress. Speaking of risen, I'm quite curious about how many kills this creature's up to. 242. $242. Hello, Devilish Potato. How are you? It's good to see you. And the population has gone up? Yeah. We'll get to critical mass of ghosts eventually. But it's honestly taking longer than I expected. But yeah, genuinely it is taking longer than I expected. Weird looking little goblin, that. We got plants and fruits now, so we can just start working on that. As we're cooking pond turtles and cave lobsters. Prickleberries, foxtail millet, and whatever this is probably. Why do I have windows in the middle of the room? Because they're valuable. A herbalist has gone berserk. Oh no! Probably because you failed to make that artifact, eh? And you, immediately got eviscerated. I kind of thought this dwarf would last longer, but... What did you get killed by? The militia commander hacks the herbalist with a steel battle axe, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, shoutouts to whoever was standing there, but some dwarf got him quick. That's mildly terrifying. So, should we dig down, chat? What do you think? I mean, right now we've got down to here. Should we go further down? I think we should go further down. Just finished up day one of the big fall meeting where all our research is presented. So you still have a job and still being funded, and that's always nice. Well, that's good. I received several DMs in the last 72 hours from people saying they're getting laid off, so congratulations on still being jobbed. Because that certainly seems like a better situation than not being jobbed. Also, did I actually trade? I don't think I did. Oh well. If they are considered to be alive, and not everything can be, they have to be capable of leaving a body, basically. And if yes, then yes. So, like, a demon made of fire, probably not. A giant horse demon, or bull demon, or, I don't know, octopus demon, or, you know, anything that is a fleshy creature, yes. I'm happy to say that I'm glad you liked it. I don't know where this sentence is going. I'm forgetting how to words now. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. Please, if you enjoyed that video of following one dwarf for 10 years, please leave a comment on it and share it. and send it to your friends, and yell at people who might be interested in Dwarf Fortress that they should watch it, because videos could always use more views and more comments. Comments make the world go burr. Zombie Cavern might be silly with clowns. Yeah, but then I'd have to, like, dig into clowns. Which, I don't really want to do that. Currently, I'm just kind of going to the Magma Sea. I'm trying to get to the magma, see? You know? That kind of thing. Turn down the minerals in your new world and you couldn't play the nobles' rooms with Electrum like I normally do, and brass has been your crutch for satisfying nobles? There you go. Brass is pretty high value. I rarely have brass even. So. Brass is pretty good. Nice. Finding a decent amount of gold up in these walls. We're gonna have to make ourselves some gold here. Certainly something I'm gonna have to do. It just keeps going. I'm actually kind of curious. This goes all the way up to here. Well, oh no. Gonna have to go one earlier on this. Because that'll come down here. Actually, maybe the better way to do this one. Oopsies. Would be to go down here. Why do I make my life hard like this sometimes? Sometimes I guess I just choose to. And then from here, we can just keep going down. This is going to take a little bit, but I will be transporting all of this gold up with minecart, because it'll be easier to do it this way. You learn something new with every fort. You couldn't find iron in your current one and have enough in the embark screen. It had listed it. Turns out, since I was only looking in the mountain tile at all the indigenous rock and the hematite and limonite, you had to dig the other half of the map. Yeah, no, totally. Like, the beauty of Dwarf Fortress is there's always something to learn, right? That is the beauty of Dwarf Fort. No matter what you're doing, there is more things you can and eventually will learn. And that is largely the beauty of it. Oopsies. Because how many games can you play for thousands of hours and then play some more hours, then realize something that you somehow completely missed? There's very few games like that out there, and that's what makes games like Dwarf Fortress special. That's gonna get dug around. Ay vey. I am a legend of the Dwarf Fortress community? I don't know. People ascribe all sorts of titles to me that, if I were to agree, would make me sound more narcissistic than I already am. So, I don't know. Maybe. I am absolutely a Greg of the Dwarf Fortress community? Sure. That is a name that I'm given, so thus I can stand by that. What are these creepy crawlies hanging out in your fort? I have no idea. What are they? Hover your mouse over them. The game will tell you. Can you have a furnace operator? The better question is, do I have a furnace operator? I do. I've got one. It's normal. Does normal work? Alrighty, so I am officially annoyed by this whole dwarves just showing up in cages. I don't know why it's happening. I don't know. I don't think it's my cage traps, but I'm real tired of this. I really wish this would stop. Like, I think that they're just getting put into cages, but man, it's annoying having to deal with that. All right, Ilmirin. We're in an ad break, so I will read this because you're subbed. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, is quick to form negative views about things, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, is quick to anger and is often lustful, often acts with compassion, is quite ambitious and tends to be passive in discussions, rarely feels discouraged and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, mutters under her breath when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the whole notion that one would persevere through adversity, completely abhorrent, and is put off by trade and commerce, sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and doesn't feel strongly about the law, and does not particularly value the truth. Likes rose gold and red flash opal, as well as the color mauve taupe, and backpacks and doors, and the sight of the scarlet emerald, and when possible prefers to consume teff beer, and 2-grain wheat seeds, yes, and hates cave spiders. She has a pet doggo named Etur, is a member of the Pristine Coven, which is a religion, and is satisfied after discussing her problems with acquaintance, and is irritated after loud noises made it impossible to sleep. You know what that is? We got howling haunts, my friends. We got ghosts that are making it impossible to get a good night's sleep. Why do you say that, Christus? Or what makes you say that, I guess? But trust me, I would know. Mayhaps the dwarves want to be in cages? I kind of doubt it's got anything to do with that. Hey, chat, this is a potential emote. What think you? Ah, they are evil vermin. There you go. Can you tame them? I have no idea. I've never successfully figured out how those mechanics work, to be honest. Just need to confirm that that's the final one. But yeah, so this means that we have howling haunts, which is kind of exciting. It means that there are other types of upset undead ghosts in the fort now, which weren't there previously. Which is terrible news for my dwarves, most certainly. But yeah, I think what's happening is I just didn't have enough cages at some point, and then the game decided to start using cages. So the result is they are now using the wrong thing too often. So maybe if I unbuild this and rebuild it, we'll see. I don't know. I'm just like kind of theorizing right now because it's a weird effect I've never had happen before, but I guarantee it wasn't a secret update or something. Is this a no grave fort? Yep. Hence the ghosts everywhere. And this one in particular is becoming a bit of a serial killer. It's not a big fan of instant oats. Oh no, we're hauling the gold nuggets all the way up. It's not really what I wanted them to do. All right, I should actually just go here and remove gold nuggets from this. Because this needs to go all the way down, is what this needs to do. That's good. Down to there. Over to here. Actually, this is fucked. This won't work. So I need to go down here. Go there. Then down one. Once again, this is fucked and won't work. Because I need to do this. So might as well just stop one earlier. Then you go down to here. And then go over to there. And then there. Then there. Then there. Then there. That pops you into here, which then lets you go to there. Then here. 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 And honestly, this should just be where this whole thing stops. All right. It's not. So this fort is guaranteed to fall. Because I am basically like having a fortress with ghosts in it. It leads to stressed out dwarves because dwarves get stressed when they see ghosts, right? And stressed dwarves become worse types of ghosts when they die. So ghosts existing make dwarfs stressed. Dwarfs stressed make ghosts worse. Stressed dwarves lead to dwarves dying, and worse dwarves lead to bigger problems. So it's a self-perpetuating problem that will just get worse, 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 worse until the fortress collapses. And we've been getting close-ish to that kind of number a lot recently. It's a basically guaranteed failure of the fortress. There is lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of things I can do against ghosts. I am intentionally not doing any of them because it's Halloween. Speaking of, a dwarf was just killed by a ghost. Nil, the bone carver, was found dead, completely contorted by fear. Killed once again by faint speaker. No, I mean, like, this is a themed fortress where I'm not memorializing dwarves. If you want to get rid of ghosts, you have to bury the bodies. We're throwing the bodies in the river. Or memorialize them on slabs. We're throwing those in the river, though. Not the slabs or the coffins, the bodies. Because, like, the whole idea of this fort is it's like, you know, I am letting the fortress fall to goats. Ghosts? Ghosts. Because I covered this a couple times the other day, but let me just open up the wiki for you. So this is the DF wiki. There are murderous ghosts, which kill dwarves. There's sadistic ghosts, which can scare dwarves to death, which is what Faint Speaker is. There's violent ghosts, which batter dwarves. Moaning spirit, which makes one dwarf really upset at a time. Howling spirit, which makes sleeping difficult. I've clearly got a couple of those. Angry ghosts, which possess and steal shit and throw stuff around and cause dwarves to have tantrums. Definitely have had that. Energetic poltergeists, we got a couple of those. Secretive ghosts, misplaced items, we've also got a couple of those. Misplaced items, topper furniture, and can pull levers. I don't know if I have any of those. Restless haunts, drifts around the place. Definitely got a few of those. Forlorn haunts, drifts around the place of death and frequented locations by them in their living life. And those are all triggered by different circumstances in their life. I'm pretty sure this is Dwarf Fort, so, you know. Oh, goats. I mean, how about undead goats, okay? We could have that happen here. Hateful after being confined, hey? Well, good luck with that. I'm kind of curious if these two are just like sitting here chatting about something. They're just like, well, I was trying to steal shit from here. And this guy's like, well, I wasn't, but like, I'll steal shit for you if you get me out of here. Meanwhile, Ghost over here is like, I'm listening. I don't know where these geese keep coming from, but I also have a cavie, so I should probably eat that if I can. Yeah, I can. I think we should eat some goats. Speaking of goats, we should eat some. Ghosts are very much a woo place. Also, Cooler, I say ship it. Hey, chat, you guys gotta give me a minute, eh? I'm uploading an emote here. Although I will always forget exactly. Okay, no, never mind. I didn't forget this time. I feel like I often forget now, like, where exactly emotes are hiding. What should we call that ghost emote, chat? I've got something. No, Cooler Master is not the artist of this. It's just Cooler. All right, Crypt Spooky is now uploaded and should be usable by subscribers momentarily. Please prime yourself and be prepared to be spooky. You're welcome, chat roomers. This place seems lovely. No one gets out alive. Well, I mean, there is just an open doorway over here, but yeah. I don't disagree with that take. Okay, so right here, this is going to start here. Eh? Oh, shit. So what do you think of the ghost emote? Chat rooms? It's available. How many ghosts? I think there's only about 6 or 7 on the map at any given time for us. Yeah, it's about that. They appear and disappear pretty frequently. Ah, crud. Screwed up. This needs to be channeled down. They can't turn on slopes, minecarts. It'll cause problems if they try to. So this has to, you know, turn. But this is going to be used to haul gold or up. It's going to be a very, very long distance minecart route. I did it again. Go figure. It's like I know that this won't work, yet I keep doing it. So that's what you think of it? Hey, chat. There's a new emote for subscribers. It's called Crypt Spooky. I'd love to know your thoughts. Try it out for a test spin. Let me know if the sizing fits. All right. Excellent. I mean, I'll tell you this, that emote may or may not exist purely because I asked Cooler to draw me some ghosts for a certain YouTube video I'm going to work on at some point in the near future. Little concerned about this. And game saving. Yeah, the locked surface hatch just kind of makes it feels like lost. Kind of makes it feel like lost, if you will. Also, we're having elections here right now. And I'm either going to go vote tonight or I'm going to go vote tomorrow morning. And I'm not sure. Fresh off the leaked data? What? What do you mean? What leaked data? Oh, you mean me working on a new video in the future? I mean, is that a secret? You know, if we plant more onions, then we'll truly be able to get that leak data. I'm just saying. The internet heard me? I mean, that's fine. That was why I said it. For whatever that's worth, that is exactly why I said it. Could also make a diorite stockpile down here. Should we haul diorite up as well? I personally feel we should. I'm just kind of curious to know what you think. This is going to be for native gold, which is going to be gold nuggets. And probably other things down here too. Ah, bunch down here as well. Did I even make it down to the bottom? I don't even know. It's kind of a lot here. All right, so we did make it to the bottom. I'm gonna just keep digging, because I'm curious about how much deeper this hole goes. But yeah, no, there will be a video of this fort. That's not even something I need to announce, I think. That's just going to happen. And it is merely a matter of time. And I also mentioned earlier today that I spent a bunch of time yesterday, very well spent time, I'll have you know, recording variations on like boop sounds for the sound effects of when dwarves die in this fort in the video that's going to inevitably go alongside of this fort. The dwarf bone carver has created Nentukthur, a jagged dwarf bone helm, and offers it to Ghost Trap. And 404 not found tantrumed, which is great. You right here. Well, that's a shame. It doesn't have its own special assets, but helm. Also, that was a dwarf bone helm. So, honey, who'd you kill? It was Erdem. Ah! Chat, we've had our first fell mood of the fort. I thought that, fell moods made a different sound. Or am I, like, imagineering that into my brain? It's almost hot potato time. No, that's the opposite end of it. Well, there is a hot potato coming up, but that's the Rimworld one, which I don't take part in. Current task, report crime. Yeah, they're gonna go report their own crime. Do you have a cape? No, it's just a cloak. Oh. They found the dwarf dead. Well, that's interesting that we learned that the dwarf is dead when Tholteg tells him of the crime. That's interesting. So nobody knows who did it. Now, we know it was Tholteg. I'm going to interview Tholteg. Should probably also work on our booze selection. Maybe I should, like, cave on my no plump helmets rule, but I don't know. What I should probably actually really just do is just unfuck my farming, because right now my farming is just screwed up. I did a really bad job setting up farming for this fort, and I've just kind of never gone back and fixed it. While wearing the victim? No. The victim is being put over here in this artifact. So no, not wearing the victim. Also, who let this fucking cow into my fort? The hell? We have rules against this. We don't need no cows. I mean, or I should just, like, you know, do a better job not horrifyingly destroying the mental health of all of my dwarves. And then we wouldn't have this problem. Subject confessed. Alrighty. You and your baby get chained up for a bit. Although the baby just gets to walk away. At least you like the restraints. And Dad's probably not going to do a great job. Even baby's trying to find Dad, I think. And we found the dwarf dead. And also, the dwarf who found him dead, or was standing there, was her husband. Which is kind of a thing. Alright, well, let's just unfuck this farming situation a lot. How about we just do that? Because that seems to be the thing that I really need to do. And I've just been kind of refusing to, so let's just do that. Let's just unfuck this farming situation. Part of the way I'm going to do that is by going up to the surface and channeling down. Majority of these dwarves are just up here digging, but I need them to do this on a higher priority, ideally. How many ghosts are around? The thing is, they're appearing and disappearing. Lots of dwarves have died, and any of the dwarves that died could be a ghost right now. So every dwarf that's died on the map could be a ghost. But I don't have the total number of dwarves that have died on the map. Right? Plenty are alive. Well, we would, 1, need a full suit of Felmood gear. 2, that gear would need to be wearable. 1, we have a helmet that's not wearable. So, no. Unfortunately. Although I was thinking that the next major challenge idea could be I try and take over like either a world or a portion of a world. What the hell is that? That is the cutest fucking thing I've seen in the last couple seconds. Look at that adorable little murder bear. What a cute little guy. He's so cute. I'll stab it to death, but my god, it's adorable looking. Okay, sorry. Sazir, did you get him? Oh, wow, Sazir got him. Damn. You are injured, but... Ezem is really dead. I'm not feeling sad right now. How'd you know Ezem? I mean, that was Ezem, but... Must have been friends. It must have been. Also, that means there's agitated animals. Ah, well, I've got 2 caged chinchilla corpses, apparently. 2 undead chinchillas. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's actually dig out to here. Actually, you know what? Screw it. This is plenty. I'm going to then put flooring on top of this. This fort has some energy to it. Yeah, it's chill. What game is this? This is Dwarf Fortress. I'm always kind of impressed when people tune into this stream and ask what game it is. It's like, how did you find this stream if you didn't know what it was? Obviously, it's like, you know, it's YouTube recommending things to the people, but like, it's still kind of, it's impressive to me, I guess. And they can actually use this because it's faster. You still see people think it's a RimWorld clone? It's okay. People think that Minecraft is a Roblox clone. Actually, I don't think anybody thinks that, but... There may also be an element of, like, willful ignorance there. Just trying to annoy people. We were at 190 something a second ago, Jack. But we've also had a singular fell mood, too. So we're definitely getting to the point where things are starting to go bad, but... You want to stop your dwarves from wandering into the caverns, but allow monster slayers walking in without burrows. Yeah, basically you have to pause spiderweb collections and make sure that there's no items in there of value. That's a problem. Make sure there's no items in there of value that the dwarves would want to path over there for. That's what you need, basically. But is there, like, a way to do that, like, 100% consistently and safely? No. You have to use burrows. You're basically saying, I want to do a thing. Minecraft is an Infiniminer clone? Oh, no, totally. It was originally a fork of Infiniminer. But yeah, burrows exist for that purpose, right? So if you don't want to use burrows, I kind of can't really help you because you can disincentivize dwarves from going in there, but if they see something in there that they want, they'll go in there. Like if one of those creatures dies, like one of the monster slayers dies and they have gear that a dwarf can use, then they'll go in there and try and get the gear from the dwarf that died, or they'll go in there and try and get the dwarves will go in there and try and get the stuff from the monster slayer that just died and all that stuff, yeah. Dwarves love caves, bro. Good luck, yeah, pretty much. Okay, I'm just going to put a barracks right here. And get these dwarves training. What? Aiden, you're not supposed to be in the river. Can I blame this monkey? Chat, can I unexist this monkey? Just want this monkey to not exist right now. This monkey is in bad place. I'm gonna go let this monkey in. Oh. Is it the ravens that are causing problems? Yeah, that and the ravens. Ay, 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 ay. Fortunately, they may all just die when winter comes around. Or cease to be there, I guess. Am I literally just drinking my booze faster than I can brew it? That may actually also be partly the problem here. Okay, quit cooking my wine. God damn it. The most unbreakable barrier? They're unbreakable until they're not. Also, pro tip, Daniel, don't depend on monster slayers to defend your fort from the caverns. That's generally a very bad plan. Like, an exceptionally bad plan. In fact, I cannot recommend against that enough. So, you know, just my 2 cents, but you do you. With some experiments and they broke doors, you were flabbergasted? Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Certain things can destroy doors. I think that, because I went back and played an older version of the game last year, and doors operated about the same as they do in this version right now. I think that some people kind of Mandela affected themselves into thinking that doors used to be stronger than they actually were. They're actually very similar to the way they are now. Red Pyroceptor, that's interesting. Okay, where are we digging right now? Still going this way. Damn. Wow. I hit the bottom again. Let's keep going down. The dwarves are intended to be OP. Dwarves are far and away the strongest characters in the game. Like, by a lot. I mean, probably not very well, Daniel. Yeah, I think doors are fine the way they currently are. We do this every year, Lewis Morals. It's a theme for Halloween where I just don't memorialize dwarves and we make a doomed fort. Fun for adventurers as well, and also just kind of entertaining watching forts fall. So we do this for personal amusement more than anything, but it's we did this last year as well and it was entertaining, so this is my second time doing a fort like this for Halloween. It's better than, you know, just being the normal evil. But yes, that is essentially what I'm doing. I have 9 happy dwarves, you mean? Speaking of, we have some sadisticons now. I've got a ghost appearing who is battering dwarves. This is also a ghost, even though it doesn't look like one right now. And also down here is supposed to be a food stockpile. But what I need to do is I need to send my military right here. Okay, so these ravens are climbing up the cliff. I guess they don't have the ability to fly. Yeah, okay, so they're both missing wings. One's missing a right wing, and the other's missing a left wing. And they're climbing up that cliff face. So... Ghostbuster's already in game. If you want bust ghosts, simply memorialize Dwarf, and then ghosts busted. We need more waterfalls? I'm already letting plenty of aquifers leak into the fort. The were-camel, Stastos Doskinpurar, has come, a very large camel twisted into humanoid format. It is crazed for both blood and also flesh, if you didn't know, and its eyes glow amber, because that's the color of its energy. Its black hair is very curly, and you will know why you fear the night. Okay, excuse me while I sit here and scream. Did it die? Yes, it did. Well, that's one big problem no longer existing. Speaking of big problems that exist... Oh! Hey, kiddo, you might want to run. Is this the same were-camel as before? What was the name of the other one? This one hasn't killed anything here. I can't remember if the other one killed things here. I also can't remember if the other one got away. Okay, kiddo, did you just get bit? Nope. Hmm. Well, Erdem the child has been found dead. But you're injured, meaning the child got some hits in. How much did the kiddo fight back? Oh, wow, the kid bit it multiple times. He even tore the skin. The were-camel says, I've improved my fighting, and that was satisfying. Beating up a child. Yeah, be proud of yourself for beating up a child. He scratches the were-camel in the upper arm, tearing the fat and bruising the muscle. The child misses the were-camel. And after the were-camel's finished destroying the child's existence, he says, Death, this is truly horrifying. Yeah, okay, well, there's another one. Okay, that's 2 down. You're now fighting with Tony. Who miss. That's a ghost. I'm gonna send this squad into here. Tony is now dead. Nope, Tony isn't dead. Urvad is dead. Tony, are you dead? Struck. Okay. So, the were-camel equipped it a shirt and started whipping people with it. Strikes, twists, punches, grabs. Yeah, grabbed him by the shirt. So attacked him, but he jumped away, grabbed him by the shirt, and then started whipping him with the shirt. So that is our were-creature right there, who is apparently a legendary judge of intent, liar, comedian, and flatterer. Killed 3 dwarves, and I don't think got into fights with anybody else. And I'm going to tell them to make him go die. And you right here haven't been bit, from what I can tell. Oh. Well, since you got cage trapped, I think we can assign you to deep underground. You can go play with the creatures down there, deep down below. You think the other were-camel was also a goblin? Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, hold on. Dwarf, it's Adil. Huh. Well, so it's not because they have criminal punishments. They're not being put there as a form of prison. So I don't know. I don't know what this is, but I don't like it. You're kind of surprised it's still standing? I'm surprised we haven't died to, like, massive tantrum spirals yet. Or, like, massive just amounts of tantrums. Just based on, like, well, look at it kind of deal, you know? Okay, so up here, I'm going to do a little bit of farming. And yeah, burrow's not on. Well, let's just make sure that this is in the burrow for future reference. But it wouldn't surprise me if there's just a large population of were-camels in this world. That wouldn't surprise me at all. Seeing it walk over a child and just leave bits of it. Yeah, I know, it's kind of terrifying, isn't it? Ooh, let's grow blackberries. 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 And blackberries. And I'm just going to go into this, and I'm going to go kitchen. I'm going to say don't cook these. Odd, because it claims I have seeds. But according to that, I don't. Yeah, I do. I guess they can't be cooked then. Got another dwarf running around with a mask on. Yeah, no, this fort will definitely spiral out of control at some point. I just really hope it ends similarly to the last time I did this kind of fort, where it just gets completely overrun by ghosts at a point. Like, that's really how I hope this ends. So, we do need it to get there, though. We're working on it. Let's see if this is enough to make these fall. And if not fall, then enter the fort. Get in there, Dwarf. Okay, well, there goes one. Okay, so there is a mutilated raven corpse right here. And we just needed to wait for a dwarf to come by and go bonk. And smack it once. And I found a dwarf dead who drowned previously. Different. Unrelated to what I just did, so. Alright, the dwarfs, back up, please. So that I can build this. Maybe this raven will get in here. If it doesn't, that's fine too. Camels make really weird noises. It's an oddly specific thing to point out. So do moose. Moose make really weird sounds. They sound like somebody took a boat and like mixed it with like a trumpet, like a foghorn. Basically, they're loud ass animals. Okay, so let's see. Can I? Some migrants have arrived. I think that this goes all the way down. So I should be able to make a gold transport unit. Starting here. I'm going to call this gold, all caps. And it's going to be for gold. And I'm going to load from here. And we're going to take a minecart that's partially full already, which is fine. And then second stop for this thing is going to be all the way up to here, which is going to be over here. And it's going to stop there. And then when it leaves, it's just going to go north. All right, that should work. Where dragons? Why dragons? Place track vehicle. This is going to take you a while to haul in it. All right, well, good luck to you, Dwarf. Gotta say, it would be mighty unpleasant to just be hanging out in this fortress, and then suddenly there's just like, you know, just a green dude in the corner. You know what I would like to see rather than just like these were-dragon things that you guys are shouting? I would like to see boogeymen be able to attack you in fort mode. I know that like they're kind of the big baddie for adventure mode, but I don't know. I think it's a massively missed opportunity that there's like the coolest creatures that you could fight against. You just don't see them in fortress mode. And I think that kind of sucks. Kind of wish we could. Hope all is well. 14-hour workday, but you're here now. Welcome. It's good to have you. Hopefully work wasn't too hard, even though it was a long one. Also, thanks for gifting a subscribe to Vakruk. Vakruk, you have been gifted the power of sub. Also, speaking of subscriptions, Creed, we have a new emote. 6 hours of waiting for a tow truck. Sounds like an easy day. Also sounds like a very frustrating day, but we have a new emote, which is Crypt Spooky. Man, there is so many ghosts. Uh-oh. Bone Dolphin has been found dead. Yay! Sorry. Completely contorted in fear. Sorry, I'm very happy this stupid dwarf is dead. This dwarf caused me much grief, and will probably cause us much more grief now that they're dead. And it seems that everybody's favorite serial murderer, Kib, Fane Speaker, is now a zombie. Hey, chat, can I get a bunch of spooky ghosts? I sounded like Elmo. Also, can I get a round of beers for that gift sub? Cheers. Also, because Halloween is best season, Crypt Spooky staying. That's not some silly seasonal nonsense. Boogeymen should spawn under dwarven beds. Boogeymen are shapeshifters, for those of you who don't know. And they basically can become any creature. And so they just like rapidly transform en masse. And are quite dangerous. But yeah, no, unironically, I'm very happy that that dwarf is dead. Because that dwarf kept tantruming and causing us some major grief. Halfway to 1K. Getting there. Yeah, now we have Crypt Spook and now Crypt Spooky. Because it's spooky. This has a long way to go, doesn't it? Could also make a quartzite picker-upper now. There you go, you made it. Should also make another one for diorite and also allow diorite in this stockpile because there's diorite down here. So I think we'll do that as well. And I will go here, make a new route. I'll call this rock diorite. You're going to be right there. You're going to fill from here. You're going to load diorite. Could also just put quartzite in here, but eh. Maybe also cobaltite. And this could get very easily any minecart there. Then part 2 of that stop. What's this? It's just other stone? Sandstone? Sure, we'll chuck diorite and cobaltite in this. And then when you're done, go south. And then let's just go back down to that gold, because I want to see that get pushed up. I want to make sure it works. Because if it doesn't, that's pretty bad. Dwarfing, baby bluebird. Lanix, just an FYI, your dwarf did die today. Also, Diagnoser's been found dead. I'm not sure who started it, but I do see blood kind of everywhere. Meaning somebody got into a fight with somebody. Oh. Oh, wait, no. I was gonna say, we just had a goblin turn into a were-camel, but not one of mine. So, at least I don't think. Yeah, just the one who's in a cage. So that seems kind of ungood. Speaking of ungood, this Forgotten Beast has a couple of kills now. Just a couple. Baby Blueford, what kind of dwarf do you want? Everything in this place is awful, but, you know, it could be a lot worse. It could be waffle. I don't know if that's better or worse, but it's not awful, so. There's just blood like everywhere. So I wonder if somebody got possessed. Uh-oh. 3 dwarf C's were found deadsies. Also, somebody showed up dead over here. Another dwarf was found dead. And another dwarf was found dead. This is fine. I wonder if Raging Cave started this. Well, he wasn't the first person to get punched, so... Oh boy. Chat, could I get a round of beers? How many people are listening to the stream currently? It's been kind of trouble keeping the chat moving in the past hour, so if you're listening to the stream right now, could I get a round of beers? I'm curious how many of you are listening to the stream. Maybe we need a change of scenery pretty soon. Do I have any minors? Do any of these minors stand out to you? No banner flags is taken, but we got all these other selections around. You just tuned in? Hello, tuned in. Welcome. It's good to have you. Just finished work. Gotcha. It says here. Big beard and crown. Not dead. Babu Bluford. Is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is somewhat quarrelsome and bothered by this since he values friendship. He tends to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he likes to brawl. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And personally sees those that attempt to maintain dignified and proper behavior as vain and offensive. Does not particularly value the truth, and likes shale and pig iron and lapis lazuli, and cassowary tooth. You do dream of crafting a masterwork someday. You're strong and fearless. I could make you run a squad, actually. I'm actually going to take you off of mining, sorry. Called Pants Ever Onward. It's definitely something Ever Onward, unless it... but I've never seen one that said Pants Ever Onward. It's probably a book. So likely one of the... Like a book like this one on the ground. Like An Offering to the Forest, as an example. Or Time Spent with That, or Interpretations of the Pits, or Misconceptions with the Trenches. Also, many dwarves being found dead. Alrighty, dwarves, we really need to haul stuff. Good news is none of my dwarves are immediately dying. That are also critical to the functionality of my hospital. Although my bone doctor was just found dead, so maybe I just ate my own words there. Let's chuck in another bone doctor. And now we're in an ad break, so we'll pause. Legend called Pants Ever Onward, written by an elf. It's definitely like the Dwarf Fortress equivalent of Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants. It's definitely what that is. Humans and Other Travesties? Mm-hmm. Just like Victory by the Human. It's a myth. It doesn't actually exist. I'm a little bit concerned about zombies in the fort right now, but I think what I'm going to do is tell this squad to station here. Tell this squad to station here. And tell this squad to station here. And just kind of hope that if anybody comes back as zombies, we can just kill them. And kill them quickly enough that they won't become an issue. That or it's just anti-shorts propaganda, and you know, honestly, I support that message. As a fan of pants and not a fan of shorts myself, I do definitely support that message. I'm a little bit perplexed as to why that isn't getting hauled. Okay, well, those are. All right, well, this isn't full just yet, but it needs like one more gold nugget to be full. Although, let's just set this to go like right now. I don't think YouTube made a big mistake implementing them. Unfortunately, I think it was the right decision, but... I mean, I don't actually hate shorts all that much. It's what I dislike about shorts is that I have to make them. Shorts existing, I don't think is necessarily an issue. I know that you're making a joke out of something that and I'm taking it completely straight. But for clarity's sake here, I personally don't feel that shorts are a problem. They're not this scourge on society that some people make them out to be. They're just, you know, not the best format for entertainment on YouTube, in my opinion. And it's not a format that I generally enjoy making content for. That's all. But shorts, in and of themselves, are fine. I have to say, aside from this being a really long-ass route, this is actually pretty efficient, all things considered. And kerplunk. And there we go. We now have gold up here again. Shorts are still better than jeans? What do you got against jeans? Also, allow me to take your statement and raise your statement with jorts. This fort isn't even remotely stressful. Keyfry. Just like that they removed the ability to turn them off in your feed. I'm sorry, Grandpa, but unfortunately, that's not the reality of how the internet works. But why do you ask, Keyfry? Does this fort seem stressful? Yeah, at this point, I would say that this fort isn't stressful. It's just, you know, it just kind of is what it is. 'Tis a known quantity. Surgeon's been missing for a week. Did you drown? And 2 dwarves have babies. Why? Why? Why would you have babies? This is a nightmare factory of death. Also, a force of vile darkness has arrived. Let's go in here, go here, turn on the burrow, set you to prepare to fire. Wonder why there's a baby in the middle of that. Pause the game, go up to here, pull that, close that. Got dwarves planting blackberry bushes, which is great. And now we've got the brave Urist manning the ballistas. My goblin comes into the fort. I just, of all the places you could decide to start a family in Dwarf Fortress land, this one doesn't seem like a wise one. There's also a Peregrine Falcon Man corpse over here, who they are trying to, who they successfully unexisted, and are now running away in fear. Well, that makes my life a lot easier, thank you. Which I presume... Oh. Well, I got a dwarf up here who's now dying to the Peregrine Falcon Lady corpse. I guess I should send my dwarves out here. Also, there's a goblin thief here trying to beat the shit out of this dwarf to death. You know, this doesn't seem like a wise battle to join in on. Also, Cappy of the guard is up here, and he's completely unarmed. Aside from that, he's equipped with many an amulet. My military is trying to get over here, but they're not here yet. I'm going to turn that back on. I'm also going to send up this squad. I have bad news. I think we may lose our captain. Maybe not. Hold on. The Rough Sandals, which is the captain's squad, we're going to enable. And Atu Hate Pages, hates reading, true facts, is getting punched in the head by the captain of the guard, which is bruising the muscle. And now that the zombie is no longer a problem, I have a feeling that this child is helping too. This child is also punching the goblin thief in the head repeatedly, to the point where this child is now a dabbling wrestler. It's probably going to earn some skills sooner rather than later. And here come the siegers again. I thought they were all leaving. Turns out they weren't. Anyway, my captain of the guard, Tekut, is now bleeding at massive amounts, and hopefully my dwarves can get there before they're all dead. But currently, I have very little hope that will happen, because it appears that old Doc Brown here, aka Tekut, is in a martial trance, however, which means if he's going to survive, that is going to be his saving grace. But he is pale and bleeding profusely. Fortunately, though, Meng has popped up to help, right as the captain of the guard falls, and begins fighting his way alongside of the dwarves through the enemy forces. 'Tis now early autumn, which means it's time to trade. I would say that our good dwarf, Tekut, died gloriously. What a wondrous captain of the guard. Chat, can I get a big round of Fs for our great and wondrous Dwarfsis? And Aiden the Lie Maker is a competent leader, so I will make him into my new captain of the guardy. And rest in peace to the old cap. You will be missed, you old bastard. Just wait, they're all going to start coming back to life in a moment. I have to kill them 3 or 4 more times before all this is over. You know what? I'm really starting to get tempted to just, like, not have cages in this fort, you know? Because aside from this idiot, these are all just members of my fortress. And, like, how did they all end up in cages? You know? No idea. Like, genuinely, I have no idea. I figured it out. This is in the hospital. So you know what's happening? Can you see it, chat? Dwarves are getting injured and getting thrown onto this cage trap, and then the first one just keeps getting caged every time. Because all these injured dwarves are just hanging out right here. Well, I'm glad that mystery is solved. I hate it, but I'm glad that mystery is solved. Oh, man, I feel dumb. It's a cage match? Uh-huh. It's testing blind stupidity, basically. Hi. All right, well. There's also just a baby on the surface. Oh, shit. Trade caravan has arrived to trade. And, I guess it's time to sell things. Because these dwarves, I can just sell whatever to. You just got back? What happened? I don't know when you left. So how would I know how to tell you what happened? What was the last thing you saw? Let's start there. There's something pretty badass about polar bear leather armor. Hey, Vey. There's so much shit I have to get rid of, holy crap. I might end up just buying this entire trade caravan. Dwarves lying down on a cage trap in my hospital is what's causing them to all end up in cages. The good news is they've all been getting happy thoughts because they've been able to bring people drinks constantly because there's been drinks available constantly. So I guess that's a positive thing. It's like, well, you know, felt happy after bringing somebody water or food. Meanwhile, Dwarf who's getting food and water while it's in a cage is just sitting there angry as all fuck going, I committed no crime, what in the hell? This is a fortress of false imprisonment, basically. Maybe it's just an allegory for privatized healthcare, you know? Get an injury and just get thrown into prison. Like, don't even exist. How dare you? What do you mean you don't have a large credit card limit? Well, begone, Dwarf. I gotta admit, that is a first even for me. The industrial prison complex, sure. Or all of the above at this point. All right. I feel like that was way more than 300 items, but I suppose it's not. Apparently another dwarf got convicted of a crime. Probably also sell quivers. Kubok was found dead. Any number of things could have killed them. Yeah, this is why, like, you know, I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, right? Star Drop. And I will have people just ask me if I'm going to play insert, like, you know, RimWorld clone number 342 here. Or it's like, do you ever play this game? Or do you ever play this game? It's like, well, I think, like, if you can get past Dwarf Fortress's shortcomings, which it has plenty, right? And begin to see Dwarf Fortress for what it is, which is, like, just an incredibly deep story generator and, like, world simulator. Once you kind of get past that initial, oh god, of like trying to learn the UI and playing the game, it's very difficult for me to play any other games. Even like other games do things differently. Like RimWorld does a lot of things differently, but it's hard for me to be interested in a playthrough of RimWorld after getting into Dwarf Fort, for sure. I don't know if other people have that same feeling, but I certainly do. But I guess that makes at least two of us Star Drop. That makes at least two of us. So many bodies that need to be gone. Also, we're almost up to 50 angriest dwarves. Yeah, excellent. Do you guys think this fort's gonna make it to Thursday? I wonder. Do I play any RTSs like StarCraft? No. No, I do not. And how mechanical quirks pan out? I mean, they both use kitchen sink designs, so... Which is simultaneously one of the silliest names for a style of design, but also at the same time, one of the most intriguing concepts, in my humble opinion. I'd rather not, actually, Shinobi. That tends to not end well. Feel Dwarf Fortress makes it feel more alive. Dwarf Fortress feels mechanically shallow and so robotic, and many get lost in the depths. Emerald feels mechanically shallow and so robotic, and many get lost in the depths of cool things that are beyond me in DF, but even the really small things you have to learn are all really deep and compared to most other games. Yeah, I mean, you just described the appeal of Dwarf Fortress. In like a sentence, in that description there, you just described the appeal of Dwarf Fortress. What you are talking about is why people play this game, right? I'm playing a shift. It's only been 9 hours. It's actually relatively short for me. No, kitchen sink design is okay. An example of this is like, okay, so if you throw a potion at a sink in NetHack, right? The potion can break, and the potion will disappear into the sink. If you throw a potion over a sink, the potion sinks down into the sink, because that's a mechanical pun. If you can turn off on the sink, you can turn off the sink. You can wash your hands in the sink. It's basically, this is a sink. How many mechanics can we tie to this sink? And how many mechanics can it tie to other things around it? You can drink water from the sink. You can fill something with water from the sink. We have an item in this game. What is the maximum number of possibilities that you can do with this item? Which is why a lot of traditional roguelikes and also like adventure mode for Dwarf Fortress have obnoxious fucking control schemes, because you have to be able to throw, taste, drop, equip, fight with, use as tool, kick. Like, you need to be able to interact with every object in as many ways as bloody possible. That's kitchen sink design. I may actually just mark everything. But cheese. Trade all this. Buy the cheese with the last of it. But not a lot of, well, kitchen sink design is very much not that common in the AAA space these days. It's primarily an immersive sim thing. Yeah, I didn't like the first one, Nearest Games. So, mostly because it was one of those games that was just kind of hard for me to play, because it's very visually busy. So no, I didn't. Yeah, it's all actually interrogations aren't a bad pull. It's like why you can interrogate ghosts and geese in Dwarf. I feel like there are some exceptions to that rule for me at the very least, Leroy. Like every now and again, I want to play less colony builders and more city builders. Like I still get a lot of enjoyment out of games like Songs of Six, right? But like you have to do something that Dwarf Fortress doesn't do. Be that like scale or something. Like if another game exists and it can do something that Dwarf Fortress either doesn't do well or just doesn't do at all, I do feel that there's like reason to play a game like that. Like the reason to play RimWorld is, do you want like a real-time with pause tactics combat game, right? Or are they not that dense yet? Oh, we've certainly had some ghosts kill dwarves. We've certainly had some. And we've got some pretty consistent tantrumers. Like, things are certainly going south, but yes, we do have a large population of dwarves right now. You're watching that one closely. Songs of Six is neat. There's some things I wish I liked more about that game. I find the actual management of it to be kind of tedious. I wish I didn't, but I do. I haven't been going that long. Only 9 hours. Streams last week were weirdly short. You up here are just sitting there tantruming. It's probably gonna go kill somebody with his pickaxe in no time. Just got a child over here in that. Okay, well hopefully that's no longer an issue. Real-time tactics? Well, what else would you call it? Modded, I don't know. I had my fill of City Skylines after about 450 hours of gameplay, and I don't think I'll ever go back to that game. But, you know, it was fun for a time. Just like many things. I think I've got a couple turkeys, chat. Let's butcher some turkeys. It's time to eat a few dozen turkeys. It's the most seasonally appropriate thing we've done in this fort in a while. Actually, that's something I should sell. No, I mean, you could be like me, Stardrop, and give, you know, Bay 12 Games $10 a month on Patreon, which is going to cost way more than that. But for me, it's less of a having to pay $40 every year and a half for 10 hours of niche mechanics that you may not even want. It's having to pay that money so that your mods continue to work, because most mods support the DLCs or require the DLCs. That's the thing that bothers me about that whole style of thing. I'm going to offer these turkey and guinea hen eggs as a gift. They can just have those. Who saw what SpaceX did? Nope. Should I care? Did they blow up yet another rocket? Or did they do something cool and Elon's just going to take credit for it? Oh. Wait, hold on. I have a question. I guess you've never played, like... I guess the most recent example of that would probably be Desperados 3? Or, like, Shogun... Blades of the Shogun, I think, was the other one by that studio. But, like, no, real-time tactics have existed for years. Like the Commandos games? They landed it? Okay. Why in the world would I care? I could care less what SpaceX does. So, should I give a shit about an overbloated, expensive space company that probably shouldn't exist? Should I care? Because... Yay! A rocket ship worked. That's a first. Because it's cool? No, it's not. When, like, you know, they do something groundbreaking and exciting, feel free to tell me. They built a rocket ship that works. Wow. Cool. Good for them. Anyway, I don't give a flying fuck about SpaceX. They're too busy filling my skies up with awful, like, satellites for shitty internet that people don't need. So, you know, it's a good time. Like 80 years ago? Yep. 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 Did they get those two people stranded up their back? What? That was Boeing, though, wasn't it? True. Yeah. No. Actually, if they launched the spaceship into space, and it's somehow strangely malfunctioning and can't come back down for the next 60 years, but has a lifetime supply of food on it, and Elon Musk happens to be on it, then I'll be excited. That would be pretty cool. That would be pretty cool. I don't know. It's because there's so people who like SpaceX are so fucking used to celebrating failure that when they do something that's like mildly acceptable, it's like, oh yeah, you have a prototype that works. Cool. Now do something cool with it. Proving something works in and of itself is not cool in space. You have to do a lot more than... We launched a rocket and landed said rocket. You got to do a lot more than that. Boeing dropped the ball and SpaceX is taking over. Okay, cool. One of my neighbors works for Boeing, or works for a third-party contractor that works for Boeing. They do navigation systems. And, he's been very worried he's going to get laid off for a while. And I haven't spoke to him in a couple of days, so I hope he's doing okay. You're a little upset now? I feel like we've been over this one before. I intentionally ignore SpaceX. So... Here's what it is, mate. Usually they fall into the ocean after separation. Yeah, fall into the ocean. Great. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, most space stuff kind of just makes me mad these days. I do tend to feel like I am... Like, there was an era of me where I found that shit to be fascinating and cool and exciting and interesting and something that I wanted to learn more about and see more of it happen. No. You know what I'm interested in? I'm interested in space probes, telescopes. Like, you know, if they spot, like, something in our skies that we've never seen before, that's awesome. I do not give a flying fuck about the commercial space industry. That's all. Like, if we want to talk about probes detecting water on Mars, that's cool. Do we want to talk about, you know, possible life forms existing on moons in our solar system? That's cool. You want to talk about things that we've spotted at the far ends of space? We want to talk about, like, antimatter and dark matter and all that fun shit. Like the makeup of space-time and quantum mechanics. That stuff's cool. Filling our atmosphere up with nonsense for the sake of polluting our planet more than it already is just kind of makes me mad. That's it. Unless we're cleaning up our skies. Like, if someone was just like, hey, guys, SpaceX is going to go up into the atmosphere and send all of their satellites down and burn them up, that would be pretty cool. That should be pretty amazing once it gets to Jupiter. Yeah, let me know when that happens. And what? How many months is that going to take? Rovod is battering one of my dwarves. Also getting pretty consistent reports of dwarves getting spooked away by things. I'm also getting another migrant wave. Be there early 2030. All right, call me in 2030. But no, that is pretty cool. I would like to see better photos of Jupiter. Jupiter's a pretty cool place. You're having an issue with civilians taking weapons before your soldiers can. How are they taking your weapons? Oh, wait, hold on. Are they carrying them to a stockpile? Is that what's happening? I guess I'm trying to figure out exactly what you mean. Also, it would help if you weren't in Texas. Sorry, I had to make that joke. It's either that or Florida. But, like... Yeah, no, it's it's definitely corrupted by capitalism. Space most certainly is. Sag. I still like that meme, though. It is genuinely some of the best acting and one of the best quotes in, like, just video game history. So... They're carrying them around constantly. To stockpiles? Because, like, they're not weapons if, like, your civilians are... Oh, hold on. What is the weapon? What is it? What kind of weapon is it? Yeah, I would love to do that, too. Star drop. Because, like, if they're battle axes, you have too many woodcutters assigned. Pickaxes aren't directly considered weapons. If they're crossbows, then hunters. It's battle axes? Okay. How many woodcutters do you have? Because I apparently have none. I should have at least one. But you really only need 1 or 2 woodcutters. Woodcutters use battle axes to chop down trees. So if you have a bunch of dwarves assigned as woodcutters by hitting Y on the keyboard under this screen, if you have a bunch of them assigned, they'll just pick them up and run around with them. Sea monsters already exist in Dwarf, though. But you're talking about boats, not just a shipping industry. I thought you just meant wagons. You know, to combat most people's need for boats, you know what I do? I just make sure that I play Dwarf Fortress in worlds that don't need boats. That's what the issue was? There you go. Happy to help. What's driving you crazy? Well, happy to help. Glad we found the problem. But yeah, you only need like 1 or 2 battle axe dwarves per fort, so. Or woodcutters per fort, so you don't really need that many. Yeah. I'm setting up a siege weaponry training area. Once all this is built, then I'm just going to set these to fire at will. And William Shatner and Will Smith are going to need to dodge. But the dwarves will just fire boulders north. And these don't friendly fire, so it shouldn't be an issue. You know, shoes just keep appearing in weird places, and I don't know how. Okay, so I have some time until the full moon. I'm going to go down to here. I'm just going to go assign that goblin. Right there. And Napalm, go get the gubby. Boulders are terrible. Do not use them as, do not use catapults as weapons. They're terrible. They're very easy to dodge. They do almost no damage. They're like using stonefall traps, but at a distance, and they might miss most of the time. They will miss most of the time. They're useful for training, but that's about it. The reason they're useful for training is they don't friendly fire. Come on, Napalm. Moon filling up. Me no like. Gotta get this gobby into the caverns. Whee, splat. Excellent. I mean, you becoming a were creature will definitely heal your wounds. But what do you think, chat? Do you think he's gonna die to a forgotten beast first? Also, I love that this goblin was a legendary fisherman at one point in his life. I think the 8th is Were Creature Day. Also not sure what direction he's heading. He's heading south. No, but this is a Were Camel. Yellow. So in just a few days, Jesus. I mean, he had a dream, and that dream fell apart, unfortunately. Rest in peace to that Gobby. Speaking of Gobby, how is this thing doing? This Forgotten Beast is doing a pretty good job keeping my caverns clean. I gotta say, like, honestly, solid kill streak up there. Strange mood. All right, you adorable Dwarfy. Grabbing bones, methinks? Yep, turkey leather. Not bones, just turkey leather. Uh, 404 is convicted of yet another beating the crap out of somebody unprompted for no logical reason crime. And you got copper bars, okay. And gold nuggets. It's the kind of neighbor you want in the basement. What, a very efficient cleaner-upper? Yeah, I guess it's like the opposite of having a hoarder, right? This is like the neighbor that just does that adopts the whole block and just keeps all the trash cleaned from all of the local parking lots. Plant Daddy Gaming, thank you very much for the raid. That is the first raid we've had today. Appreciate you greatly. In fact, I think that's the first raid I've had in like 3 streams. Oh no, another dwarf was found contorted in fear, and it was killed once again by Faint Speaker. This murderous ghost, the spirit has not been properly memorialized. Still at it. Iden is the most recent dwarf. What's up, Sir Oxian? But what were you up to? What were you streaming today? And how was the stream? I am torturing my dwarves to death with ghosts. Gib Dwarf, please. What kind of dwarf you want me, Gib? Most of them are Angie. I'm concerned about the happy ones. Actually, who are the happy ones? Man, Darius is just like ecstatic with his life. He loves it here. Same with Jasper. Connie of the Wolves also loves it here. Replay's been battered several times and also loves it here. Raccoon with matches loves his job. Random, please? Okay. I will just sort by... sort by name. Okay, well, I'll go 1 up. Antimata is proud after teaching bone carving, apparently. Is married to a bone carver. Her mother is a bone carver, and her younger sister is a bone carver. And surprise, her uncle's also a bone carver. She drops any activity at the slightest hint of difficulty or the suggestion of effort being required, is intellectually stubborn, and rarely changes her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. Is not readily moved by art or natural beauty, and has a sense of duty, likes to brawl, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. She is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is slow to trust others. She lives a fast-paced life, and she has an active sense of humor. She doesn't handle stress well, and she thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. So, Oxian, you were watching Plant Daddy stream whatever the game that Plant Daddy was streaming, and then you're just like, "Whoa! I didn't know you knew this guy." Is this one of those situations? You dream of raising a family and personally find the idea of competition obscene, and find the idea of fair dealing foolish, and cheats whenever finds it profitable. Small world. Yeah, there you go. She finds that to deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and thinks that friendship is important and doesn't care one way or another about art. Does she have any friends? She has a friend who doesn't live here. Everybody else is family. Regardless, though, welcome to the fort. Well, at least I seem to have finally figured out the alcohol issue. We're going to start smelting some gold. I think that's what I'm going to do. You did a quick embark on a terrifying ocean and found an undead giant sperm whale. Maybe? If you embark on the same location, it might be there. Let me tell you this. I have a video on my YouTube channel called How Many Dwarves Does It Take to Kill a Sperm Whale? You might want to watch that before you actually embark there. You may want to watch that. Or just like unpause game and just like see what it does, because it is possible and even at times likely you won't live a day. You will just be dead. The Rooms of Hating, a performance troupe, is visiting. Excellent. So I have gold. What should I do with this gold, chat? We actually have kind of a lot of gold. What should I do with these gold bars? Oh. There'll be zombies up there. Seems kind of bad. Uh-oh. A dwarven baby's been found dead. Found dead by a child? Well, that's not good. Gorlak Dancer is back. Are you a member of the Groups of Hating? Gorlak Dancer returns to us once again. No, the Geared Lessons. There you go, it's them. Actually, I wonder... It's certainly possible that I... Uh-oh, now you're injured. What the heck just happened? It is certainly possible that I need to make more axes. Let's just say copper battle axe. Make 10 of them. Toss 2 more in there. All right. What are most effective non-cage traps? Most effective against what? How fares Bob? I don't know. You have a Gorlak? I don't, but there's a Gorlak visiting. Pissed, and she hates her life. So pretty normal for this fort, actually. I would say that's the average take by most of the dwarves here. I had like a screen that said what kind of haunt they were. Oh, there it is. It's a restless haunt. Troubling past. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you need more troops. Here's the thing, right? I teach mechanics. I'm not going to tell you how to play the game. Right? So it's up to you to figure out how to defend your fortress. I've put a lot of tools and ideas onto my YouTube channel, but it's up to you to implement them. So I'm going to tell you this. I don't know. I'm sure you can figure it out, though. I have faith in you. I believe in you. You seem to know that your troops need time to rest. And if you're having a hard time fighting those goblins, well, maybe, I don't know, lock the door. Or find some other alternative. Because I'm sure you can find something. You're the one who was quizzing me on how to, like, beat endgame things. And I'm glad that my suspicion is completely correct, which is that, like, you haven't finished figuring out the early game things. Add to the Lord Consort, hey? Uh-huh. Member of the Hollow Deceiver. This goblin is the Lord of Thin Witch. Or the Lord Consort of the Thin Witch. The Thin Witch sounds like a really sad excuse for a sandwich. Or like wheat thins. Okay, let's see. Subject valued harmony, despite being intellectually stubborn. Not a criminal. Just a Lord Consort. Alrighty, chat. I've been streaming for 9.5 hours. And my brain's having a hard time continuing to brain functionally. Star Drop, I recommend you join the Discord because we have a room called Dwarf Fortress Help and Questions. You could probably find answers to some of your questions and also some ideas in there. I realize the game just started to save, but I think a Thin Witch would be a good name for a sleazy stoner metal band. Yeah, totally, definitely. If you're in the chat. Could I get around to beards? Do you guys want to go raid somebody? Because I think I'm winding down for this stream. Sorry, you just got back from work. Believe it or not, I should probably go vote. Because today is one of the days for early voting, and voting poll rooms are open until 8. So it's only 6:30. I should probably get out there. I also have to, do other things. We got stuck